This is Call of Duty, the way it's meant to be played.
He missed the shot, he'll pay for it all on the inside.
And this he's trying the kills now. The point flushes him out. Picks that up. Whoa!
That's the best competitions.
You can't get a kill regularly. The top crossover is in. That's not
This isn't just merch, it's what teams wear when they mean business. Every stitch, every print, every detail, made to perform. Trusted by the grind, from grassroots to championship halls. Build your team store. Wear the brand that wins. Spartanware, trusted by the grind.
Gaming creators, whether you're chasing your first sponsor deal or juggling 5 of them, this is for you. Are you trying to get your first sponsor deal? Brands get thousands of pitches. You're competing with creators who have professional profiles, polished decks, and proven track records. You're sending DMs, hoping someone notices, and when they finally respond with a contract, you have no idea if it's good or terrible. Or are you already sponsored? Then you know the chaos, tracking deadlines and spreadsheets, contracts you don't fully understand, forgetting deliverables, chasing payments. It's a mess. And you're managing a business like it's a side hobby. That's why we built SponsorMate, the first platform designed for gaming creators. Want sponsors? Build a professional profile brands actually browse. Get access to sponsor deck templates or have a review of your pitch decks before sending. You can also track your outreach pipeline, helping you stay organized. Already sponsored? Manage every deal in one place. Upload contracts for instant analysis. Red flags, bad terms, explained in plain English. Track deliverables and payments. Never miss a deadline again. The best part? We don't take a commission. Our basic tier starts at $14.99. You keep what you earn. We launch Q1 2026. Join the waitlist at sponsormate.gg and take control of your sponsorship game wherever you are in the journey.
Hi esports and welcome to the Esports Hub Winter Open sponsored by London X-Force Gaming. My name is Kuno and I am joined by the lovely Trix and Hefe. How are you guys feeling today?
Good.
Yeah.
How are you
good.
feeling?
Yeah, looking forward to the event. Obviously, it's a pleasure to be working with you guys for the proceeding of the weekend.
Yeah, buzz for the event really. You know, another event with Staffordshire University. Improved a few things as well. It's good to be back here. everyone's getting ready for their initial games. We've got the main stage warming up, ready to start playing any second now. You know, it's been great to be back. We've got more stations now, right? So from 32 stations to 64 stations, and also the pub's open down the corner, which is going to be great for Sunday. So yeah, looking forward to a good weekend.
Yeah. So obviously you mentioned these two teams, but in general, is there any team you're kind of excited to see this weekend? I'll ask the question to both of you, which I think you might have a little bit of a bias.
A little bit of bias there. I'm looking forward to seeing my team play, but I'm more looking forward to the rematch with AV&G.
Oh, okay. What about you, Hefe?
Yeah, so look, there's a few interesting teams. You know, we've got Belfast Storm here, we've got AV&G, you know, Annex, you know, London X-Force. We've got some good talent, right? So I don't know who's going to win. I am going to root for London X-Force this time because they've sponsored the event, and of course AV&G have won it. Well, the players of AV&G, Hep and Co, have won it multiple times now, so it'd be good to see someone give them a bit of competition. And now, you know, we've got a few other teams that may be able to do that. So yeah, don't know who my favourite would be apart from London X-Force. I'll say London X-Force. It's my favourite.
But, you know, speaking of, you know, the competition of the teams, we can actually have a look at the group graphic that we have so we can see kind of how the format's going to work. And the way that it's going to work for this event, it is just, you know, regular group stages, you know, what we're used to, and then it goes into a double elim bracket, which is, I think it's probably the best way to do these kind of events because, you know, sometimes people like to throw in too many spanners in the works and it just doesn't work. But with this, it's solid. It shows who's the best team.
Yep.
I think this time it's a little bit different because there's quite a few new teams. We have the returning winners from the Summer Showdown, Project Vapor.
Yep.
Obviously, you know, teams change all the time, so I still think it could be anyone's game, really, and I'm kind of excited to see that. But first up, we have Amrox versus Belfast Storm. How do we think that this game's going to go?
So, my opinion, I think Belfast Storm. You know, they're the stronger team. You know, but who knows? Anything happens at LAM, right? You know, someone could be having an off day, and then it's 4 versus 3 practically. So anything can happen at LAM. But yeah, my money would be on Belfast Storm.
Yeah, I'd have to back that as well and say Belfast Storm for this series.
Okay, I'll be the devil's advocate a little bit. I'll say Amrox just because Belfast Storm are new to this LAN, I'm pretty sure. Whereas Amrox, they've been here every single time. Come on, they know the way it works. They know how to do it. And I do think it could be a good one. It could be a close one, but I'm not the most educated on Call of Duty, so I wouldn't trust my opinion, really.
Well, look, anything happens on LAN, right? Anything happens on LAN. Belfast, they all have experienced LAN players. I mean, they've got Dylan Codd, ex-pro, you know, for the CDL, and the rest of them, you know, they've travelled all around the globe playing LAN events. So, yeah, this isn't their first rodeo, but like you said, Amrox have been here before. They're familiar with the environment, familiar with the setup, so that may be in their favour, but we'll just have to wait and see.
Oh, yeah. I think we do want to get into the game. So is there anything you guys want to mention before we get into the action?
Yeah, go on.
Just good luck to all the teams. I hope it's a good weekend. Hope everyone gives their best.
Yeah.
I'd just like to say, you know, thank you to Staffordshire University, all the students, and yourself for, you know, being here and help put on this great event. Huge shout out to London X-Force as well for sponsoring this event, our main sponsor, and all the players and orgs that have turned up, right? We love LANs and we want to see more of them in the future, and hopefully we're going to get more this year. But yeah, thank you for everyone for showing up, because without you guys it doesn't happen, realistically.
Oh yeah, it's going to be great. But you know, we do have our amazing casters, Joel and Abuse, ready to take you through our first game. Take it away, guys.
Morning.
Hello.
Somehow they've allowed us back for another event. Not too sure how we've been allowed to do that. We're looking forward to it.
Yeah, it's going to be good. I think we got a lot of the same teams from last time. It's a lot of the same players, but we're up the team now. It's 18 teams. There's still the 4th group, so some of the groups have got 5 teams. All the games popping off. Already we've been in some of the side stations, in the passion pits, having a look at all the games going on. We've seen a few map ones, heard a few deads being called already, so it's good to be back.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's obviously waiting still for a couple of players just to get in the lobbies here. We've got the chat up on our right hand side, so good to see everybody in here this morning. But yeah, it seems to be a good start so far. Hopefully, it's plain sailing, smooth sailing, all that fun stuff. But looking forward to, obviously, like Heffy mentioned on the desk a couple of moments ago, obviously Belfast being back involved in the challenger scene, coming back onto LAN, coming in with probably quite high expectations for the event. Any thoughts on those guys?
Yeah, I mean, those 4 players have been around the block, haven't they? Like Heavy mentioned on stream, you've got, you know, the core 3 of Luto, Powerhouse, Crawl. You've seen them in and around the challenges, the elites for the last 3-4 years. they've also added Dylan Codd to the roster, which, you know,
Could be
there's
worse.
worse players to pick up. He's a former CDL player. He's been around the block. He knows what to do. He's one of the best players in Black Ops 4. Not the same game, but it's a very similar game. We're still playing the Black Ops, and he could be the difference maker here.
Yeah, absolutely. So obviously up on your screen at the minute, so it is going to be a best of 3 throughout the group stages today. So it is going to be kicking off with a Blackheart on map 1. Not overly played, I'd say. I think there's quite a few people aren't too keen on Blackheart.
The best of 3s for the groups this weekend are not vetoes, so they are just set maps. So when a few of the players got rumours this morning of Blackheart Hardpoint being map number 1, game number 1, there was definitely a few words exchanged with the people who made the map set and questioning it, but it's one of those maps that's going to be a great one for us on the main stage to get started, because it can be fast paced, it's going to be full on for the whole game, and you can see teams get 30-point clubs, but you could also see it go right down to the wire.
Yeah, obviously then Den for a search and destroy. Obviously, watched a few of the CDL games last night. Seems to be that Den's creeping in a little bit more into the rotation. How do you think that one will go down?
I think Den's one of those maps that can be quite one-dimensional, but you can also make plays. You've got that side of the map where you can kind of see the right-hand side of the map towards that bomb site through mid with that light wall in the middle. So teams do often play towards the tin side, that P3 side of the map, but it does open some lanes for what's going on. You can see some very quick pinches, 10-15 seconds, a sub could be behind you. So there's definitely a lot of variety on that map, even if you're probably going to see the bomb laid on the same site most of the round.
Yeah, and then it is going to be Overload, obviously a new mode this year. Obviously those who were with us last time, it was Control last time. That's obviously been swapped out this year for Overload. Are you a fan?
I'm a fan. I think it's different, isn't it? A lot of the players that we have now have only ever played Control, whereas, you know, being a bit old, that I've played modes like Overload. We had Blitz in Ghost, we had CTF in World War II, and those kind of things.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So Scar, again, obviously a new map into the rotation. Seems to be possibly the most common, I'd say, out of all the maps that are played this year so far.
Yeah, I definitely think Scar is probably the most played map, because it's in all 3 modes anyway, so you're likely to see it at least once in the series, and the amount of times online that I've seen triple Scar and double Den, for example, in the map rotations, a lot more than we did in last year. We did complain last year about, you know, choosing the same maps over and over again, but we are kind of seeing a similar theme this year.
So obviously what we've got in front of us at the minute, obviously the group stages that everyone will be going through, so every group playing everybody until we get down into the losers bracket later on this afternoon. But I tell you what, that this Group C, which is part of what we've got first thing here this morning of Amrox and Belfast, also having Annex in there as well. They are going to be some absolute corkers of a match this morning, actually, isn't it?
I mean, something that I have just found out from what we've been told is that London X-Force Gaming have just won their first game 2-0. So it's 9:42. We've already seen a 2-0, and that London X-Force roster, you've got Wardy, Foodsy, BB, Connor, and Disarray. Again, if you know anything about challenges, you're going to hear all those gamer tags very often over the last 4, 5, 6 years, even for some of those players, and already starting off hot 2-0 here. I'm not sure who they played, but they're going to be favourites to top that group, and they're going to really be wanting to push that top side of the winners bracket as well.
Yeah, I guess that's the benefit of doing this sort of group stage phase, is that everybody's given a chance. It's not a case of you losing your first set and then you're straight down into like a double elimination and then that's your day done. So you're going to be at least playing a minimum of 3 games and then heading down into the losers bracket after that, which is better than nothing.
Yeah, and I think it actually provides a bit more chance for upset, especially where it's best of 3 as well. Teams that maybe might come into the game as less favourites, if they take the S&D, all of a sudden it's 1-1. Overload's a bit of a mixing mode at times this year. You can see really nail-biting games, you can see blowouts. So really, if you're one of those less favoured sides going into pool play, playing against a favourite, if you can take that S&D, get a couple rounds under your belt, maybe blow them out a little bit, you're going to really throw them off in that map number 3, and then it's up for grabs.
And just like that, by the sounds of it, we are going to be heading off into Blackheart map 1, which is going to be Hardpoint. So interesting to see how both teams are going to come out. Obviously, Amrox had a good run here last year, a couple of changes to that roster, but Belfast should be thinking this should be relatively plain sailing. Good to see these guys back involved in the scene. Looks like famous fist pumps from everybody are due to be on their way in, but very much looking forward to this one. Yeah,
and I think what we've touched on before is that this Belfast Storm team have the experience, don't they? Not only the experience online and at the top level, but they've also got that experience on land. All 4 of these players have played overseas. They've flown to America. They've played in challenges. Particularly, I know the 3 boys outside of Dillon last year, they did fly over to some of the majors over there. So they're going to have that LAN experience. New game, new LAN, but I think we're going to be expecting the same story, aren't we?
Yeah, it should be, like I say, that big game later on this morning of Belfast against Annex. They're not going to be wanting to drop a series early doors and then sort of make that one the toss up for winners or for losers. But looks like by the looks of it, from what I can see over here, looks like one of the players has just had to take his headset off. So I think we've got a little bit of a break. So I mentioned a minute ago, obviously Amrox, they were with us at the last event. Edsky, a returning player for those guys. Obviously a couple changes to that roster. They were a team that I don't think many really expected to make such a run on that Sunday. I think it was Amrox had that great game against the Macoof and Co. That S&D, I think all the way went down to map 5 round 11. So an opportunity for those guys. Obviously still early doors. People will be scrimming game after game. Any expectations for those guys?
I mean, it's going to be different, isn't it? Because Edsky is the only returning player from that 4 that we saw in that in the summer showdown back in June. But I think what I'm more excited for is the potential of this Amrox roster with Edsky facing his former teammates, because I do know that OTRM is in the venue as well, playing on a different roster. So potentially as we go in through either maybe winners or losers, you could see maybe a little bit of rivalry going.
Yeah, that's what we want. Obviously, we saw last time a couple of people jumping out the chairs, getting a bit loud, which is all the benefits of being on LAN. But such as that, there's always going to be the odd couple moments where things might not go straight. So I appreciate you guys for sticking with us so far. But obviously, the guys mentioned Heffy looking out for that X-Force roster. Any teams that you're excited to see this weekend?
I think AVNG coming back. Obviously, that's Heptix, Julian Red, and Rush. They won the last event under Project Vapor. They won the event before that under AVNG at the Catan LAN, and they won the January LAN last year here. So they've done 3 back-to-back. There was a slight roster change between them. Rush coming in for Callum, of course. But that core 3 have won the 3 last LANs back-to-back. This time, I think they got a bit more competition because, like we've touched on, we've got Belfast Storm. We have also got London X-Force, and we've also got, I've forgotten the team name. Koof's team.
Yeah,
Annex,
that Annex roster is probably going to be one of the ones that I'm most looking forward to seeing this weekend. I've got some heavy hitters on that team, so hopefully it should be a pretty straightforward game for that one. Being told that we are getting some players back into the lobby, so hopefully not going to be a million miles away, but teams like the Control 8 team, obviously Avo on that one, Smallzilla, obviously we know that those two are probably the main 2 on that roster, the heavy hitters. I think Small comes into it with a lot of eyes on him being someone that can probably progress a little bit further. Obviously not too sure how he started on with this one, but they made a good run last time.
I think, touching on that team, I'm pretty sure they are seed 4 coming to this event. I think they have got a good amount of pro points. If I'm not mistaken, I think Small, I'm not sure about some of the other players on that team, but I think they did place top 8 at the Europa Cup. Now, obviously, we are missing some of the elite teams in that cup, but top 8 is still not to be shaken about, and they could be one of the teams that could cause an upset against one of our top 4 bit, really.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And then that X-Force roster, like you mentioned a couple of moments ago, the players that are on that roster, like you say, people who have been involved in the scene for long enough will know the names. BB Connor, player Disarray, etc. Are you expecting quite high things from them this weekend?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, you know those 4 players, they fly overseas. I think some of them even qualified for champs last year or the year before that. Possibly. So if they're qualifying for champs, they're going to come here with the expectation of we're better than most people, we should be able to do it. And I think they've not maybe got the reps as a 4. I know that BB Connor and Disarray are playing together on a team. So I think maybe those 2 as a pair could help, but I know that their team for challenges is slightly different to the one we're seeing today.
Absolutely. So fingers crossed, we should be getting up and underway momentarily. So Blackheart, obviously like we mentioned earlier on, probably not the most common of map 1 picks for every roster, but part of the group stages. There are no vetoes at this point, so it will be a case of the maps are set out there, so if you are good enough you should be able to play on any map, and now's the opportunity when you're on LAN to try and prove that you are. So hopefully should be a good game. Obviously looking forward to this one. Belfast Storm back involved in the LAN scene. This is what we are looking forward to. Looks like something's evidently not wrong, so we will find out what that one is. A couple headsets are coming up, and it's never easy. It's never easy.
It's always going to be team problems. It's day 1, it's a LAN. We've not had this game as well, so hopefully these team problems won't last too much longer. But touching on Blackheart here, I've seen it in the Passion Pit. We had a little look while we were waiting for this game to be ready on the main stage. We've not just seen the Dravak and the M15.
No.
We did see Craxis Rico pull out a carbon and was using it throughout P1 and P2 before we had left the room. So we might see a little bit of weapon variety. We know the NPC has just been GA'd, so we will not be seeing that weapon. But there is a potential for the carbon, and this is the first time I've been able to say this since I started casting, we might see a sniper.
Yeah,
Yes,
that's obviously a big change for the S&D. Those who have watched Call of Duty for long enough will know the boomstick as they call it, back involved. Obviously, only 2 lives you'll get with that one. Are you trusted with a sniper in your end?
Not at all. I'm trusted with the smoke, but that's also another thing.
Okay.
There's 2 new things in SD. We've got snipers and we have smokes.
Yeah.
Obviously, the smoke is to kind of allow the sniper to be blocked, because the sniper in this game is relatively strong. It's not as weak as we've had in other previous years. It is just going to one-tap from pretty much any range. And that 2-life rule is new. That's going to be something that players will be counting, keeping an eye on throughout the game, but you've also got to play tactically. Do you want to use your 2 lives in those first 2 rounds, potentially full, and that's it, your sniper's gone for the rest of the game? Or do you use 1 life early on, 1 life later? Do you save both lives for later? There's a lot of tactical plays you can now make around that S&D with that sniper, and smokes just allow you to throw smoke, cross the bomb site, cross mid. You can do a lot of things with that smoke as well.
Yeah, because obviously you get the 2 live, you have to try to play it probably a little bit more reserved sometimes as well. So if the sniper is the last player that's up, you might see at some points today those members just backing off, because as you mentioned, you only get the 2 lives. You don't want to throw it away trying to 2v1 someone with a pistol and with a sniper in your hands. So don't be surprised if you see a couple people backing off and just trying to play their life as such. But good to have snipers back. Those who have, like I say, have watched Call of Duty for long enough will remember having snipers involved in it. I think it's been Modern Warfare 2, I think it was the last one that had snipers involved. I remember Salium using that one a couple of times. So good to see that they've brought a bit of the originality back to the game and having that involved.
I think some of the most iconic clips that you can remember, for example, Formal in IW, iconic clip, that's with a sniper. Simp in Black Ops 4, getting 4 sniper kills straight off the bat, iconic. So hopefully, maybe not to the Simp level, but we can see an iconic sniper clip over the weekend on the main stage.
Yeah, obviously people who have been around long enough, especially, people of my age, will grown up with playing with snipers and stuff like that. But obviously the AR and SMG side of things, obviously that's your bread and butter. But you used to get onto the game when you're younger and have a sniper in your hand and try and hit a clip and stuff like that. And it's an opportunity to do stuff like that again. Naturally, the sniper this year is a little bit slower, but hits a lot quicker. Yeah. So you'll do well to try and pick somebody off at close range. But the opportunity's there, so it should be good. But obviously let's have another look at some of these rosters that we've got here with us so far. Obviously we've got 2 teams that have got females this time round. Yep. Obviously our friend Gabby on one. We've got a couple of members that have been here previously. I think it was the old Project Rose team, I believe it was. A couple of those guys have come back as well. So good to see that they're getting themselves back involved in here as well, because what an opportunity it is just to come and play out here on a nice Saturday morning. Yeah,
and I think that's the difference, isn't it? Like, from the last LAN, you still had quite a new faces. Most of the people had not played LAN before. This time, you're looking at the roster sheet, and probably 75% of these people have been here. They've been in this venue. They've played at LAN. They know what is going to happen. So you maybe have a little bit less nerves than last time. You know, the group games will help with the nerves. You don't have to. You lose that first series, like I mentioned earlier. You're not at the tournament. You've still got another one, maybe another 2 this morning, even 3 for some groups in Groups A and Group D, I think it is, the 2 groups of 5 there. So it's going to be different, isn't it?
Yeah, so let's sort of bring it back full circle, back round to this game as well, obviously. So speaking about Belfast, obviously these are the ones that are relatively highly seeded coming into the event. What do you reckon their expectations are for the weekend?
I think if they don't get top 2, they're going to be disappointed, and they probably won't admit they want top 2 and they'll be happy with it. But I think these are 4 winners, aren't they? You know, their mindsets are, we're going to win and we're going to beat them all. And I think they've probably got the most reps as before. I think they've been a team probably the most of this year, if not the whole year so far. Whereas some of these rosters have took breaks. For example, that AVNG roster, you're looking at those 4 game tags there, and they were brilliant last year, but they've not maybe put the hours in they had previous years. Julian's took a step back from competing properly. Rush is playing in the elites. He's played in the elites this year, but Hep and Red didn't qualify. They didn't make it. So maybe just a little bit of reps is going to be the issue this year.
Obviously, as we mentioned as well, having Dylan back on a LAN event, obviously someone who was quite highly tipped in the world of Call of Duty, really. So not even just locally in EU, has somebody who's got such good previous experience being involved in, obviously, the Royal Ravens previously. Having someone like that on your team just to try and calm everybody down should go such a long way. But fingers crossed, this is going to be the time that we're going to get up and running for this for this map, we should see, I think a couple members might have just had to change some things around, so don't be too surprised from what we can see here. Looks like the teams, so on your right hand side you are actually going to have the roster of Belfast Storm. On your left hand side is going to be the members of Amrox, and it is going to be potentially hopefully a three-piece early doors from Edski, but it's going to be Amrox on this time early doors.
Yeah, and if you're confused, Qatarland 57, that will be Elton. He is the player on the Qatarland account. Everyone else has got their own acties on the main stage, so that will help us with the cast. But early control is in the favour of Amrox, and this goes pretty much against everything we've been saying for the last 15 minutes, 20 minutes, hasn't it?
Yeah.
We thought Belfast Storm were going to come in here, get early map control and kind of go on from there. But like we mentioned, Blackheart is a map where you can get real good time very quickly. But as I say that, big powerhouse picks up 2 and will break the time.
Yeah, obviously P1's a bit of a mix one, because obviously you're spawning out quite deep, especially if you get 4 dead. Obviously Edski, potentially from what we saw, got a 3-piece early doors, and that's not going to help you straight off the rip, but it's going to be Dylan running down Nuevo early doors and trying to get this team of Belfast back in, and they have got to try and break this P2. As you can see, Nuevo spawning out, but the splits are coming in. It is going to be Crawlers on the opposite side of the map as well, so sort of tit for tat. Couple kills coming in through mid, voice is getting loud early doors. Dylan trying to fly at members, not going to manage to do so, and it looks like Amrox are holding on to this one as well so far.
Yeah, every kill has been traded out, so Belfast are picking up that first kill, but it's been traded out, and as I say that, Amrox then pick up 2 to slow down the push even more, and there could be another 2. Edski 8 and 2 star, and we're only halfway through P2, Joel.
I know, it's good for the members of Amrox here. Obviously still 20 seconds left to play for. A couple of members of Belfast are going to be heading their way over towards P3. Looks like it is going to be Batman Powerhouse that is doing so, but a couple kills again going in favour of Amrox here, and like we said, this is not the start that we expected. Obviously still really early doors, plenty of Call of Duty left to play for, but when you get to these sort of numbers, it's where it becomes a little bit tricky, because you're trying to talk yourself into it thinking everything's going to be perfectly fine, but you're also not blind at the same time as well. You know that you're going to have at least half of a hill for a good amount of time, but it's going to be a member of Amrox getting themselves onto a 5 streak here. Luto not having a great start whatsoever.
No, that's Elton on the 5 streak. We see him just hiding behind the wall. Luto's trying to look for him. Luto having a slow start there, 3 and 7 to start things off. Can't see the scoreboard at the top, so hopefully we'll be able to get that one fixed. And I don't know if you just saw that, but we can't call it in, but Qatarland 57 has just earned the dog score streak, so he's on about a 10 at the minute in terms of score and kills, and 103 to 26. This is not what anyone was expecting coming into map number 1. This is going to open up a wonderful series potentially here.
Yeah, obviously Nuevo just trying to be a bit of a nuisance. On the pinch is going to be Exo as well. Free opportunity, takes out Dylan, and it just seems to be, obviously with the flip rotations over towards Nu, is only going to be Exo with the help of Nuevo coming over to try and help them out, but Belfast just haven't woken up. I don't know if it's maybe the resets or something like that, might have just got into their head, but they are not up and rolling whatsoever. But like I said a minute ago, still plenty of time left to play for, but this will be the perfect start for Amrox, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, if I was Belfast Storm, if you give up maybe another 30 seconds on this hill, we're still only on the 4th hill. We've got one more hill after this one, so if you give up another 30 seconds, you're down 100 before P5. You're going to be thinking, looking at that scoreboard on the left-hand side of your screen, going, this game's all but done. We just need to keep the guns warm, keep the heads, not lose them. But it's yeah, speechless. I think we did not expect this. Edski, another 2-piece in mid again before being traded out by Powerhouse, but
it's what they'll be looking for. Obviously Powerhouse coming through with 2 of his own. Obviously for those who have just joined in, it is going to be Amrox that are on the left hand side of your screen and not Belfast Storm, so it is currently 160 to 30 in favour of Amrox against Belfast. I'm sure we'll get that one changed for the search and destroy, but this is an opportunity now for Amrox here where they don't have to try and sit on the hill. It's just a case of they can try and just play for little bits of scrap time, but 32 seconds inside of map 1 from what we were talking up to be by far one of the better teams here this weekend. Hopefully they'll try and grow themselves into it, but they have got a proper uphill challenge here.
Dylan Codd, we picked up on him as being former CDL player, 4 and 16, currently really struggling on the main stage here. Nuevo picked up a big 2 with a sub, beaming down Powerhouse at range with that AR in hand, and this game is all but done, Joel. I mean, it could be 200 to 40 on the first rotation. This is completely against what we expected. We said Belfast Storm were going to be one of the top favourites. We thought they'd be expecting top 2 here at the LAN this weekend, but as it stands, another Hellstorm. That's Edski. I think he might have even overlapped streaks here. 18 and 9. All players on this Amrox team just seem to know exactly what to do at all times, almost getting that kill there onto Dylan down long as well.
Belfast are getting absolutely run down here.
Yeah.
And that is something that the confidence of Amrox is going to absolutely skyrocket. But at the same time, it doesn't mean a great deal at the same time. Still 2 maps to play for, still 2 more games as well in the group stage after this as well. So if you do slip up the first time, you've got an opportunity to do so. But again, so Hellstorm going to be coming in for Edski. He is going to try and just chuck it down on P1, try and break a couple members, try and get some info. Not going to manage to find anything unless he slowed it down. Does eventually find Powerhouse, but he is going to be the only member left alive for Amrox here. It's 205 playing 70 in favour of Amrox and not Belfast Storm. But they have to try and keep clawing their way back into it. Need to hold this one. Keep your eyes on Cruel here. Opportunity for, I was going to say to try and, I think it was Elton that was against over in P2, does eventually fall. But it looks like they are going to have, unless Luto can do something about it. As soon as I say that, he's going to fall as well. Big opportunity here for Amrox.
Edski almost popping a ridiculous 3 there, but like you mentioned, the early P2 rotations, they were able to really give up full control of P1, 30 seconds left, and they've not even really put a big dent into the score. As much as you'd say Amrox would like to make a big statement here by 100-point clubbing them, I think they'll be more than happy just to keep picking up some scraps, let Amrox get most of the time, just pick up that scrap time, don't need to do too much. Dylan did get Hellstorm from that streak in P1, he does get 2 with it, sadly one of them is his teammate Luto.
They are, and it is all going to be pretty much on Cruel here. A couple of members of Belfast having to come through P1. It is going to be all down on these next trades. Dylan and Wavo both finding kills. The majority of Amrox are going to be turtling around this time. Only 10 seconds left to play for. Cruel has got to go huge here to try and break them out of it. Finds one, does then get taken out. Only a couple seconds left to play for. The members of Belfast Storm are on the other side, and that is going to be a convincing map 1, and not the way that we thought it was going to go.
I mean, nobody, I don't think, in this venue, I don't think anybody thought it was going to be 250 to 80 in favour of Amrox. I think we all thought Belfast Storm were going to come in hot. They were sitting here right next to us in the main stage area, and they seemed vibes. Their team morale seemed good. They were all chatting, they were laughing. But on the other side, Amrox seemed quite quiet, maybe a little bit nervous, but maybe that quietness was actually just composure and a bit of focus.
Yeah, I mean, unbelievable from Amrox there. I'm glad that I spoke them up a little bit. Obviously, like I say, made a run last time out, and they've shown us even with the roster changes that they're able to continue doing what they've done historically here. But Belfast have just got to wipe that out of their brain. They cannot take that into map 2. That map 1 has to be tick scored off and go away from there. But I'm assuming those members of Amrox, the kills, deaths and stuff like that, they must have gone absolutely mental.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about how this map 2 is going to be very important for Amrox, but it's actually now going to be very important to them in the other way.
Yeah.
We thought it would be very important to take that map off them, force that map 3, whereas it's actually going to be Belfast chasing the game. So Amrox are really now in control of the series and just need to keep that composure to that map 2, not let that get to their heads, which hopefully those players won't do.
Yeah, obviously, so it is going to be Den for map 2, so an opportunity maybe just for Belfast to put, like you said, we said at the start about having the reps involved. You'd like to think that they've played a fair enough Charles, few CMGs over the past couple of weeks since the game's come out. I'm sure with the experiences on that roster, I'm sure they're not going to be too bothered about how that map 1 has gone. Like you say, you just have to sort of just get that one out the brain. Obviously, this is only a best of 3 as well, so it's an opportunity for Amrox to close it out should they take the S&D, or if Belfast win it, we will be heading over to Overload. Any early thoughts?
Just because I want the map 3 first game of the day, first game of the event on the main stage, I just want to see Belfast Storm take this. And I think, again, we spoke about the experience going to map 1. All right, maybe they made us look a little bit silly that it didn't go in our favour. But I think Belfast Storm on the S&D, maybe they slowed the pace of the game down, because I think that was the difference, wasn't it? Amrox, you had players like Edski, and you had, can't remember the other side, but you had 2 players just absolutely frying the whole map. And Dylan, at one point, we looked at the scoreboard, he was 4 and 16. And that is a player that you do not expect at all to be on a 0.2 at LAN. So you really just think maybe Belfast Storm slow the game down. They have got a few slower ARs, thinking of someone like a Powerhouse, maybe slows the game down, just holds a credit.
Yeah.
And then maybe that would make Amrox tweak a little bit.
Might have just been dusting off the cobwebs at the same time as well. Obviously someone who's taken quite a bit of time away from the scene, obviously back now involved in it. We did see later on, did actually get a Hellstorm, so must have popped off relatively, but obviously just wasn't enough to bring them back into it. So obviously Den is going to be map 2. obviously those who have been on the Warzone side of things, looks very similar to an old Warzone map, the layout of the building itself. But it's one that you can get caught quite badly with timing, but the little off angles that are on that map as well, it's an opportunity for, if you've put a lot of time into your S&D, you know where you can sit.
Yeah, and I mean, like we spoke about earlier, especially if you're this Amarok side now, seeing how fast-paced someone like Edsky was.
Yeah.
As much as you could slow it down, sit back dojo, maybe play a off angle, you could also sprint to the other team's spawn in 10 seconds if there's no one watching the lane. So you are going to have to spread out as a team. You are going to have to watch that pink quite quickly in the round. You know, with this advanced Omni movement we have this year, people do hit routes very quickly. They're not slow about it. You're going to sprint with that knife out. You're going to hit a couple of wall bounces, maybe go the long way, but you can be back spawn towards that back tin side in 20 seconds if you wanted to.
Are we expecting both teams to use a sniper, do we think?
I hope so.
Yeah.
I do think you're going to see it on Belfast Storm. I don't know as much about the Amarok players, but I can imagine someone that's Belfast Storm team doing it. I don't know if it will be someone like Dylan. I can't think back to CDL. Did he snipe on the Ravens? I'm not exactly sure, but I would hope to think that at least one sniper will be shown from one of the teams.
Yeah, obviously the experience on that team, the S&D, will be something that they've played for years and years. Obviously the members of Amrox will have played it, but maybe not have the reps as much individually on the team. Obviously coming into the LAN, they'll, I'm sure, have prepared enough to be able to do so. But again, obviously we lent on Belfast for map 1, and we were evidently miles out on that one. But S&D, it doesn't. The feel for S&D doesn't change. It's either a mode where you just have it or you don't. Obviously, the gunfights in a hard point can go either way, but S&D is very much a sort of feel momentum sort of mode. They'd be expecting to try and make a bit of a statement on that one.
Yeah, definitely, and especially after that map number 1, everyone's going to start putting question marks over that roster. So you're really going to need to come out, maybe get the first round, maybe get the first 2, really get into that game. If you go 1, maybe 2 rounds down, after being put realistically in a 100-point club, you were down 30 on, 200 to 30 on that first rotation, weren't you? So going into S&D, if you go 1-0, 2-0 down early on, you're going to be in your own head a little bit, aren't you? Even with that experience that these boys have.
Yeah, and they just have to wipe it. Like you say, they can't afford for themselves to be able to do it. Like you say, their group is possibly the most competitive, especially after what we've just seen in that first map as well. So obviously they have got 2 more games left to play. Today they have got UGT Storm and Annex. I think that game was going on upstairs, I think, when we were there. So that Annex roster is going to be one that we'll be looking to try and make a deep run on Sunday as well. But we should be loading into your map 2 over on Den. Opportunity for Belfast to extend themselves out to a map 3, or it will be an Amrox win. Obviously this is only a best of 3 series, so they'll be looking to try and close it out here. Belfast will be looking to try and extend it. Opportunity for both teams to get some points on the board here.
Yeah, and I think if you are on that side of maybe the UGT Storm, or you're in those Annex boys and you're catching a glimpse of this game going on, you're seeing Belfast Storm getting clubbed on map 1-1, all of a sudden you're going to have a little bit of spring in your step, aren't you? You're going to think, oh, actually, maybe they aren't going to be as tough as they are. So they do really need to come out now and kind of shut that down, the rumours of them maybe not being as strong as you initially thought.
Yeah, I think a couple of members, as soon as I say we're going in, I think a couple of members have actually got up to nip out. So we will we'll give you an update on that as soon as we go on. But one thing that we saw when we got here earlier on is just the amount of people that are already here. Obviously the venue has doubled the amount of PCs that are going on this time, so should be. Obviously, naturally, with LANs, you are going to have the odd problem. That's why we're all here. It's all part of it. But from what we saw outside of here, everything was looking pretty good, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, the main stage had a couple of technical issues early on, but every other station was pretty much in map 1 by the time we came back down to here. So just having a look at the bracket so far to see who has played and who's been winning, we can see Project Vapor and AVNG in Group A have already won. We're loading back into Den, but I can see 3 empty chairs, so I think Belfast Storm might have a slight advantage if this is the case and the game goes ahead, because it's currently a 1v4. So we'll carry on talking about the other games going on for now. We see Project Vapor and AVNG in Group A have both picked up their first win. London X-Force have beat the Atlas Lions in Group B. Phantom and Mistaken have not finished their game or played yet, shall we say. Annex beat UGT Storm, we spoke about that. This is the same group as Amrox and Belfast. So Annex, that's the team. We've got McCoof, we've got Jackson, we've got Happy, we've got CJP.
Great team.
Great team. Again, experienced challenger players. They've all played at LAN. McCoof last time making it to Grands. Jackson last time made it to winners finals. I think with CJP on his team again. So 3 players again with lots of experience. Happy coming into this roster. Not too sure if he's played that land before. I'm not too
sure.
Don't know too much about him, but that core three that we do know about, we know they're going to cause problems to almost every team that is here.
Yeah, and I guess from the Annex perspective, they'll be happy that it's plain sailing, I guess, coming out, winning 2-0 straight away.
Yeah.
They're not looking that they're going to be giving maps away or anything like that. They're just going to go about their business. So it will be them, I think it's Annex face off against Amrox after this one, and then I think it is due to be somewhere around 11:30 that we should hopefully see Annex even against Belfast Storm. Obviously, two extremely highly seeded teams coming into the weekend. But yeah, like we were just mentioning before we start speaking about the scores and stuff like that, the amount of PCs that are up and running, the overclocking and stuff like that, is obviously something that they brought in this time. Wasn't there, I believe, last time that we were here. So a massive shout out to all the guys in the background doing the hard work there as well. But it's a good opportunity for the students here as well to get themselves involved in doing something like this. Because when I was their age, I don't think there was things like this kicking about.
Yeah, you've got how many students? Probably 20 plus students working behind the scenes of this event. You're not going to see them all. You see, obviously, we've got Quinn on the desk, but you've got so many behind the scenes in production room, so many people, referees. There's 8 different stations playing at the same time.
Yeah.
So that's 8 referees, and you've got to monitor it. You've got lots of tech to be dealing with. 64 PCs, a lot could go wrong.
Got to get players from A to B as well.
Yeah, and we all know that these COD players in this scene aren't very good at doing that.
No, but we are just being told that we are just going to head to a short break. We've just got a couple of things just to tie up, so we'll be back with you guys very, very shortly. what we can see, Extremity Esports and Vortex have both won their first games of the day. Obviously, just spoken with a couple of players as well. They quite a bit of praise for the setup that's going on around here that we were mentioning earlier on, which is positive, isn't it?
Yeah, players were happy with their computers. That's the first thing, isn't it? You hear a lot on Twitter about all the negatives. We don't. Players don't talk on Twitter about all the positives that land. So it's good to hear that the players are happy with the PCs. Controllers are all overclocked. They're all on 144 hertz. So there's no excuses there on the PC setup, is there?
No, and hopefully we shouldn't be a million miles away from getting up and running here. From what we can see, I think everybody is sat down. So opportunity, like we mentioned, for those who might have just joined, it was quite a convincing map one in favour of Amrox Esports. They did take down, I think it was 250 to 80.
78 or yeah, about 80.
Gosh. Like I said, we'd sat here bigging up Belfast Storm and everything like that before, experience roster, and that's what we see.
In a worrying way, that scoreline's actually quite nice if you're Belfast Storm, because at one point it was 200 to 30. So they've actually done quite well to get 50 points at the same time. The other 50 points were gone for Amrox, but again, I think they slightly took their foot off gas, didn't they? They started to give up the early rotations. They just played for that scrap time, just kept hitting it from the front until they got the time, and then eventually they did bully out Belfast Storm. But again, that's what we spoke about at Map 1 Black Card. Happened probably all around the venue as well. There's probably more upsets than that Map 1 as well.
Possibly, yeah.
It was so fast paced, it's so on you. You don't really have time to think, don't really have time to breathe. It's not a stereotypical whole point map that maybe this Belfast Storm would be used to in these kind of setups, in these kind of environments, whereas Amrox don't care. They're just going to chow you, they're going to gun, and that's exactly what they did.
Yeah, that'll be interesting to see what this sort of little mini break that we've just had will do. Will it sort of just give Belfast the opportunity to regroup, calm down, get back to basics sort of thing? Because obviously, as we mentioned, Amrox came out. I think it was Edsky popped a three pieces pretty much as soon as we broke off into the first hill. But hopefully should be up and running.
Yeah, the Belfast Storm team have been sat here for the last 5-10 minutes throughout all the problems that we've had on the other side of the station, and they all look absolutely locked in. I'm assuming they were just shooting the fire range bots, but they've all looked absolutely drilled in. They're all staring at their monitors. Not really many words being ushered. Compared to when the start of the series, when they were all having a laugh, listening to music, and they were getting the vibes up, it seemed like they're now drilled in, really trying to not go 0-1 to start off groups.
The fire range abusers is what I like to call them. Obviously, instead of bots, I tend to pick you out, mate. But hopefully, we should be up and running here. We have. It is going to be, once again, just bear in mind, Belfast Storm are going to be on the right-hand side of your map. There seems to be a little bit of an issue with the Codcaster in terms of being able to try and get the kill. So we will try and grab you guys through it. But there we go. Edsky started us off inside that first map, and Edsky once again will kick us off inside this first round of S&D. So should be positive for them so far. And only one member of Belfast fallen so far.
Yeah, I mean, it was through the wall as well. Powerhouse trying to get that info, got the info, but then was shot through the wall as EXO just pre-fired the wrong corner. Krul jumping over the top, using that advanced Omni movement to his advantage. It's now a 2 versus 3. Dylan and Krul going to try and have to retake. But there's a pinch coming on here from Elturn. He's able to tag up one, gets to the other, should be able to get the second kill to Dylan, but Dylan's able just to get away, and he's now going to be in a 1 versus 3. Yeah,
obviously good opportunity for Amrox here. It's just going to be Dylan last alive. Just going to try and hop up. Bomb was looking like it was going to get planted, but that is a round for Amrox. That is not a round for Belfast Storm. So just, like I say, just think of it on the reverse side of things. But again, good round. Obviously, Edsky starting extremely quick. Like last time, I didn't catch where it was. Might have just sprinted straight through mid to try and pick one off. But opportunity for them to do so. Good round, nothing too crazy. Obviously, Dylan last one alive, but Amrox seems to play that one quite well.
Yeah, it was kind of your standard offense round, isn't it? You're going to try and play towards that side of the map. You're going to get the early gunfight between the 2P3 headies looking over the hill, and it happened to be that Amrox comes out on top there. It was Edsky through the wall onto Powerhouse, but I'm sure on the other side of things you're going to see something similar. We did see one player watch the A pinch last time on the Amrox side. This time you're going to see Dylan on defense pushing up towards A, but if you look at the minimap already, number 2 EXO playing a real cruddy corner through mid could try and catch someone off guard. Yeah,
obviously Belfast is going to try and work this this bomb over. Opportunity, there we go, boomstick in hand for Nuevo. That's what we like to see, running back the old school as we'll call it. But instead of just trying to clear out Dojo, by the looks of it, Belfast are at the minute. It looks like Dylan trying to just get himself in any sort of gunfight, try and find any info. Opportunity for EXO is going to be up against Dylan. Dylan says, not today, we're not having that one. Edsky then tried to trade him out, didn't manage to do so. But Bomb going to be down over towards B. The majority of this Amrox roster are going to be grouped up together, and they are potentially just going to get quite a big pinch here. Don't know if Dylan's going to try hop his way around. A couple of members challenge towards each other. Edsky will find one more, and it is just going to be Edsky and Nuevo, last two alive for Amrox here. A couple of members still to play for. Edsky will fall. Only 15 seconds left and to play for. Nuevo probably, I think it was Nuevo who had the sniper in hand. So when we mentioned earlier, just going to try and back up, not going to have to try and lose a life for the sake of it, but that should be round back on the board for Belfast. Pistol in hand, Nuevo will find out one. Maybe a nice little love tap just to say, and there's a couple more love taps actually. Ooh. Nearly got traded out right at the end, nearly lost that life with the sniper in hand, but one apiece, nothing to set them so far. Good round for Belfast there.
Yeah, offense seems to be key so far in this game. Both teams winning their offense, so maybe you're looking at defense. Round win could be the difference maker, but Nuevo, more importantly, there for Belfast Storm, didn't lose a sniper life, and he's going to put it away. So he still do have 2 sniper lives on the Amrock side. Sorry, not Belfast Storm. Belfast Storm, we're yet to see a sniper pulled out, but we have got Cruel 3 and 1. He got 3 important kills in that round with Dylan's help as well.
Yeah, it was good. Obviously, Belfast played that one quite smartly. Obviously, moved over towards that B point, which is looking how Amrox are going to try and do this one as well. Trying to clear out Dojo as best as possible. X are going to try fly towards Cruel, not going to manage to do so. Nuevo will even it up, and then Dylan gets himself involved at the same time. So just like that, it is only going to be 2 members for Amrox left alive. Nuevo going to be so close to that Hellstorm, and literally could try and tick it over. Doesn't need to try and overchell here. Probably wants to try and play for it. He's got a member inside Tinge, going to try and hop up to Dylan. Not going to manage to do so. Dylan will come out on top of that gunfight though.
It's a good round from Belfast Storm there, isn't it? They were able to make it 2v3 early on, force Amrox to have to make the play, and what a play it almost was. But Dylan through mid there was able to shut it down, make it a 1 versus 3. Was instantly traded out, but the players on Belfast Storm in a position very quickly to trade out the round. There's the defense round win that we were talking about just a minute ago.
Yeah, obviously seems to be Dylan's playing that sort of mid-cut the majority of the time so far. He seems to be the one that's given the opportunity to go out, try and find as much info as possible, which I'm sure is probably not the nicest thing if you're on the Amrock side of things, to hear that you've got Dylan Codd running freely around the map trying to pick you off and letting the rest of the boys try and come through and pick everything off from there. But it is going to be, by the looks of it, Belfast opportunity for them to extend this one out 3-1. See how they're going to try and line this one. A couple of members of Amrox heading off towards that Dojo side. That entire left-hand side of the map is completely open.
Yeah, and that smoke really was what threw it off, wasn't it? Dylan threw that smoke onto that B-bomb. They just jumped straight through mid, but it should be Edsky getting the first blood here onto Crawl, but he pulls out the stun just as he peeked his head one last time. But the bomb is being planted at A. Luto has it in hand. It's going to be a 44 retake of the A bomb site.
Yeah, and the first pick is going to be crucial here. Nuevo will be the one that starts it off, taking out Cruel. Opportunity for Dylan to try and just get a little bit of info. As you can see, just playing around this bomb. He's going to say, if you want this bomb, you've got to come and try and chow me for it. But kills going either way. Luto going to be the last one alive. Big 2-piece from Luto. Going to try chow towards Exo. Not going to manage to do so. Hops on the board, and that is going to be 2 apiece.
And obviously we had lots of gunfights there going into the A-bomb, but actually the most important kill of that entire round was L-turn. He picked up a kill in mid, so stopping that pinch from coming around the back of the bomb site as well, and then from there they were able to trade out all the kills on the bomb site and shut down Luto to finish off.
Yeah, like you say, it's always a funny seeing the 4v4 retake, because all hell just breaks loose for about sort of 15 seconds.
Especially that bomb site.
Yeah, that's what I mean. You've only got, 2 ways really into it. You've got to come through sort of the back office area, or you've got to go all the way around the outside. And sort of go through like the little room area, I guess, as well, to try and get towards it. But everyone seems to congregate so in such a small space, and like I say, it seems to just be trade after trade. But 2 apiece for both teams so far. Nuevo starting off quite hot for this Amrox roster. We are still yet to see Powerhouse get himself on the board at the minute. And wow, L-turn going to fly at Dylan in that top window. 4 and 2 from him at the minute. Just going to try and stun check in towards the server area. Not going to manage to do anything at the minute, but that bomb already being put down over towards that B point.
Yeah, it's a completely free plant. Edsky's also able to pick up Luto, so Cruel and Powerhouse left in a 2 versus 4. Cruel will open it up, but is down to 1 shot. The insta trade was going to come through there from L-turn, but Powerhouse shuts it down. So 2 versus 4 now turned to a 2v2. 30 seconds left on the clock. Both of the Amrox players are trying to hit through the same side. Will they be able to be shut down? So info's out now. Powerhouse has spotted them. Sees him going into that tin, but Cruel and Powerhouse shut down Amrox. 2v4 it was, down to 2v2, but we're able to win in the end.
Yeah, obviously managed to get that bomb down early doors, and Belfast was sort of cornered to try and have to play through that Dojo area. Either team you had one guy looking mid, you had one guy looking towards Dojo, and then the kills seemed to just to line up in quick succession. Good round for them, but we're seeing the bomb go down a lot quicker at the minute. It's not as much a feel for trying to get as much info. It's a case of putting pressure on the other team and saying, look, if you want to defuse this bomb, you've got to come through all of us.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen 4 plants in the first 5 rounds here, so all of them, apart from one, has gone towards this B bomb site, and yet again, we are going to see Cruel taking that bomb B. But Belfast Storm did this before, and then they played through mid. But if you look at this time, Belfast Storm are really turtled up. They're waiting for this overextension here. And it's going to be L-turn already, player 3, player 7 on your mini-maps, the bottom corner. This is where the first gunfight is going to be. You've got Powerhouse there in a position to help out as well. But look at this position.
Oh my gosh.
Great kill there from L-turn. Will he get the second?
He's going to try fly out towards him. Powerhouse says, no, you're not going to try and do that one on me there. 2 and 5 now, so has got himself up and running, which is good to see. But I tell you what, L-turn, nice bit of info there. Don't know if he'd have seen that bomb went down. It's going to be on... Exo's got an opportunity on the other side of the map. You've actually got pinch coming in for both sides. Bomb is going to be down, but you've got 2 members of Belfast looking either way, and somehow Exo will find one onto Luto. That bomb is at least going to be down, but Dylan and Powerhouse probably going to try and double up here together. Shouldn't really allow Exo to try and fly through. Powerhouse just on out of Dylan in towards Dojo. Good round on the board. It was good to see you had 1 man on the bomb, 1 looking left, 1 looking right, so there's no real opportunity. If one person is going to fall, it should get traded out, which it did.
And we spoke about it before the match, didn't we? Are Belfast going to come in here and maybe try and slow some of the rounds down? That's exactly what they did there. They didn't push up towards that A-bomb site. They stayed back. They waited for the overextension. L-turn it was, got a bit aggressive. He was able to get some info, but did fall and was traded out very quickly. They're able to get the bomb control and then push through from there.
Yeah, nothing to split the teams at the minute, so it's anybody's game. So it stands. It's going to be Amrock's going to have bomb this time. Seems to be that I think B's been the most favoured one every single time. I think A's only gone down once, and then it turned into a bit of a bang out. But we'll see. It looks like this Amrock's roster are literally just forced in towards it. Are they going to read the Belfast members on the way round? Because there's some heavy hitters on the way round. It is going to be Dylan. It is going to be Cruel. You're going to have 1 member, and it's going to be Nuevo that's going to fall, and it's an opportunity for Amrock's to have to try and hold on. L-turn and Exo will both find kills. Dylan and Cruel will both find one of their own, so it is going to be a 2v1, having to try and isolate L-turn here. But when you got Dylan and Cruel running you down, 2 highest kills on the map, not the greatest of situations to be in.
No, he has got the bomb in hand, but I don't think that's going to really come into play. You've got 2 players staring straight down at you. Belfast, Storm, that quick pinch coming around. We saw all 4 players of Amrock's really just fly to that bomb site. They got a couple bit of engagements going back and forth, no kills coming through. Maybe if they got a kill, the round would have been different, but they tried to pick up that pinch just 5 seconds too late, and Nuevo got caught sprinting across the cut.
Yeah, I think it's with it. When you full send in all 4 of you towards it, that bomb has to go down.
Yeah.
It cannot not be down if all 4 of you are on site, because you are leaving yourself open for that pinch. You've got to have somebody watching mid, you've got to have someone watching your pinch and someone watching towards that Dojo while the 4th member gets that bomb down, but it just didn't seem to happen that round for Amrock's. But nothing, still splitting these teams at the minute. It's tit for tat back and forth between both of them as it stands, but early doors, a bit more spread out this time.
Yeah, something we've not seen from the Amrock side is the use for smoke grenade. We've seen Dylan Cod have the smoke grenades out, but that's a big kill from Exo. He did actually get a hit marker through the wall onto someone through mid as well, so that gives the info out to mid. Now it's a 2 versus 4, looking to level up score. Edski beams Dylan across the map and is now with Cruel in a 1v4. This would be something special, Joel.
It would have to be, but if there's an opportunity to do it, on LAN is the best place to do it. Nearly had a good read onto Elton, then I think he probably put about 2 bullets into it. Nice read, and like I say, the opportunity was there. Found that kill, tried to get yourself away, but it was always going to be quite a big ask. But I would like to see how many times Amrock's have had first blood.
Yeah.
They seem to be winning that gunfight early doors, probably more than anybody at the minute.
Yeah, I mean, it's 4-4 now as well. Thinking how much of a blowout that map 1 was. Belfast Storm doing well to kind of keep themselves in it. Same for Amrock's here, you know. Amrock's coming in as the less favoured side, but after that map 1, they then almost were favourites from map 2, and 4-4, it's going to be a nail biter right to the end. We could see around 11 in our first series of the day. Yeah,
nobody obviously going to be close to a streak at the minute. I think Nuevo was the closest early doors, but then did fall. I'm not too sure how many sniper lives, if any, that he's got left, but X are going to head off in and around Tin at the minute. They seem to be heading towards that more favourable B point, but Cruel is going to be lurking around, just keeping his eye over to see what he can do. But opportunity, if Dylan can get some time in here, if he looks to either side, not going to manage to do, hops open to Broken, will try and get a wallbang, not going to manage to do so, pistol in hand, and somehow everybody's still alive.
Yeah, I mean, you saw this time that L-Turn was watching that P2 pinch. He was sat in the corner, no one pushed it, so the call came through, let's wrap this bomb site, go to the other side, and you got Belfast Storm here kind of turtled up towards the backside where they spawn, this back statue area of the map, and you still do have Crawl on the other side of the map, maybe waiting for an over tweak there, but Dylan will be blooded. L-Turn picks up the first, there's going to be 2 players hitting from the backside. L-Turn almost picking up Powerhouse there, probably aim assist dragging between the 2 players, but it's now a 3v3 retake onto the A-bomb. Here we go.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, Amrox are playing this quite reserved. They've allowed Belfast actually the opportunity to get in and around this point, and are we going to see it? Don't want to shout too loud, but on the bomb, and a quick little ninja. That's what's going to happen if you allow the bomb site to be completely uncontested. They're going to head off and try and just play those little off-angle peaks. But that time didn't work.
I think the problem there if you're Amrox is you got the bomb down, which is great, but you all sat back towards that P2 side of the map. If you planted the bomb to the other side of the bomb, towards the left side, closer towards the doorway, you might have actually been able to see it from that P2, but from where they planted it from, you could only see it from P4 or that window, so they couldn't see it from back where they were playing. Belfast done brilliantly, just pushing it out, making sure that one player was laid down the bomb covered. So well done there to Belfast Storm. That's the experience, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And in fairness to Amrox, they actually got the first kill of that round. I think it was L-Turn that, after they got the bomb down, it was L-Turn on site that found that first kill. So it was actually advantage. But like you say, when they've backed up so passively, you're allowing the entire bomb site to take control. And just as we say, L-Turn will then find another 10 and 6. Trying to find the second, will do so. Dylan and Cruel both going to fall. So it's an opportunity. We could be heading over to round 11 here, unless we see something crazy from Luto or for Powerhouse to try and close this one out for Belfast. But they've probably got info of where this bomb's going to be. It is going to be down towards that B point, and it's just a bit of a hunted mission at this point, really, isn't it?
We saw Belfast Storm in the 2 versus 4 earlier on in the game. They had a little bit more of an advantage that time. You know, being a 2-4 is never good, but if you have the bomb in hand, you're more likely to do it. But EXO will shut down Luto. Powerhouse still yet to be spotted. EXO now spots him, slides out and chows him, and does get the round. So that is now 5-5. Round 11. Belfast Storm trying to stay in this first game in groups. Amrox trying to take the series 2-0 and really make a statement to Group C.
Yeah, absolutely. It's good to see who's got the bottle for round 11 early doors. Is it going to be Amrox to close out the series 2-0, or will Belfast extend us out to that all-important, in their case, 3rd map? And like you say, no streaks as far as we're aware on the board, but L-Turn, that's 2 rounds in a row back-to-back now, has been First Blood Finder, and 11 and 6, having a great search and destroy.
Yeah, he's doing really well, and he's going to need to do it in this round here. We're seeing Belfast on the offensive side here, and typically throughout the map we've seen the offense team winning, but look at this this Amrox setup. We've got 3 players in Dojo, 1 trying to get info. Powerhouse, first time we've seen a sniper from the Belfast Storm boys, and it's in round 11, so it's a bold play call, but Nuevo also with a sniper in hand will pick up Dylan Codd through mid. Now makes it a 4 versus 3 in favour of Amrox in round 11 in our map number 2.
They are, and that bomb is actually going to be down as well, so I don't know if the members of Belfast are aware. I'm sure they are, but that's a Cruel going to try and even it up now. But like you say, that bomb being down is not going to be any help, and Nuevo finds another with that sniper in hand. That's 6 untraded kills in favour of Amrox so far. They are 3-2 up in terms of player lives left available. And Cruel will try and it's like a 2010 intervention lobby. Everybody's using a sniper.
Yes, indeed, 2v2 now.
Yeah, absolutely. So Cruel going to try and fly towards Edsky. Will find him up. Opportunity for Belfast here. L-Turn, the man on the bomb, will get ripped out. He's going to get away with his life. 20 seconds left to play for. It should be quite plain sailing, and that will be L-Turn. Stands up, has a bit of a shout over to the members of Belfast there. Really good round. So just to let everyone aware, you might have joined in a little bit later into there, it was actually Belfast Storm who lost. It wasn't them who won 6-5. So Amrox are going to clean up this series 2-0 in quite an upset.
Yeah, definitely an upset. I mean, the SD was a lot closer, so Belfast Storm are going to take a little bit of confidence going into the rest of the weekend. But there you can see at the end there, 13 and 6 from L-Turn. Brilliant stuff from him. On the other side, Cruel did have 12. You know, we saw a couple sniper kills at the end there from both teams. 2, I think it was, from both teams there, which really opened up. We didn't really see the sniper used. We saw Amrox use it early on, but it got put away, and we didn't see Belfast use it until round 11. So it was quite interesting that both teams in that round 11 strat call decided to pull out that sniper.
Yeah, and just while we have a quick look through those replays, I just want to talk about that last round. I can't believe how many sniper kills there was. You don't see that very often. Obviously, with it only coming back this year, that's obviously expected. But a couple of kills, I think that was Elton there, a couple of love taps in early doors. But there was nothing to split these two teams whatsoever. It was in favour of Belfast Storm. All the guys having a look at the big screen, seeing the highlight reel rolling through, but it was a good search and destroy. It was complete chalk and cheese on what that first map was like, but I'm sure that Amrock's roster will be absolutely buzzing with that result.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely going to give them confidence going into the rest of their group play, isn't it? You know, you're looking for kind of 2 wins in pool play when you've got 4 teams in your group, which they do. They're looking for 1 more win. You've got UGT Storm, which are currently bottom of the group. They lost their opening game, and you've also got the Annex side, who are coming in at seed 3, I think, for this event. So they're going to be the next team that they're going to try to look to upset, whereas UGT Storm, they're going to hope it's business as usual.
Yeah, I tell you what, that's Elton. I think that is there, deserves to stand up at the end. Does find a 2-piece to close out that round 11, and I'm sure, like you say, really big momentum for them because they are in such a tough group. If you can win that first game of the weekend, all you have to do is win 1 more. Obviously, a team that's lost already, that'll be the one that you'll be looking at to try and win. Obviously, Annex are no slouches whatsoever, so it'll be good to see how they get on. Obviously, that big game 11 o'clock roughly, so we're hoping is going to be Belfast against Annex, to keep up to date with everything that we'll see on there. But it was a good map for Belfast there. Obviously, congratulations to Amrocks. That's the first one out of the way and done with for us this weekend, which is good. But plenty of more Call of Duty to come this weekend, and we'll catch you guys soon.
Look at me, I know you can see the this only capture sequel. Tight, my grandmother girdle. Now we not wrong with people. Look at me, I know you can see the evil. This only capture sequel. Tight, my grandmother girdle. Now we not wrong with people. Look at me, I know you can see the evil. This only capture sequel. Tight, my grandmother girdle. Now we not wrong with people. Look at me, I know you can see the evil. What? This only capture sequel. Tight like the
Welcome back to the Esports Hub Winter Open, and I'm joined by the two casters from last game, Abuse and Joel. What a game!
Yeah.
Is that what you were expecting at all?
No, absolutely not. I think the guys at home would be sick of seeing me. I think they've seen us quite enough this morning already. But no, to answer your question, it was the complete opposite. I think of what everybody was probably expecting. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, I mean, it's complete upset, but that's why we love LAN, isn't it?
Yeah.
Coming here and we do see those upsets. You don't often see it first game of the day against one of the favourites, but it's happened today, and Belfast Storm now got their backs up against all the rest of Group C.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously, you mentioned just before we got on here, talking to you about it as well, and you'd heard enough stories, and you were like, oh yeah, it shouldn't really have been that result. What did you think, having a look over it?
I was enjoying it. I was trying to figure out the names. I was no, but I was like, okay, yeah, they've got a solid ground, but then I was like, hold on. Amrox are also, they've got a pretty solid ground here as well. Yeah. I was like, hold on, maybe my prediction will be right, and I like it when I'm right. Yeah. So when it was like kind of going on, I was like, hold on. They're going to take this. I even set up the camera ready. I was like, oh, they're going to be winning this. And I kind of like it when it's like that at LAN because it creates a bit of difference, a bit of
best place to do it.
Yeah, exactly. But do you reckon there's a specific reason why Amrox won, or do you reckon it was just skills?
I mean, that first map was not in the script whatsoever, was it? That I don't think anybody would have put that any amount of money on that being the scoreline. Obviously, the search and destroy is a bit of to or throw, and as we saw, it was literally round after round for both teams all the way till the end. But certainly not the result. But I just can't get over how it's not even how bad they were. It's just how they didn't live up to the expectation of that first map.
Do you reckon there's anything that they could have done differently, or?
I think they started slow, didn't they? I mean, we saw straight away there was a 3-piece popped against them. So straight away, Edsky's popping that 3. They're already spawning out. Blackheart is one of those maps in this rotation where actually, if you do lose those first few gunfights, it can tumble out of control. And we saw it do that. Whereas maybe some of the other hardpoint maps coming in later in the series, we might not see that. Is Blackheart their veto? Is that where we're obviously not having vetoes in the best of 3s today? Is that their veto? Is that the map they don't really scrim, they don't really pick? Could that be the issue?
Possibly so.
It could even just be, early morning.
That's
it. Not ready for it. You never know.
Benefit the doubt.
Might just be a bit scared of LAN. Need to prepare for it. But obviously, we do have London X-Force versus Phantom as our next game.
Yep.
I do want to talk about London X-Force's first game because that was done practically before the game started on stage here.
Yeah.
It was that much of a sweep. So, do you reckon we're going to see something like that again, or
they've got a very good roster?
Because both of these teams went 2-0 in their first group stage game.
Okay.
So they're both looking for their second win. Do you think it's going to go one way easily, or?
Yeah. Do we go with sponsor bias here? I mean, the X-Force roster, like you say, the names that are on there are probably some of the bigger names here for the weekend themselves. But the numbers don't lie. You've got a team that's come out and won 2-0 already as well. So both of them are going to be coming in massive confidence. If I had to lean one way, I probably would go with the X-Force side. I think there's the amount of skill that's on that roster should see them through. But I mean, me and Connor both said what we thought would be the prediction of map 1, so I wouldn't trust our judgment. What do you think?
And that's the thing. I think based off of that map number 1, no team safe is team. No. We know that Phantom Gaming team, they were a lot of the Amrox players from the previous event in the summer. So you're seeing OTRM, you're seeing people like that back on the main stage. They played here before.
Yeah.
They did put a good showing against some teams of similar caliber players. But you do have to look at London X-Force and think you've got 4 players that have done it all in multiple countries and continents around the world, across challenges as well. So it's going to be tough to look past London X-Force.
Yeah, absolutely. What do you think? You were right first time, so you've got to get it right second time.
Maybe this is my thing. I get the predictions right. I think, judging by everything that's been said, I would go with London X-Force.
Yep.
But after last game, now I'm like, okay, I'm a bit on the fence. I feel like Phantom could do it because, I like to, be the devil's advocate in this situation.
I say a couple of the members that are on that Phantom roster were here with us back in June of the Amrox roster, and they made a deep run on that Sunday. And if they carry over any sort of skill from what we've seen Amrox do already, it's not going to be plain sailing whatsoever. I'd like to see it go 3 maps. I don't want it to just be 2 and done, and out the way and done. It'd be interesting to see how both teams play Overload.
Yeah, you like to see a bit of competition.
Yeah.
Do you reckon there's any... You've mentioned how good both of these teams are. Is there any specific players we should be looking out for?
I'll throw that to you.
I think on the Phantom side, you're looking at probably OTRM. I think he's the bigger player. Boca J, it will probably be his game and tag on there. He's rebranded after the summer event. But I think on the London X-Force side, you can't really pick one, can you? You've got 4 players that have all done it at different points in different game titles. So it's going to be tough to choose just one player. But I think if you're going to pick one, I'd choose Footsy, because I think he's one that maybe goes under the radar slightly. But I think he's probably got the most experience, or one of the most experience, at this entire event. At LANs, online, challenges, all that good stuff.
Yeah.
So I think I'd be looking at Footsy to really take over.
Someone like Disarray on that roster as well has played in so many challenger events at a high level as well, has played on numerous teams throughout the years as well, so having experience like that, you can't buy experience like that in terms of being on those rosters, being in such competitive teams. So if I was to lean on one player for that roster, I think Disarray will be someone that can try and drag them through it.
However, to add to that, this London X-Force team, BB Connor and Disarray do team outside of this team in challenges and elites this year, whereas the other 2 players don't. So they are not a solid 4 that have played the whole year together. So you might see a little bit of lack of team connection, but you have got a core 2 there, BB Connor and Disarray, that are used to seeing each other's game tags on the map, and they've all known each other for many years. Not the first time they played together. It won't be the last, but it might be one a few times so far this year.
So what I'm hearing is we're in for a pretty good game here.
Should be.
So, I think it's about time we get into it.
Yeah.
Looking forward to it. Should be a good game.
But, we do have to wait a little bit because, players, they're such a faff to get into. We already know it. I think it is appropriate to diss them a little bit because they take a while. But, looking at this game, do you reckon there's going to be a score? Do you think it'll go to 3 maps?
I hope so. I think it deserves to. So obviously, just up on the screen, what we've got here at the minute, a couple of early results coming in, as we mentioned. Obviously, a minute ago, X-Force and Phantom both 1-0 up so far in their group as well. Obviously, Annex plain sailing in that group that we just saw the Amrox versus Belfast roster in so far as well, and a few teams up and running. I think the Control 8 of Group D to get up and running, but good to see that we're getting games already up and running underway, and should be, fingers crossed, running quite smoothly.
Oh yeah, it's always the stage, it's always the pressure of stage. Everything's going a bit skew with sometimes, but I feel like it's such a different environment playing on stage compared to just the other rooms. Do you reckon this will affect any certain player's performance or a team's performance, or do you reckon it's just...
I mean, it should affect your performance because you should want to play in front of a crowd. Obviously, we saw in that Search and Destroy, the entire room here was pretty much full of people, and I can only speak for myself. I don't know. I'm sure, Connor, you're probably the same. Where if I'm in that situation, I want to be the one on my team that makes that play, so everybody else. I don't make them very often, might I add, but people out there will see that's what I'm doing. So should it affect you? Yeah, absolutely. You're on LAN. People have made comments about you before. This is the place to come and shut those sort of things down. So, in short answer, yes.
Yeah.
I think it'll affect more players than others, won't it? Some of those Phantom players are maybe newer to LAN, shall we say, and some of them have some experience, whereas these London players, they've been doing it all over the place. They've been playing in rooms twice the size. At champs and challengers and elites and stuff like that over in America, you've got 120 teams there. So they're sat in stations, they're packed in like sardines sometimes in those stations, and they're going to have used to people behind them. On the main stage, there's no one behind you. So actually, you might have the opposite effect where it's slightly different to what they're used to. They've all played in the Passion Pit this morning. You've got people behind you, people walking around. Main stage, they're all in front of you. They're not behind you.
That's a fair point, actually. I never even consider that. Yeah, when you're in like the Passion Pit and stuff, everyone's everywhere. I walked past earlier and it's ram-packed everywhere. So I think it kind of does alleviate a bit more of the pressure because everyone else is hidden away from you, really.
Yeah.
But I do kind of hope we hear some more shouting and some more...
Yeah,
I feel like that's, when you're on LAN, I feel like you need to have at least 1 or 2 people just there shouting, calling random things, even if they don't make sense. Even in the crowd, I've heard people shouting. I'm just like, yeah, you do that, because I feel like that's part of how you play online. You need that atmosphere, and if you don't have that atmosphere, even as a team, like you were mentioning how some of these teams know each other quite well internally, if you don't have that kind of cohesion, it'll definitely affect like your gameplay and stuff.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's all mind games at the end of the day as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like you know that if you just made a big play and stuff like that, I've heard you shout dead quite a few times. Like, it's something that you don't want to hear that if you're on the other roster. So would I do it? Absolutely. I'm awful for stuff like that. I'd want to be getting in their mind saying, you ain't killing me. It's not going to work out. But like you say, it's an opportunity in this specific environment where it's just them in the screen, opportunity for everybody to get locked in as such and stuff like that, and not have to worry about the crowd and, like we mentioned, people walking behind them and stuff like that. How do you think you'd be? Do you reckon you'd get loud on the pad?
You what? Sorry.
Do you get loud if you were on the pad as well?
See, I'm a very silent gamer. I sit and just focus on everything, but I get mad.
Right.
I'm very easily mad at anything. It's why I'm here instead of playing. I don't shout. I will just scowl at everyone. I don't do any of that. How about you? Are you a loud person?
I can be. It depends. It depends on the games. I think as the day goes on and going into Sunday tomorrow, you'll probably hear it get louder and louder. I think bit of nerves, they're still settling in. The games to some of the bigger players, maybe the bigger teams, the teams that are favourite, might not be as important to them yet. But when you start getting to Sunday, where if you don't win, you're knocked out into losers, or if you're in losers, you don't win, that's your weekend over, then you're probably going to start to see a little bit more passion come through. And let's also remember, we are a room full of gamers. 11 a.m, half of the room's still asleep.
Yeah.
So that could be part of it as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It's should be good, like you say, opportunity for them to do it. Not everybody gets to play on LAN.
Yeah, true.
So you should absolutely take full advantage of it. And if, like you say, if you're someone who believes in the mind game side of things, then yeah, go for it.
Yeah, 100%. But, you know, going back to this game, London X-Force versus Phantom. Sorry, guys. I've just been negatively informed that we're having some tech issues. So, you know, we'll have to wait for this game. But it will be here as soon as possible, and we're going to throw it to a quick break, and we'll see you in a second. to the Esports Hub Winter Open. Apologies for the tech delays. It happens. And you know, I'll just raise my voice a bit. But, you know, it happens. It's Lan, innit?
Yeah.
It happens. But I do believe we are ready to get into our next game.
Yeah, fingers crossed. Like you say, should be good. So you're leaning on the Phantom side of things, Connor?
X-Force 2-0.
X-Force 2.
Keep it simple.
Wow, right. I'm also going to lean on the X-Force side of things. I think we're going to go map 3. I want to see it go map 3. Hopefully, we shouldn't be a million miles away from getting up and running.
You know what, I'll let you take this away.
Yeah. Yeah, no, made a point, obviously. So London X-Force, obviously the sponsor for the event, they've brought along their own casters, which is going to be Matt and it is going to be Dave. So looking forward to seeing you guys have a great series, guys.
Oh, well, thank you for handing it over to us. Yeah, we are the X-Force casters, but there will be no bias from us tonight. This morning, as it was. So both of these two teams won their first game. What do you think of that?
That's right, yeah. Both teams, 2-0 win. Pretty convincing. I mean, as we are X-Force casters, I think there's obviously...
There is that slightly, we want X-Force to take it, but...
yeah, we got to do our best.
We're here to show up for the team, but... Ultimately, I'm going to err on the side of caution. I think it might be a closer game than everyone expects here. Yeah. I am erring on the slight side of X-Force just because maybe, slight bias, but I would say it's probably going to be closer than everybody thinks. Maybe like a 2-1 I'm going to go for towards X-Force.
I reckon it goes map 3, 100%.
Map 3?
Yeah.
Well, that's it. You see, both these two teams did really well in their hard points first game out as well. I think X-Force got the 100-point club in, actually, in their first game out. So both these two teams are going to be flying high on confidence, which is what you love to see at these events. I want to see both teams getting loud, and I want to see put on a performance for the viewers at home, obviously.
Yeah, man. I mean, we're gonna see map 1. It's going to be a hard point on Colossus. And I think with X-Force having done a 100-point club already, this is going to be a really interesting map to watch.
Certainly. The only thing I would say is Colossus pretty bang-out heavy, to be honest. Those sub-players got to be flying around that map, causing a lot of the problems.
Absolutely.
And X-Force, some of the X-Force players known for heavy AR leaning. What would you think to that one, then?
Oh, well, I know we've got the duo, which obviously, Disarray and Connor. In terms of actual roles, I'm not too sure, but... As you said, it is going to be a sub-heavy map, so
definitely
we'll see how the ARs are able to deal with that.
Yeah, exactly. So map number 2, though, Raid. What do you think to that one?
Raid S&D, of course, fan favourite, Black Ops 2 remake.
You got to bring it back.
Got to bring it back. Always played well on any game mode. Now we get to see on S&D on this game.
Yeah, certainly.
Yeah, going to be a good one.
It's definitely going to be a good one. It's a fan favourite, like you say. They just play slightly faster due to the obviously increased movement speed.
That's it, yeah. And as we were talking earlier as well,
we was having a little conversation about earlier.
Patched a few little things around the movement as well.
Yeah.
So, yeah, some sites have been blocked here and there. So, yeah.
Yeah. So both these two teams are going to be first time out on the main stage, and they've only played in the Passion Pit. And as we did say, both these two people won their first one out. So.
Yeah. Looks like we're going to kick it off going into this Colossus hardpoint, though.
Yeah.
See what side they start on.
Well, hopefully we've got the bits at the top sorted out, so the team's on the right side. Makes our job a little bit easier, doesn't it? But there you go.
Absolutely, yeah.
All right, and then it looks like we are hopping into it. What do you think about the P1, though? What do you like to see from that one? Do you prefer an earlier flip towards P2, or do you like to see him contest P1 right to the end?
I'm a fan of the statue push, and then try and get those P2 spawns straight away.
Yeah, you like playing for marble and statue area, early doors.
That's it.
Well, if you get your 4 dead initially, you can literally insta-flip, depending on which side you spawn.
Well, let's see. It does look like they've got the names right.
Yeah, X-Force on the left and in the red, and we have got Phantom on in the blue. And as we are going to... It looks like we are going to send 2 players over towards this marble off the rip. 3 players from the side of Phantom. And we are seeing a different weapon in hand from Disarray. Looks like he's not gone for the conventional Dravik.
Yeah, it looks like the kills have come through so far for the team of Phantom. They do have control of the point at the moment, but with 30 seconds left, you've got to start thinking, are they going to start working on the spawn straight away?
Yeah, we'd prefer to see him move towards those P2 spawns. I mean, there's still quite a lot of time to scrap for on this one, 20 seconds. Disarray is going to try and challenge up to Backdown down from a grenade. They are still contesting this. Both teams went 15 seconds left on it.
Yeah. Disarray picking up a big kill there. Now, as we move, 10 seconds left. It should start to see the players move over to P2, and currently Phantom are the ones in control.
They are indeed. BB Connor looking to push forward and get a bit of a foothold into this. Nice nade kill does come through, and beautiful cover shots from BB Connor. That is the experience and team play you would expect to see from these young lads.
Looks like Cadacity started it off strong, 6 and 3.
XQ though, he has actually flipped out them back spawns, so it's going to be a problem causer. Last one up in time, he gets taken down as well, so that is X-Force spawning out, and they are going to be all front as well, so nade kills, team nades do come through. That is not what you want to see.
Yeah, Bokaj team nade gets the kill though to follow it up, and now they're starting to make their push. BB Connor doing pretty well, 7 and 3. Can he pick up a hit? Another kill here? Not quite.
Disarray is there for the cover though, and looks like X-Force have insta flip this back, and 20 seconds left on this time. You would like to see him start to rotate for the P3 location. Looks like CJ is just going to deny that for the time being, and XQ is not going to be able to pick that one up either, so XQ locking it down again. Looks like to be their sort of main AR role, flipping those spawns out.
Yeah, 5 seconds left, and now Phantom Esports are set up on P3 as well. So this push, Disarray, the big kill there, and he does get it. Help from BB Connor comes in. Now 2 versus 2 on this point, and it looks like London X-Force have taken control.
They have got control again, and it's interesting you say that because Phantom Esports have been first to the punch on that rotation on every single hill thus far, and X-Force have just wandered in and broke it. You just start to wonder, are they setting up wrong? They've got to start to get some kills going their way.
Yeah, I think once you set up and you get that first blood going in, it makes it very easy. You force the other team to try and pop a 2-piece at least.
And there he does.
And there they do, and there's Phantom Esports back on this point. The rest of London X-Force obviously spawning up, trying to make their way over. Does look like a player
on a 4 streak now, XQ. He's absolutely ripping the heads off these young lads. He's now going to try and rotate back and cut off these rotating players towards this P4. And he is the first to that hill again. He usually is the rotator early doors, and he has applied the pressure. And 2 X-Force players, 3 X-Force players down. Last one up is going to be Disarray, looking to channel out front time. He's just going to wait for his teammates, maybe hit a little bit of a route round the back, try and flip out these spawns. Nobody seems to be aware of it just yet. He has snuck on through, and he is going to find himself a free little biscuit right in the side door, coming straight into towards time. Applying that pressure allows his teammates to funnel on through, but the kills are not going in their favour at the moment. Disarray, the last alive. He ain't even going to find a single biscuit there. Teammate does come in for the trade, but it's ultimately traded out in the favour of Phantom as their back spawns are preferable in this situation.
Yeah, 30 seconds left now, so even though these kills are coming through, they're going to be starting to think about P4 now. Phantom Esports held pretty well on P3 there, but they do have a bit of the map control with London X-Force spawning in the back. Eski gets a big 2-piece, and now with 15 seconds left, even though London X-Force have this, they're going to start to think about it, start to move over.
Yeah, the P1 is going to be slightly popping shortly. It's 5 seconds left on this, and again it's Phantom first to that hill. Well, actually, saying that, they are around it, but they're not actually in it just now. And Etsy, he's going to find himself a nice little kill there, looking for a number 2. He's going to find it as well, so a couple of hop-up kills, going to take a couple of players down, make it a bit more awkward for this to hold. It's a 25-point game at the moment.
Yeah, and I'd love to see the players of Phantom Esports, run straight into point here, try and get as much as they can, but kills aren't going their way at the moment.
Yeah, and as we say, we are getting these mixy spawns now. Eventually gets cut down, so the new rotations, you don't want to think about it too early, as P2 is going to be slowly on the players' minds, but P1 is still up for grabs. 25 seconds to play for. They really want to be grabbing this time as well, X-Force.
Absolutely, yeah. If London X-Force can get the rest of this time, that puts them pretty much tied going into P2 here.
And we could actually be seeing X-Force first, the first time they're going to be first to a hill. And the kills are going their way with a nice nade from Disarray. And Bocker in the back lines playing 1v1 with BB Connor, just dancing and shaking as Disarray comes in and finds himself a nice little 2-piece.
Yeah, it does look like they are having the spawns for the moment. However, this kill not going their way, and that gets the other players of Phantom Esports spawning on him. Disarray getting that kill there does maybe confirm those spawns, but they need to get the people off the point. XQ getting a kill, does get a team kill as well, so he's going to be... Yeah, that's right.
As we've got 100% not sure who that is, but it's Katana lad coming in. XQ is in that hill again. BB Connor finds 2. He's got one to find in time as well, not able to do it. And they do actually fall there, so the last bit of scrap time. Ooh, Mike contested right down to the wire. 20 seconds left to go on this one. P3 got to be in the thoughts of these players as they should be trying to maybe rotate on through, but Bocker going to fly towards time, find himself at 1 kill. He absolutely ray-gunned him. Literally no health on the young lad, but Disarray first to the punch, P3. He's going to be locking it down early doors, trying to find a couple of kills to make it easy for his team to rotate on through. He has got some team support now coming in the back lines.
That's it. P3 now about to pop. It's a 2 versus 2, and these kills are huge if they want to start getting this control of P3. Doesn't go X-Force's way. Phantom Esports pick up a big 2 there, and now split spawns for X-Force. Can they make a nicely timed pinch here? BB Connor getting a big 2, so with the help of Edsky there now, the control is in the way of X-Force.
Yeah, exactly. And this is Wardy. He's actually not got his gamer tag, Katana Lad, so we've just got that info through. And he's going to be channeling towards time. Nice shots coming through. Eventually takes him down. Warbang is in. And the streak was called in. We did actually miss that one, but they are pushing out these spawns nice and early. Unfortunately, they are getting cut down. And Wardy trying to find out. That's a beautiful pistol kill from Wardy. It's a big kill actually, 14 and 21. Having a bit of a struggle game for him, but maybe trying to redeem himself in the latter half of this one.
Yeah, and as those kills do come through, Phantom managed to hop on P3, then that gives the opening for X-Force to get over towards P4, start getting control as it's about to pop.
Yeah, that's exactly what they want to be doing. First to the punch for another hill. X-Force are in it, and they look pretty set up. If you look at that minimap bottom left, they are spread pretty thin. Only one player in towards time, and this could be pretty detrimental as Phantom have just decided to face slam front, and the kills have indeed gone their way.
Yeah, kills gone their way, spawns come through. And now Phantom Esports trying to make this hold, but X-Force and Edsky especially getting a big 2-piece. Now trying to go to the back, get Bokaj out, and they have. And now the rest of Phantom Esports trying to push the front. 30 seconds left. If they can get the rest of this time, again, we are going to see almost a tied game. Now, very back and forth this game. Let's see what happens on this next set of rotations.
Exactly, nothing to split these two teams apart at all, really. It's literally a 1-0 swing either way. Somebody gets a nice little bit of time, but that's what we expected on Colossus, a pure and simple bang out. Everyone's got to win the gunnies, and they've got to come out on top of them. Otherwise, they are going to find themselves in a bit of a struggle situation. Only 20 points separating them going into this final set of rotations. Well, potential final set. We don't know how much longer this is going to go for, but Disarray, as we say, this eventually gets cut down by CJ. CJ traded out immediately by BB Connor. It's trades on top of trades. Chaos on this Colossus map 1.
Yeah, and Edsky now getting a kill there on P1. Got the spawns and got the timings to get into P1. At the moment, CJ 15 and 26. If Phantom Esports really want to pull ahead, he has to start getting a few more kills, make it a bit easier for their team. They are 30 points in the lead and with control, but Bokaj getting the kills on P1. I don't think it matters if CJ's 15 and 26.
Yeah, he is doing an absolutely stunning job of locking things down in towards time as well. He's got himself a minute 30 in time, 27 and 23. Nothing much you can really ask more there. If you're a positive player, he's getting most of the time, then you are going to be finding yourself in a bit of good position, on certainly in the hard points. Yeah,
and now as we rotate over to P2, Phantom Esports did have the spawns off the bat. X-Force tried to push in, got a couple of kills, but not able to hold those spawns. And now Phantom Esports, as it pops, are going to be in control. XQ watching this flank does get dropped. So this player, I think it is Wardy, isn't it? So Wardy going to be trying to play the back here, trying to help his teammate out as they push towards the front.
Yeah, and as you can see in the bottom left, there was a lot of arrows concentrated on Wardy, so he actually did his job really well there, just to cause problems in the back line and make those players turn. Did indeed allow his teammates to pressure that front time, and it got the job done beautifully. They all broke in towards time, but now Phantom's turn to onslaught. They are just got a hit from BB Connor, finds himself a 2-piece, nearly getting turned on top mid there, CJ. He is the last man furthest forward, but he's just going to wait for his team to reconvene. 20 seconds. They could really afford to give this, but looks like they are going to scrap for it. Wardy not able to find one. XQC with a 2. With a 3-piece XQC, and Bocker comes in and cleans up. So that's the last 10 seconds. He's going to go towards Phantom Esports.
And that is huge time there for Phantom Esports. 5 seconds left as we go into P3. No team is fully set up. However, CJ there on the God Heady, going to make it a bit easier for their team. And now any time that Phantom Esports gets on P3 is going to be very, very detrimental to London X-Force. They need to make a push very, very soon, or else they are going to have to play very good Call of Duty to end this game off.
They did find that player in towards time, but they've got another one straight back into it. Just because they've that God Eddie position, they can look over it as the players funnel on into that time. There's 3 players now in towards time from Phantom, contested in. The last one up is going to be taken down, XQ'd 35 and 26. He is putting an absolute masterclass, Colossus.
Yeah, he's doing a really good job, 35 and 26, as you said, with a minute on time, and now they can still win it off of this. So if these kills go through, and they have, X-Force have one final push to at least try and contest for 1 second as they make their way over to P4. but currently all the kills coming through. CJ with a massive 3-piece, but BD Connor gets a 2-piece as well to follow that up. And now
they are not going to be able to win it here. The rotation is going to have to come in. 8 seconds is needed. 7 now. Boca just going to let that player pass. Play for a couple of kills if he can. It looks like he has fished him out, and he's going to find that kill. He managed to get a 1-for-1 trade, though. It's all on towards time, and actually X-Force, massive gunfight to win. CJ comes out on top of it, but traded out immediately by Wardy. And a massive 2-piece traded out by BB Connor. He is in towards that time, so it's not over yet. And the kills are going in the way of X-Force, so CJ is just going to wait for his team. They have the time to give, but they don't want to give too much and allow them to creep that door even further open.
Yeah, and this is the trap you don't want to fall into as Phantom Esports, is put just all flooding towards the front. You are just going to get wiped, and now 25 seconds left, and it is winnable on this point for London X-Force. And with Edsky pushed up like this, it's not going to be easy. CJ making this flank, he is getting watched, does drop, and now this is very, very tight. 10 seconds left, and it could go either way.
Yeah, they are going to need to get that contest in, but with this player top mid just literally picking their pockets every single chance they get.
And he's going to be ready for next as well, so 2 seconds left. He's going to be there.
Oh, he's missed the
jump
ball
not coming through.
They've got to get the contested, but there it is. X-Force come out on top of that one. Round map number 1 going in their favour, but it was an absolute nail-biter of a finish. That one really could have gone either way, and somehow they've come out on top of it, and that is a stunning performance from the X-Force lads. I told you it was going to be closer than we thought it was.
Yeah, we both said map 3. Map 1 has just proven it. What was that, 250 to 248 or something like that?
There was absolutely nothing in it.
So close.
To separate these two teams. We did say it was going to go to a potential map 3, and just going off that, I mean, look at those stats. 40 bombs from a couple of players, just shy of. BB Connor dropping 40 of his own. 27 non-traded. Absolutely ridiculous stuff from the young lad. Putting on a performance and a show for the team.
Yeah, very, very, very close game. Some great numbers. I think a couple of players there just needed to pick it up, and that would have been the decider. But I think it was one player on both teams that really could have changed that. And I think now that we're going to go into that next map fairly soon, we're going to see those players maybe step it up, and we might see a little reverse here.
Well, potentially. I mean, if anything, I did think X-Force may not win map number 1. So I wasn't too shocked to see it when it was actually unfolding, because the only thing I would say is a little bit more LAN experience from the X-Force side. They have as a duo as well that play together, not just on LANs, but obviously competitively together in a different league. So there is that team chemistry, that build up together, and they have a lot more LAN experience. So performing in front of a crowd, it's the pressure certainly is on, and that's where your experience is going to show. So I might be changing my predictions from a 2-1 to a 2-0 X-Force.
Okay, so you're expecting X-Force to take this S&D on raid now?
Yeah, well, I would expect it, especially on raid, because raid is one of those maps that have been in the scene for a long time. So there's not too much that can surprise these people, and discipline is going to be the main thing that's going to come into it. So with the experience on the LAN and with the prior experience of those players on the X-Force team, I would potentially see them taking it, but we don't know. Phantom could be an absolute scrim demon, and they have been performing well in the pit. So we'll just have to see how they do in this search and destroy.
Yeah, let's see if Phantom can get this back now and take it to a map 3 as they start to push their way with the bomb through mid.
Yeah, a bit of a rogue call. Everyone goes through mid early doors. Bit of mid control, never hurt nobody, but looks like they've gone for a bit of B control early doors and pushed up super aggressive, and the gunfight's not gone in their favour. 2 players are down, but it's traded out of 2 for 1 at the moment. A 2 for 2 actually. They are going to be able to wrap this towards this A point, and nobody is going to be home.
That's it, 2 versus 2 now. Bomb's getting wrapped. Let's see how Phantom Esports decide. Are they going to play this a bit slower and just play for the bomb plant? Or are they going to try and get the kills? Does look like there is some info there. CJ and Disarray having a gunfight, not quite able to finish either one off there. But Phantom Esports players are playing together, very grouped. It's what you love to see in a clutch scenario like this. Bomb's still not down, 35 seconds.
Yeah, both teams just trying to feel each other out. The Chal eventually does come in. CJ is going to take him down. The player was there for the trade, even though he still has the bomb in hand. 25 seconds to play with. They are now 100% just going to wait for that bomb to go down and then jump on top of him. Goes for the Chal, not able to win it out. CJ finding those 2 crucial kills in that 2v2 clutch scenario.
Yeah, and that just all came down to the players of London X-Force just playing a little bit too far apart there. I think you've got to play a little bit closer, either play for a trade, or I think if you're not going to pop a 2-piece there, it's not going to happen. So, yeah, you need to play closer there as a team.
Yeah, it seems to be all that LAN experience has gone out the window. Yeah. The high pressure situation has just come on top of them, and they forgot the fundamentals in that last round. But nevertheless, we are going to be jumping into round number 2, and this time Phantom Esports are going to be on the aggress, and they are going to have the bomb, and they're going to have to decide whether they want to go towards A or the B point. Looks like they are going to lean towards the A point, a bit more conventional coming out from them early doors. CJ going to be a bomb carrier.
Yeah, they are going to be up against BB Connor and Wardsy. Does look like BB Connor has dropped now at 3 versus 4. Bomb's going to go down. That's going to give them some time to play with. 45 seconds now on the clock. And London X-Force have to make a move. Whoa, Wards again, a big kill. Does get instantly traded by CJ. CJ not able to pick up one, but almost does.
Literally, absolutely nearly put him in the absolute blender there. Finds a nice little 2-piece to close things out as well. But tell you what, it was a bit shaky there. Just almost happened for him. The stars almost aligned, and he almost got put in an absolute blender.
Yeah, kills came through. 2-piece, and defuse is free. So yeah, that's going to be an easy round for them as we go into round 3. Let's have a look at this again, because that was something. Challenging that while weak, and then don't miss really.
Beautiful stuff. The opener for that one for me was Disarray, finding that pick towards Z early doors, evening things up as well. Just makes them think that they have to push through, and obviously once they get that come through, he can just sort of bunker up and play his one kill in the back line. So nice little opener there.
That's right, and now we're going to see London X-Force on the attacking side. Let's see if they do go to the conventional sites here, or if they decide to go through mid like they did last time. Does look like they've chosen to take the bomb through mid. They've wrapped it around now. They don't have many players, but they do have to watch the flank. Bocage, playing with someone, does get dropped. First blood, very important, does get traded though. Disarray, another trade, now a 2 versus 3 for the side of Phantom. Currently the team of London X-Force are fairly grouped up. Only Disarray is separate at the moment.
Yeah, he's just going to be probing and trying to find out where these two players are before they do elect to lay that bomb. Well, they actually ain't got it because the bomb was dropped early doors. I don't think they have that info because they are just bunkering up towards Tiki right now. They are going to be able to retrieve that bomb for free. I don't like the fact they sent him on his own. I'm not 100% a fan of that, just because they want 100% sure that they want set on it. So
yeah, I think what we saw as well in round 1 is, you know, they didn't win that 2v2 because they were playing too far apart, and I think that's got to be a message to you. You know, if you're not winning it because too far apart, you've got to start playing a bit closer, even if it works out for you in that situation. I think this is an experience thing. I think once you start playing these LANs and you play these tournaments and stuff, you start to get that confidence, and it's paying off clearly. Edsky getting a big kill there on CJ, and now it's a 1 versus 1. Bombs down. And BB Connor is going to have to try and play the time here as XQ has to get the defuse. 15 seconds left now on the clock. Did he get the info? He has now, that's for sure. Not able to get a kill there on BB Connor.
Big win. Big win from London X-Force. That's a huge win from BB Connor. But again, like you say, a completely... If he'd have challenged towards back laundry there and been taken down for free without getting a kill, that's a 2v1 situation, and that is a much, much more difficult clutch to win. So just because it worked out for you in one round does not mean it's going to work out all the time. They need to start playing together if they are going to become more consistent in the search and destroys. Exactly,
and a big thing about this is every play that you make is a probability thing. What's more likely to win me this chow? What's more likely to win me this map? And, you know, it works out for you sometimes, but is it more likely? And I don't think in that situation it is. It works out for them, of course, but now Phantom Esports on the offense are going to be taking this over towards A. It looks like they are going to be faced with 2 players. It's BB Connor and Wardsy. Let's see if the rest of the players of London X-Force do decide to wrap over.
Yeah, it looks like they've gone for a bit more of a standard setup. 2 towards that middle, 1 towards each point. Just get the info early doors and then try and collapse on the site together. And as you see, Phantom's played a little bit slower. That bomb's pushed all the way up on his own, but they are wary of that pinch because it did come in last round for them on the offense. Disarray obviously finding that picking towards Z. They are more cautious of it now, putting a couple more players watching it early doors.
They do have to be careful though, because 50 seconds now on the clock. No kills have come through. There you go. XQ with the first blood does get a second as well. Now a 2 versus 4 for the side of X-Force, and Edsky has 1 shot and has to run for his life. BB Connor does manage to take 1 though. Now bomb is down. 1 versus 3. BB Connor all left on his own in P2.
Yeah, it's going to be a tricky one for him to win here. XQ hunted for that ace. Pistol in hand. BB Connor, he's going to win that out, and there's nobody in range to actually trade this. The bomb is only just going to go down, I think. No, he's actually not elected to lay it. The pinch now coming through. He's going to have to get a two-piece. Is he going to expect the player from towards mid? He's not, and he is going to get taken down. Almost pulled off a little Alamo situation there.
Yeah, very, very close. I mean, all he had to do realistically was hide behind Jacuzzi there and throw a shoulder. Maybe he gets that kill, but I mean, it was an impossible scenario to start with, I think.
Yeah, 100% BB Connor would have been hard-pressed to win that one. But like we say, if you are just going to run at him like it's zombies, then he's going to pick up those 3 kills. You can't be challenging people like they're not going to shoot back.
Absolutely, but I mean, just looking at the stats now, London X-Force 3-3, 3-3, 4-3, 3-4. Very, very well team play here, and that's kind of what you want to see. Everybody doing their part. Phantom Esports, it does look like the players are relying on XQ a little bit. Let's see if that carries on. Edsky getting the first blood. Does get traded by CJ. 3 versus 3 now. 1 minute 15 on the clock.
Yeah, and Disarray's found himself in a nice little area here, actually pushed up towards Kitchen. He is going to get Charles down, not going to be able to win. That's a huge win from Boca. BB Connor trades him out though, and that's going to be a 1-for-1 trade. Favouring X-Force because that bomb is actually down. They have top ring control as well, and he's just going to be ironing this. CJ tagged up again, going to chase him down, not able to line up the shots.
Now 2 versus 2, BB Connor gets a kill. Other player does drop though, so it's a 1 versus 1, 15 seconds, and then BB Connor has to play careful here because all he has to do is check bomb. Got the info, gonna play his life. I think he might have time to get there, and he has. XQ, massive kill, plays it just fast enough that he can get back to the bomb and defuse, and that is going to be 3-2 for the side of Phantom Esports going into round 6.
Exactly. XQ is 8-4 with a clutch on his name. He was on for an ace in the previous round, got a bit overzealous and tried to almost chalk the round for it, but why not? When you're 8-4, he's certainly feeling himself off the map 1 as well, 40 bombs around. So his confidence is definitely high, especially now winning that 1v1 clutch. He is certainly going to be the player to watch in this search and destroy as it unfolds.
Now double positive and still a fairly, it's 3-2. There's plenty of rounds left in this. I think if we see this going to a round 11, could see some very big numbers from him by the end of this game. And now as we kick it off, Phantom Esports are going to be on the offense, wrapping it over towards B. I think they are going to have a free plant here if they play this fast enough. Let's see what happens. Players of London X-Force have decided to group up. They are playing towards A ring, and then see how they decide to play this now.
Yeah, a bit of a blind read coming through. It looks like both teams have elected to hit out the site that nobody's at, so they've got an absolute cherry-picked site. They're just going to lay that bomb, but X-Force are enclosing them around. They have full surround on that site. Boca going to get tagged up from BB Connor. Disarray finds a nice little two-piece in the meantime. Another one drops XQ, and it's all going to be on the final player, which is going to be Cadacity. And he's not going to find anything else in that round 2 for his name, but he's a bit of a tall order, 1v4.
And that's where you start to see the experience come in. Even though you don't get the read on what site is going to be attacked, you still know how to pinch, and you still know how to get those reads on where the players are going to be sitting as well. And that is a great round and a great retake from London X-Force.
Exactly. Even if you turn up to a site and there's nobody there, you've still got to have it backlogged. What you're going to do, what is your reaction to that? And they clearly have a set drill piece that they know that 2's going to go on a pinch and 2's going to wrap back, and we're going to pinch out this site together.
That's it. And Disarray with a big 2-piece there was a key factor to winning them that round. So let's see now, London X-Force on the offense. Disarray has got the bomb, and it does look like they're doing the same thing they kind of did in round 1. BB Connor does get the entry kill, so now 3 versus 4 for Phantom Esports. Does get traded. CJ picking up a big kill there, making it a 3 versus 3. Bomb has gone down. Execute takes down Disarray. And now CJ going to get some time in here. Does manage to get 1, not quite able to get the second. Edsky getting the trade there. Now 30 seconds left on the clock. And Edsky is a 1 versus 2, does drop. And that is going to be a free defuse and another round over to Phantom Esports. And this could be, again, as I said before, a round 11 and taking us to a map 3.
Yeah, it's back and forth between these two teams. It's what we expected. I mean, I did expect X-Force to do slightly better in this, but as we saw in the first couple of rounds, they did throw a couple. But Phantom absolutely performing out of their mind. Boca now finally on the board as well.
Now we're going to switch sides. I think we're going into round 8 now, believe. Yeah, that's right. And Phantom Esports are going to be on the offense.
Let's see what they elect to do. Last time they got a free plant and didn't manage to capitalise on it. Let's see what they elect to do at the start of this one. Looks like a similar situation towards X-Force. Looks like they're going to go for that mid-control early doors. Yeah, got to fly straight through, actually. Boca is going to find himself straight into cash money, and the B site is theirs for the taking again. This time, though, they are going to try and push out a side. But Disarray has found XQ, and that has been so far their good for one pick every round.
Yeah, and I love that play out of them. Push through, get bombed down. Trades are coming through, but had Phantom Esports not dropped a player there, this would have been a 3 versus 2. And now it is a 2 versus 2, 30 seconds left, so still fairly easy if you don't throw your lives away. Disarray going to be trying to make a play over towards CJ. Let's see what can be done here. 20 seconds left on the clock.
Oh, he just gets time in there as well. Slightly unfortunate. I think he might even decide to hop
CJ
this.
does drop. Bocage does get the kill now. 1 versus 1. Drops Disarray as well.
That's a beautiful two-piece. Just unfortunate timing there from Disarray. He gets that first kill, hops that bomb straight away, and then obviously he's got the time to pull out his weapon, and he just allows Boca to sneak in and get himself a nice little two-piece. You'll just see there. Beautiful shots, though. You can't grumble at them ones. And I said Boca 0-4 at the start of this one. He's now straight back into it.
Yeah, he's definitely going to be happy about that, and the crowd as well, giving a few screams for that kill as well. So let's see. Phantom Esports now on match point, and London X-Force are on the offense. What are they going to decide to do? Are they going to stick with that mid play that you keep doing, or are they going to change it up? We haven't seen any snipers yet.
No, we haven't seen a single sniper. Nobody's got the big stick out, especially on raid as well. You'd think have a little cheeky pick towards that A, or even mid, to be honest.
Yeah, I think it's such a varied map where you can take that sniper over to anywhere. I'm surprised we haven't seen it. But let's see. Oh, Phantom Esports playing this so quickly, really trying to rush everything here. But if they get some good timing, it might work for them. But I think X-Force need to try and get something. XQ, first blood, now making it a 3 versus 4 for the side of X-Force.
Yeah, he is always good for that picking around. He's pretty much good for his one every round at bare minimum. X-Force equalising things up. It's a beautiful kill to find. He seems to think there's someone back garage. He didn't expect this. Oh, he's actually on for it. Goes for the chow. Unfortunately, not able to win that one out. He is going to leave his team in a 3v2 situation. The only saving grace is bomb is down. And these two players cannot afford to make a single mistake because this is match point.
Oh, and that is the mistake that they didn't need. Now 1 versus 3. Oh, and that is going to be the map. BB Connor not able to pick up that kill, does get dropped, and the defuse is just going to come through, and map 2 does go over to Phantom Esports, and we are definitely going to see an overload for the first time in this event.
Yeah, indeed. First time in the event on the main stage, we are going to see an overload. Neither of these two teams played an overload yet, so it's going to be a test for both. Obviously, none of them's warmed up on that specific map type, but we are going to be seeing overload on exposure.
Yeah.
So, super open map.
Is it overload and exposure or overload to Den?
Oh, it's Den, my mistake. That is Den. Overload on Den. We're not quite to the next series yet, but overload on Den. So actually, the subs do still have a little bit of a chance in Den. Exposure, bit more difficult to play sub, but we are on that Den. But as we say, X-Force, it was in their hands at some points in them rounds, but they just didn't capitalise on the mistakes. Even here in the 1v1, this could have been a pivotal round for them to clutch out, but CJ not obviously frying his young one off. XQ 9 and 6 again, putting on performance in the search and in the hard point, so he is flying high. So hopefully we're going to see more 40 bombs in this overload.
Absolutely, yeah. I think round 7 there was a big turning point for Phantom Esports. It was 3-3. They win the round 7 and they just take every round after that.
Yeah.
So yeah, looks like we are going to hop into Den overload as we said before. Let's see how the teams decide to play this.
Well, the thing is, the ball points on this type are, they flip, so it starts in mid, then it goes left, then it goes right, or right and left. I'm not, depending on your perspective of which side you are on the map. Yeah. So the thing is, teams on this particular game tend to funnel one side of the map, but obviously at this level of Call of Duty, you would expect to see the players picking up the respective cuts, and the AR players probably going to struggle a little bit until it gets towards like a chain situation.
Absolutely.
You've got to be super careful.
Device is going to start in mid, and what we're going to see is essentially a game of TDM to start it off. we are going to see everybody playing for these kills. Once the kills have come through, then we're going to see people start to play the objective. BB Connor with the first blood, and kills starting all the way in X-Forces, and they are going to pick up the Device, start to wrap it over towards A. Obviously the team of Phantom Esports have got the spawns coming up. They do get the kills. Bocage with a nade as well, just trying to run that Device in, not quite able to. Now Phantom Esports going to come back with the Device, try and get this over to B. If the kills come their way, they are going to be able to. Nade comes through from CJ, able to pick up BB Connor, and now Edsky isn't going to manage to pick up one, but Disarray picking up a 2-piece. Disarray taking 4.
He is absolutely flying. That was his first couple of kills as well, and why not? Get a 4-piece, get 4 dead in feed. Just going to wait for his teammates to spawn up though. They don't really know what they want to do right now. They are bunkered towards that A point. As it is dead and there is no cut for that middle, it would mean wrapping it all the way back your spawn to be able to wrap this to the B point, or forcing the issue going through bottom mid towards servers.
Yeah, that's the struggle with this map. If you decide to go outer, you're stuck in outer. But if you decide to go mid or towards P3, you've got that mid cut, and that's all you really have, to be honest.
Yeah. So we are going to see BB Connor trying to hold the onslaught here. 3 players pushing. He ain't going to get a single biscuit to his name. It looks like Fudzy is going to try and get a couple of biscuits. Trying to put some shots down. Finds that kill with Disarray. A nice little 3-piece again from Disarray. He will not slow down in this game.
Yeah, Disarray going absolutely insane. 4-piece followed by a 3-piece, and now has the device, and he has been lethal with this pistol. And it does look like he might get over for free if he can play this fast enough. It does look like this is going to be a cap. And that is 1-0 over to London X-Force. Device going to spawn over towards outer. Currently Phantom Esports do have control of that, so if they can get some front runners going over towards P2, the rest of the players spawning up, it is going to be XQ and CJ might be able to do something here, but BB Connor not making it easy, almost gets a second.
Yeah, with no 3-piece from Disarray that time to bail him out, but looks like Phantom have got the just actually a player fell off the map there, unfortunately. I think CJ was the casualty to fall. Can Disarray pull out a little bit of magic for London X-Force here and get another 3-piece in feed? There's the first, looking for number 2. Not able to find it. His XU takes him down, but BB Connor is there for the trade. Looks like Fudzy's going to chase the last player down, called out for BB Connor to take him down. And now X-Force have this push on the left. No front runners though, as Boca will find a beautiful nade kill to slow that oncoming pressure.
Yeah, I think if BB Connor can get a few kills here, maybe wrap back towards P2, back towards mid, it might work out for them. But at the moment, with the kills going all in Phantom Esports' way, this isn't going to be easy for them. They have the device as well. Going to try and wrap this through towards couches. It's not going to happen as the players do drop. CJ going to be last alive in this P2 area. Does get dropped by that nade, and the nades are clearly showing the experience right now. That tack usage is so important in this game. Now,
it really is what separates the high-level teams. It is tack usage, because a lot of people in this game can shoot, and they are very, very apt at doing so. But the tack usage and team play is what separates teams apart, especially at this sort of level. And we are going to look for the 1v1, and X-Force again get the players dead. And this time though, I'd like to see it. There it is. They are going to wrap it, because all the players have wrapped back left, and now they're in a panic mode where they have to wrap through mid. And Disarray has that cut, dancing and shaking and moving around the map, picking up pieces left and right. Why not? Now that in the downside to that is there's only 2 players on the right looking to get these cuts, but they find the kills, and that's X-Force, another cap. And the ball is spawning on the right, so they can relay this. All they need to do is stay in towards that spawn and keep slaying them out. Nobody has that mid-cut for the time being, though, so looks like XQ is going to be able to just funnel straight through. He has to wrap back to help his team out, try and dig this player out, and he will get him and take him down.
Yeah, well, Disarray is going to be now over towards this area here. He's going to be running into the full team of Phantom Esports. Needs to be careful as his team come to help him. Can he play his life? Not quite able to. Does drop, but Wardy able to get 1. Fudzy able to get 2. Now trades come through. Device currently in the way of London X-Force. They do have some front runners over towards mid, and it looks like that is what they are going to choose to do. Corner is played there.
Yeah, Disarray just not checking his corners. XQ finds a nade kill as well. It's going to put the pressure on the X-Force boys, but 20 seconds left on this ticket. Don't know they're going to have the time to really get this, especially when they're losing gunfights like that, but actually it almost worked out for them. But BB Connor finds that ball carrier.
Yeah, and I mean, 10 seconds left. We are going to have that little bit of time that you get if you're holding the device, but it does look like the kill's coming through. It might not happen. This is unfortunate, because I think, in my opinion, Phantom Esports were playing on good side there.
Yeah, I would tend to agree there.
Yeah.
I think that is most definitely good side. You can relay both sides, but I would say from the left, it's so much easier to score at that back left point, because you have to funnel through tower side.
Yeah.
And that little, there's only really 1 cut, isn't there?
That's it.
From that,
yeah.
so it's so much easier to score.
I think with the London X-Force, with the spawns that they get you know, spawning over towards Dragon, it makes it a lot harder for them to relay points over towards those sites. Whereas Phantom Esports, again, just not able to make use of that good side. But as we see now, London X-Force are going to have good side. Let's see what happens. And the kills are going to come through in P1 here.
And there ain't much more to it. You can see London X-Force, every single player on that side of the things are positive in the kill feed. And as you say, at the first point in this game, it is basically TDM until you get the kills going in your favour. And when you got BB Connor shooting like that, why not? Son eventually gets shut down, but the 3-piece was on the cards. XQ finds a lurking disarray, and they do clean up a couple more kills in their favour. So actually, they could actually pull it there. They could run it straight through bottom mid. Obviously, they're not to know that. They're going to wrap right. Ball is absolutely solo for the time being. Yeah,
and XQ going to be running this ball over. He's going to be faced by 3 players, not quite able to do anything. And now, as this player here, can't remember quite who it is, does manage to take one, but Fudzy able to drop him. Let's see now, as the players of Phantom Esports playing towards P3, they have grouped up now. I think they need to grab this ball, not try and force it through. Instead, they need to try and wrap this around. But Wardy is going to be behind. Let's see if he can get some time in. Shots are through, not able to get the kill, and does get one though, and now London X-Force able to get a few kills as they try and wrap this over towards B. And this is what we were talking about. This site is quite easy to cap into compared to the other ones. BB Connor able to get one with the nade, and Fudzy gets the wrap. He's there. Ball needs to stay alive. Does drop. Now they're going to wrap this in, and that is going to be a free cap as the player Phantom Esports do spawn up.
It's a race to the ball now, so London X-Force spawning and Phantom spawning on the side of the map where the ball is going to be spawned. Disarray, long range shots coming in, bit windy waffles, but he managed to take and then absolutely lasers CJ with a pistol. I mean, why not? So if the SMG ain't working, whip out a pistol and do it to him, why not?
Yeah, and now the players of London X-Force working towards Outer and P2. They do have the front runners as well. Phantom Esports need to be very careful here, or else they are going to suffer a 4-0 as we go into the last 3 minutes, and it is 4-0 there as Fudzy runs it in. Bocage gets 2, not quite able to pick up a 3rd. Great plays out of him though. And now as the ball spawns over towards P3, it is going to be, I think it's Bocker, no it's not, Normie running over towards P3. Cadacity is who I was trying to say there, apologies guys.
Yeah, BB Connor just going to be on this point, anchoring it down. There's a little gunfight going down in mid. They're sort of back and forth between each other. Nobody actually watching that pinch. As he does come through, and Bocker does find that kill in the back. BB Connor now aware of it. They are pinching towards his time. XQ just playing a little sneaky spot. He's going to grab that ball, try and wrap it. He does get out of his life, but he should be getting cut down from mid, and he does so. So it's going to allow X-Force to recover that ball. And they're not to know this, but they could right through middle here and cap it at that A point, but the spawning players are going to deny that for the time being.
Yeah, and I think one thing that was very important that was just missed as well, Bocker was in the back of X-Force's spawn. Disarray with the awareness, and that's where the experience comes in, was able to wrap back into the spawn and close him out. So now, as X-Force try and run this through the last 2 minutes, kills are gotten their way, and Disarray getting 2, 4 dead. Just going to grab this, wrap this over towards B.
And Disarray just keeping him at bay in the spawn, finds himself a 1-piece, not able to find any more than that, but the time delay has been in. Someone has snuck around it. It's going to be Bocker to make the play. Gets cut to pieces though. Pistol in hand, why not? Everyone is absolutely frying on X-Force right now. They are just completely outslaying him across the map, and the scoreline reflects that.
Yeah, XQ, although we see a great performance out of him in the S&D, not doing so well in this overload, but CJ managed to pick up 2 there, and let's see. I think the game is a bit out of their hands right now, but we carry on. You have to finish out the game, unfortunately.
Well, a couple of these players, it could be relayed. I mean, it's definitely a map you can relay on for sure. And if Bocker starts shooting a bit better than that, we are going to see a bit more of a competitive map at the moment. But it's just X-Force at the moment. They're just getting the 4 dead at the appropriate times, and it's a bit of an awkward one for Phantom Esports because, as you say, time is dwindling down. 50 seconds left to play with, but when your teammates are dropping to nades, you hate to see it. It's a 2-for-1. Last player going to be Ball. XQ actually does find that one. Could be on for a cap here. He's going to get cut down in the back though, as Wardy going to take him down and pressure forward. He's going to find himself another one. Eventually gets shredded out by CJ. But 30 seconds left to play with, 5 points to score. It's pretty much done and dusted. They are just playing for pride at this point.
Yeah, 25 seconds left, and X-Force have the device. They're going to run it over. The kills are coming through. This is going to be hopefully another cap. I think there it is. 6-0.
6-0, 2 caps for him. And Pudsey got a couple of caps as well, so 3 caps to his name. And they're all on about 25. Even Stevens are on the board. Everyone putting up the numbers and the performance that we did need to see here for them to clutch out this map.
Yeah, that's a win for London X-Force.
The series goes towards London X-Force. Beautiful performance from the young lads. Nothing to take away from Phantom, though. They put up an absolute show, taking that search and destroy, and map number 1 could have really gone either way. That could have been their series.
Yeah, I think so. If that map won, they had the control. It was just that P3, P4 rotation right at the end.
Yep.
It just didn't go well for them, unfortunately. London X-Force just playing the map possession there. And yeah, that could have been their series. I think they're going to have, you know, a great time in the rest of this event.
They'll do well. They'll
do
well.
100%.
And as we say, there's a lot more. There's a lot more to come in terms of Call of Duty to be played. That is not their story over. They do indeed move on to another set of games. So maybe a bit more passion coming out from the lads. I mean, I don't know how much more we can have. I want to hear some deads and some.
Yeah, it was a bit of a quiet one, that one, I think, compared to the map we saw before. Or sorry, the series we saw before, whereas a lot of dead and, you know, proper screaming off their heads. But yeah, no, it was a bit too quiet for me. I'm definitely a passionate player, so I would have liked to hear a bit more of that.
Maybe it was just strictly business from those 2 players. From
yeah,
teams even.
Well, I think it's one of those things, like we were talking about the experience of the London X-Force players.
Yeah.
They're just a bit too used to this, I think.
Yeah, they are, and the experience did show. Although the S&D, they did drop that, and I was wrong on every single prediction.
Yeah.
I did predict to the start it was going to be a 2-1, closer than we thought, but I did think London X-Force would lose the HP and take the S&D. But that's just not the way it crumbled this time.
That's right. Yeah, and I think we're just going to have a quick break. So we'll move over to that, and we'll be back in just a second.
This is Call of Duty, the way it's meant to be played.
He missed a shot, he'll pay for it all on the inside. And this they try the kills now. Point flushes him out. Picks up number. Wow!
You can't get a kill regularly.
Hi esports and welcome back to the Esports Hub Winter Open. My name is Quino and I'm joined by our casters from last game, Matt and David. How are you guys feeling?
I'm top of the world, to be honest. First cast, I'm doing, and X-Force win, so you can't really get much better than that, can you, really?
I know, I was thinking that. I remember mid-game you were like, oh, let's switch it from a 2-1 prediction to a 2-0 prediction. I was like, yeah, I kind of agree with that whilst I was watching that game. What about you? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I was excited coming into it, excited coming out of it, and X-Force taking a win obviously is a plus for any X-Force fans. But yeah, I mean, it's just we thought it was going to be a map 3. It went to a map 3, and yeah, it's as expected, I think.
Yeah, I feel like some games you can kind of get the gist mid-game, because I remember seeing that they started to like completely switched towards the end. They just kind of rolled a little bit, I feel.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like I was saying to Dave just post-game, that really could have gone against X-Force. Phantom could have 2-0'd them and absolutely seen them out of the series. If they'd just locked in towards the end of the hard point, that really, really could have gone towards Phantom 2-0. It really could.
100%.
Yeah, that map 1, it was that P3 to P4 rotation that X-Force just completely dominated, and that won on the map. But it definitely could have been a map win there and a series win for Phantom.
Oh, 100%. And we can actually have a look at the whole group stage here. So as we can see, AVNG, Project Vapor, both performing really well in Group A. London X-Force Gaming, as we just saw, they're doing extremely well, 2-0. And everyone else in that group is 1-1. I feel like it's quite a balanced group there. But, obviously there's still games going on. Some take forever, some take really quick. You can't judge it, can you?
No.
Is there any teams on here that you're excited to see perform? Or
I mean, definitely AVNG.
Yeah.
There are, I would say, X-Force's #1 competitor right now at this LAN. Even though most of these teams are putting up some decent performances, and I mean, there is another team that I would like to see as well. It's UGT Storm. A bit of a team that's underdog card. I'd honestly, if they walked away with the final win, I would be happy, obviously, from an X-Force point of view. But from a spectator, you always love to see the underdogs come in and take something away, don't you?
Oh yeah, 100%. It's kind of those storylines that build up. Like, I want a bit of that. What about you? What are you feeling?
Yeah, I mean, I'm the same. We've spoken about UGT, so I want to see something from them, and hopefully they can get a few wins under their belt. But we'll see what happens.
We'll see. But for now, we have Depths GG versus CRL8. What are your guys' thoughts on this game?
Well, to be honest, I do think it's going to be another close one.
Oh, okay.
Well, there's a few people that think it's going to be a bit of a clean sweep, but in my personal opinion, I think it's going to be, again, closer than you think. This LAN is turning out to be quite a competitive one, where there's no real... I mean, there is obviously a couple of standout teams, AVNG flying through so far, X-Force as well, picking up their wins, but the teams that was expected to perform at mid-performance have actually been performing a lot higher standard.
I feel like it's kind of just the pressure of LAN itself. Like, when you're in that situation, you can't really prepare for it. So it's a completely different situation, especially because I've seen the Passion Pit. I don't know how people are coping in there, because it's just people everywhere, so much chaos, and I feel like it's such a different environment than playing at home. So I feel like that could kind of be a big factor into affecting the way, you know, they're performing. And also it's just a bit more vibes, isn't it? And I feel like that brings everyone together. But what about you? What are you feeling?
Yeah, I think you definitely see the players that are more experienced come out, and they seem to be more comfortable. In terms of these two teams, I'm not 100% sure. I don't know them too well. But what I have heard is it's going to be a fairly close game.
Okay, so it looks like we're pretty undecided here on the host desk, but I believe we are ready to go into this game. So I'm going to send over to our casters, and they're going to take you into this one.
Thank you very much, Desk. Welcome along. It's going to be a fantastic matchup, I'm sure, between these two sides. Depth GD, Correlate, both fantastic performances so far. Correlate has only had one game behind them, though, Connie. But you know what, first of all, before we get into that, how good was Matt and Dave for their first ever cast? This is the same thing that I had to do last year. First ever time on LAN, right here in ESHUB LAN. They've done the exact same and smashed it for the first time. And got to cast their boys win as well, so a good one.
Mark, I must say, it was really a really fabulous showing, at least from the pair of them, because me and you have been doing this for a fair bit now, especially now getting into what is going to be a Correlate versus Depth GG Group D matchup. But before we even have a little look into what we were expecting, look at the maps themselves. Exposure, hardpoint, Scar, Search and Destroy, and if needed, we'll go to that Exposure Overload as well. Keeping things nice and simple, a compact setup for the series.
Yeah, definitely. I'm hoping we see that Exposure Overload, because I think the set of maps, it could go that way. Depths have been a very good side. Unfortunately, lost one of their games early on, but it was an Overload, map 3. It was the last 1v1 opportunity, and they lost it, even though it was an AR versus a pistol, and it was Rico that turned on him, burnt him, and all of a sudden, Vortex take that W. So they'll be wanting to bounce back and hopefully show a little bit of a better performance if it does go to that Overload. But head into this, it's Correlate. It is going to be Depth GG. Avo is going to want to try and get up to a high start here. It's kicking us off. You know, Correlate, they were in that Elites, and they were in that opportunity for the EMEA Challengers Cup in that top 8 performance. Can they provide a good performance here going into our hard point?
As the set nades go over for the first initial hard point, we're seeing at least Correlate strategize towards the north side of the map. A little lane attack to get 2 off the board for Depth GG, and as we already expect B1, usually trying to contest this one, but this setup from Correlate with 4 up, they can hold it, but this is a very dangerous flip mark where we've now starting to see Infinity deal with the pressure.
Yeah, exactly. A fantastic start straight away. A couple of dead in the feed, get early P1 time. But you're looking at that spawns, right? You're thinking about, right, where do we want to be next up? Going in towards P2. That's going to be a good 3 dead once again here. Correlate, they're already getting loud, and they're happy. Smallzilla taking 3 before falling.
And Correlate themselves were in a really prime position to take this hill, but Depth GG, because of all four players spawning up at the same time from the original 4 wipe, they've just alleviated all the pressure in mid, and now they take towards the north side of the map. A 2v2 for initial on P2 is key, because this could be a money hill. 6 seconds for either side here, can swing it quite comfortably.
Yeah, and a big 3 piece though from Depth GG. They find all 3 players, they get that rotation early, they get the hard point early time as Depth GG, hoping to pin back Correlate in the back of their own spawn side. If they get the information down this side, there's 2 dead once again. Marzi going big.
Oh, comfortable. He's on 4 in a row, Avo. Streaks are on the cards for Correlate, but in this position, I mean, Depth GG can just happily sacrifice lives. Look at their positioning as well. No one's watching mid, but doesn't need to, because Correlate have stacked their bets on the north side of the map, outside the tank. Kill needed to be found there, unfortunately couldn't convert. Was a pinch up kill feed, but Smallzilla cleans up the mess, and now pushes to aggress for a spawn control.
Yeah, we're talking about streaks, we're talking about Avo there on a 4 before he goes down, but Smallzilla had to go big there to try and turn this around. All of a sudden, Correlate are in control. Paddy killing a teammate as well is going to make it a little bit more difficult here for Depths to continue to push for P2.
Oh, and look at what we're seeing as well. Matty's going for a very interesting setup, at least to alleviate the pressure and get rotation locked in, but it's an island, because you've got to call in support for Dino, Marzi. They can do it, but Correlate, if you look at their spawns, Infinity's the last one up, and they're hunting for Infinity right now to try and clear this pressure, but if they hit the front, it could be dangerous.
Yeah, it's a full wraparound as well. You've got Correlate coming in from 2 angles here. The pinch coming in from a window and through the doorway. Infinity's already in, gets that contesting, doesn't manage to win the gunfight though, unfortunately, but there's still 2 more players. A very close hardpoint on the hands here as Marzi wins one, but Paddy has gone big, and all of a sudden Depth GG keeping control, pinning Correlate into that back spawn.
Tell you what, with Exposure, this hill reminds me exactly of Arsenal. Back in Black Ops 4, same sort of situation on the P3. You can hold this door and soak time. It's trying to get through, dodge the trophies, dodge set needs, attack usage and even the expenditure of utility is going to be spanned on this one, regardless of who's flanking or pinching. You just have to hit the front and pray. But now we're seeing a big call here from Correlate. They're going to at least sacrifice this 20 seconds, look for a rotation towards New, and make it comfortable.
Yeah, definitely. It was a very good money hill there for DevGG, but you see Free Dead in the feed going the way of Correlate as they start to make their way around. It's going to be DevGG with a back spawn hold there. As Matty is sitting back, patiently waiting. But when your teammates are all falling in and around you, you're going to still spawn out the opposite side. Correlate going to try and get into P3 early as soon as they possibly can. And Matty, this is going to be trigger discipline. Indeed, he finds Isaac. There you go. There's the back spawn still held. Hopefully, they can find where Infinity is because he's also on that side.
He's becoming a distraction, and this is really key to the macro portion of this match. Not just a 2-point game, but Correlate is trying to do the same thing now. You're seeing Infinity go for a deep pinch as well, and he's actually locked in spawns for Avo. Therefore, the pressure now is off depths. They have to deal with 4 spawning Correlate players to hold this hill, and Marcy has done a fantastic job of keeping his team in this one.
If it was a football game, I'd be saying pick that one out of the net. There's a hat trick of a kills, and all of a sudden, GG are just in control once again. Spawns are still in Correlate's favour, but they're not winning the gunfights to make their way into the hard point. And Matty once again going big. There's 10 and 8 so far. 35 seconds he's held in the hard top point, and you just need Dino to up his game a little bit, and all of a sudden DevGG can run away with this.
So we're looking at Correlate as well on the map. They're actually not stacking pressure on scrap time here. 20 seconds have gone down now to the last 5, and DevGG is spawning all the way on the west side of the map. But look who's on New already, Smallzilla. He can call in help from Infinity as well, who's got the AR in hand to watch over this cross. But again, you have to rely so much on Avo, subject going to pick up mid, because this hill is all about making sure your angles are covered, and Smallzilla is just soaking up damage, being a nuisance, because time is of the essence here. And also, look at the weaponry as well, pulling out a Razorback pretty much here. I mean, I appreciate it. Close range can do damage, but exposure isn't the right weapon of choice.
I mean, is it? We'll wait and see. Smallzilla is going big so far. 13 and 8. It might be working out for him, but Dino does find him. Isaac, though, will get the trade. Marzi finds Isaac, so it's back and forward in that kill feed, looking for control, but all of a sudden DevGG are in control, and they're going to slow themselves into that lead once again.
And how tidy they're making this as well. Not just Matty holding a pinch, but what could have been 2 clean kills, Correlate find, and look towards objective play. I mean, now we're just seeing what seems to be a pattern between both teams. There's center rotations and 2 scrap time, so it's always a 4v4 for the hill, right? That's the pattern. No one's being a late lurker, no one's being that island player, which I think is interesting. Not just a meta change, at least for this match in particular, but it's kept the game so close, only 6 points between them.
Yeah, imagine that after the first set of rotation. It just shows how close it is. Smallzilla, once again, you can see him calling. That's Free Dead in the feed, going their way. Trying to win that kill there onto Isaac. That's going to give an opportunity to hold for P1 Overlook, but can you get the points? That's the point. Infinity is holding for now until all of a sudden he's picked off. It's Paddy winning that gunfight, and now they're going to get the hold of that P1 for a few more seconds as Isaac finds 2.
I'll tell you what, Ava's done a fantastic job of playing his life in the situation, not just because of the respawning players from Correlate being able to hit out depths on this hill, but I think it just opens up a few more questions, not just for depths, because Paddy now has taken the important role here of cutting the pressure through the map like a knife through hot butter. It's excellent work, but just when you look at rotations as well, both teams are parallel to each other. Absolutely parallel. So you can get 10 seconds apiece, and this game will not escalate beyond a 15-point gap.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that this gap has been so close, and P2 is going to be crucial here from this. The Devs holding the final bit of scrap time, but that's going to be Free Dead. Once again, Correlate starting to warm up a little bit. Maybe they're becoming that butter of that bread if we need to spread, because so far they need to spread a bigger gap here if they want to go and take a W here against Devs, because they keep coming back at them. But once again, it is a kill feed Correlate's way. That's going to be a hold for P2.
And look at this up as well. We've got 1 person watching mid, 2 on hill watching the front, and even Infinity's blocking spawns. So this could be a very comfy money hill. This could be actually a 70-point gap for Correlate if they can hold their marbles right. But look at the skulls dropping in mid-map right now. A 2-1 in hill, where Avos play his life so carefully. But look at the support from the rest of the team. Isaac and Infinity there to catch it up.
Once again, another 4 dead, and DevGG, they just can't find their way into that hard point. Now P2 is well under lock and key, and they have managed to spread that gap to over 40 points, and it's building and building. 30 more seconds still to play. Dino can't win that gunfight there. Avo behind the tank, a perfect head glitch, going to make it very difficult, and look at the kill feed just going constantly blue.
Now the idea of DevGG in this situation, I could see like at least Matty and Paddy going for long routes here, but looking at the gap mark, it doesn't really warrant that much of a long route with 2 ARs going that deep. You want to ideally be hitting hill with pressure all the time, and making sure that we can just keep it tight and keep it close. Because Correlate have got an important 60, which could be the swing of the game. This is a very important key decision now for DevGG. Can they hold this hill? The answer is yes, but Paddy has to play his life. He's the blocker, and we know what these spawns are like here on this hill. They're right outside the front door.
Yeah, exactly. And Margie, he's been the one holding inside this hardpoint every single time in PvE, and it was a very good hardpoint in the first set of rotations. Can it stay the same? All of them in control of that hardpoint. Smallzilla just can't win that gunfight through the doorway, can't make his way into control room, but you know who's in control of it is DevsGG, and they're going to try and bring this back gap wide open as well. They're trying to get it closer and closer.
There's not a lot that's just making me made for Devs though. I mean, Paddy and Dino should be in hill, but leave one alone. I mean, Isaac can hit the pinch, albeit it's cut off though, and wow, fantastic. Paddy, Dino, mob at the front. And I feel like some Shinga players here are so key. Look at their teamwork, even in that X-ray. Sliding in front, baiting out the rotational aim assist. I mean, these fights are really key, because now, looking at how things are going, both teams across 200 points, and we might get to another rotation here, Mark.
Yeah, definitely looking like we're going to go to another rotation. The way this is going back and forward, FCG have been full control of P3 every single time so far. If they get back to that again, they might close it out on here, but it's going to have to be a big, close game, and we're heading into that next hardpoint. It's going to be Correlate in control of the hardpoint early on. Winning these first up gunfights might be crucial to having a good bit of time set up.
I feel like as well we're seeing Correlate in different situations here. Infinity's not throwing the nades as much. He's constantly got his gun up. He's trying to get some free kills through the middle of the map and at least try and leave it some pressure. But difference is Paddy is constantly throwing his nade off spawn. So he's not just breaking spawns. He's also again aggressive with the AR, which can be very dangerous on the exposure. It just gives you a different element to the team and how much kill potential they could have.
Paddy's holding his own. He finds one just outside. They've got control of the hard point now, but they don't have the spawn side, and you're going to see players spawning from the tank side here from Correlate, so they're going to be able to get that pinch on towards Paddy. Small does find it. Infinity's on a 5 spray as well. All of a sudden Correlate are in control of that scrap time. We'll be moving to new, but obviously it's going to be about this rotation. Isaac wins the gunfight first up. Now they're trying to go through mid-map to find that opportunity, overlooking the next hard point. Smallzilla looking as well for an opportunity.
Fantastic work. Look at the skulls in the middle of the map. They're all blue, Correlator down, but looking at depths, they haven't progressed from their kills. They find a kill and hold position, but in mid-map on this hill, we've got to see at least an adjustment. Predictions are coming really easy now for Correlate to counter, but looking at the spread, they've got one player, Matty, on hill, and DepsGG trying to control the south side of the map. But is the kill on Dino enough for Correlate to break on in?
I mean, that's a good kill mid-map there for an opportunity. Two players are going to be pushing out. Hamo had to use the Hellstorm here to get himself in. Isaac wins a gunfight on the hard point. Still time to win it here as well. That's another dead if Isaac turns and burns here. This is an opportunity to try and close it out, but it's not. It's shut down. Paddy, Marty going big. Smallzilla still trying to keep it going, but the control will be of DepsGG.
Just focus your eyes right now on this hard point. It could easily be wiped for 40 seconds. DepsGG, they've got 3 players stacked up, but Avo's kill is crucial because Isaac can watch over his shoulder with the AR, and they're sending Smallzilla on the pinch. Now, mid-map needs to be covered. That's where I think Infinity's going to make the most impact there for Correlate, because we know that Infinity, in this situation, can continue with Isaac with the ARs and just hold the position and soak time. 240 points on the board, with 9 away from closing this game out, Mark.
Yeah, and they gave up a little bit of scrap time, but not so much. We're going to 5 more seconds. Needed P1. They're in control of it. It's all on to these kills, and this next kill could be massive. Matty goes down. Unfortunately, that's going to be it. Correlate take map number 1. And in fine fashion in the end, because they got the last 2 rotations pretty well done in their control of mid-map.
Absolutely, just a textbook example of having a really tight fisticuffs for the first 6 hills, and then all of a sudden one money hill changes the game completely. It reaches the style of play, at least, where we saw Correlate. They just managed to eke time off the board, also were sort of tapping their toes in the hill to bait out utility. They were playing the situation so fantastic, but you have to always assess what can be done further and understand really where it went wrong. Of course, the money hill was a big impact, but with DepsGG in this case, they just changed their style completely. They weren't really going, bar for bar, trying to get the guns up and trying to hold the iron sights to take out Correlate. They were then playing for, oh, we've got to overcompensate on rotations. Oh, we've got to overcompensate on this 1v1 for spawns, 1v1 for the initial hill. And their play kind of broke down from there.
Yeah, I think we've seen a lot in the kill feed as well that seem to be lighting up blue for more often than not, because when you're seeing Infinity 4 dead, that was putting DepsGG in a very difficult task. Even though they're in control of the hard point, when you've got nobody in and around supporting it, there's an easy break in there for Correlate, and when they did get that break, they were able to push up the spawns quite far out because DepsGG just had a longer rotation round. The only one, the hard point that they were the strongest on was definitely that P3 side, right? That was their money. They bought so much time back into it, but just couldn't control it.
Also, noticing at the start as well, Infinity and Dino actually had really slow maps to begin with. Paddy was, I think, 4 and 11, and Dino was 5 and 15. But Infinity started to come really into his own later in the game. Dino just couldn't catch fire. And these are 2 ARs again that can play between the speed of your main AR and like your second sub, which I think feels great, not just for getting time, but they're just so flexible. You can malleably make them into a hill soaker, or even in some cases support after the entry.
Yeah.
So that was probably one of the most important decision-making moments for at least Correlate in that instance, but we're going to float now over to map number 2. Scar, Search and Destroy. So far a classic in this game and very comfy to watch on the eyes.
Yeah, definitely a very comfy one. I like this for all 3 game modes, right? I think it plays a very good map to use. Love the opportunity of a Search and Destroy around that motel. It can be very interesting. You get to see a lot of players crawling around that top motel, down through the rooms, starting to find opportunities to get a peek eventually. But wonder who brings out the sniper, who's going to have go big with that one as well, because obviously you're invested the chance of getting 2 full lives with that. If you die with it, you're done and dusted. But it'll be good to see if that's changed things up in this Search and Destroy.
To zoom out of the game mark a little bit, I feel like a lot of these maps in the games kind of pay homage to prior titles. Like this one to me reminds me of Sainte Marie back in World War II, which is based on the overall graphics, geography, the layout, of that whole kind of feel to it. Correlate again, responding not just strong in the first go, but the second time around as well. Aim over sniper rifle, draws the first blood, and it opens up 3 clean kills where around Motel, now Marzi has to be the important player to pick up the pinch.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough one for Marzi, and it looks like he'll go down in 4 dead very quickly. Correlate have managed to accumulate a very quick win on round 1.
That was quick, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was about, what, 32 seconds I'd probably count. I don't even know. Like, what does it start on? 2 minutes?
After Ava found his kill, they all just lined up.
Yeah.
It's quite an awkward one, especially for the point of view where they're like, oh, our strategy was their strategy, and we just got obliterated.
Lucky for Avo as well, he survives that gunfight because he had the sniper at hand as well.
That's true. What is the rules marker on sniper
So
rifles?
you have the opportunity to bring out a sniper. If you bring it out and you die with it, you only have 1 more life with that, and if you die again, that's it. The sniper is out for your team. So yeah, it's a very interesting rule. It's very hard to keep track of because if you don't see it on the screen, I wonder how it's all about making and trusting the individuals in the team, I'm sure.
So that's more for us to talk about. And the different break-off attempts will Correlate. 2-2 apiece, set nades as well, been dodged by Depths very comfortably, but I think they're trying to coordinate an attack. And in this situation, you know, because of the pressure that Correlate had in the last map and start of round number 1, they're very tentative to push.
Yeah, definitely. I think after that first blood going their way, though, Avo once again snipey finds Matt. Isaac then finds the next blood on towards Marzi. All of a sudden, you're in a 4v2 situation. Make that 4v1 as Paddy is left alone, all on his own, but he's going to find one, and it's Infinity. It's not Avo, so Avo's still going to have a sniper unless he gets shut down in this round. But in a 1v3 situation, Depths might be out of the bet.
Unfortunate, cuts through mid, chopped down behind the RV, and 2-0. Fantastic start for Correlate. ABJT, I think, is being very comfortable on sniper rifle. This definitely is a win condition now that I'm spotting a pattern, not just over the last 2 rounds. He needs the first blood on both 2 rounds.
Yep.
And as a sniper rifle, are you aggressive? Are you more laid back? Do you make sure you cover lanes? Or are you going head on with the fights and, you know, not being too scared to take a challenge? ABJT's really cutting them up nicely, and it's giving these rounds comfortably, but how can Depths counter it? Because if that's just a one-dimensional way of winning it, and that's all that Correlate can do, I feel like it can be countered just as easy as we get further into the Search and Destroy.
Well, I feel like it's very brave as well. He went attack and defense with that sniper, right? Normally you see it pulled out on the defense, attack side of things, not very often, but he's got it again. Infinity's going to try and cook that nade over the top motel. That might be good. Unluckily, he just gets a tag, but Isaac, he's going to pick that bomb on the back and eventually try to head up towards that motel side. Paddy, though, this time going to Depths. GG for the first blood.
Look at this pinch as well from Dino. It's very much calculated, and Bomb is almost going to be out of the picture. Yes, it is. Isaac's out. Oh. Isolated 1v1s and an S&D masterclass from Depths right there in round number 3. You saw how they actually progressed the north side of the map, hit the pinch. The ARs had to be spot on in that situation. Can't see ESHUB winning the gunfights there from that range, but once there was no one to greet them at the front door, it felt like we were not seeing Correlate check their flanks at all.
Catching everybody off guard on their own as well makes things a little bit easier on that pinch when you've got 2v1 situation. Even if you get the trade, you're still winning that gunfight overall, and there's still a chance to pinch on up to the next one. So this time, going into that defense, Correlate, Avo, he wouldn't have survived that round, but if he didn't have a sniper, then it's fine. So if he pulls it out in this defense, which I assume he will again, we'll see if they get that first blood. But looking as the attack inside of your Depths GG, do you go back towards that motel? It seems to be the more favoured side.
So viable, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, what a nade! Over the top, Isaac finds the nade, and it's on to Marzi. Guess what? He was carrying a bomb, and they just covered the bomb site.
Yep. Have they spotted it? I'm not too sure. Small, though, cleans up comfortably on the top side of Grandma's. Mate, that's just a sweep. They all came as a 4, tactically took him down, and Depths were segmented into 2 pairs of 2. I mean, can it work? Not really. A little bit in switch there as Isaac mops up the kill. A simple wall bang. Correlate take another round convincingly. I must say, when it comes to the 4-man team hits all the way through Scar on this map, there's 2 viable paths, of course, north and south side of the map. Motel for the first round was an interesting one, because ABJT, I think, was at least a conductor behind that attack. This one just feels a lot more, we're not really ready to take any fight.
Yeah.
We were caught, you know, with our hands up, sprinting both times.
Yeah, there's nothing worse as well, getting caught sprinting on any cross or even on any position in the map, and as soon as that happens, you're very much not going to win that first up gunfight. And then see what happens here this time around. DepthCG, you want to try and get things back, a 2-round lead in favour of Correlate. I feel like that's when you feel like you've got the advantage for the rest of the S&D, because you can just go 1 for 1, you still have that win.
No nades thrown yet, but they're literally door to door with each other. Smallzilla's going to try and cook one up, just to sport, but everything's been spent on Correlate. A player's been spotted, but no one has even clocked Dino. Playing it carefully, a trade will go outside the picture. The RB's providing cover now for DepthCG. Look at mid-map as well, 3 apiece. And Paddy in this entire time has gone for a very audacious play down the middle.
Yeah, small. Goes find 1, traded out. Marzi goes big for 2, 1v1. It's going to go DepthCG's way. That's what they needed, though. They don't want to get this further away from them. But how they got back from that when it was 3v2, the pinch on the back that you mentioned, that definitely comes to tuition and works in their favour.
Mark, he sprinted there just in time. Did you see that?
Yep.
Literally a pixel away from that round being, oh, we could still see it extended 30 seconds because we know what the cover is like in that northwest area of the map.
Yeah.
Around that tower.
Very good
I must
timing.
say.
That's what happens when you got the blade out and not a gun out, because if he was running with that gun in hand, that would have been a little bit slower. He would not have got that kill.
That's true.
And it might have been a different story, but it's not.
There.
Infinity needs to start heating up a little bit. He's starting off a bit slow here. Still in that donut, maybe needs a little bit of support from his side. He's going down that north side towards B on that defense over that plain side.
Even a nade right now, cooking one up and getting a kill. Really does confidence and good. But even in this spot here, not just the wall banks through mid, trying to get at least information, but it's just pressing Smallzilla away from his next move to try and take control of this area. And the cover from Marcy and Matty, this teamwork, will be very comfortable to try and alleviate pressure. Isaac though, Smallzilla, they're trying to get kills for themselves, but a trade will turn it into a 3v3, aggressing. Matty trying to coordinate the bomb, but this is so much exposure now for DepthCG. They have to constantly watch the pinch, but can Correlate find a way to break this setup?
I mean, there's a chance. Abo still got that sniper out as well, so that's what they need to try and shut down. Abo, though, gets the nade kill on towards Mai. He makes it a 3 versus 2 scenario, and he's got a chance. That peak's not going to get any vision, not going to see anything like we do. Going for the wall bang, hoping for the best through store, but won't find a connection. But he does now. There we go. Marcy's down, and it's a 3v1.
And that's potentially the close of the round. It absolutely is. A simple slide out mid-map will not challenge the gunfight at close range. And now we're at what is a question mark area of this S&D, a 4-2 scoreline mark, where really this is the last real chance we're going to see in this case. DepthCG find a way back into this series. Yeah, or it's perfect Call of Duty from here on out.
Yeah.
Either or. You never see it any other way.
Nope, definitely not. You don't want to go 5 down with map against you, especially the series going against you as well. You're 1-0 down in this series. You need to bounce back, and you need to do it here because it's a best of 3 scenario. So you need to win this one, and you need to go big because it's a big comeback. You're going to have to find at least 4 rounds to get this back in your favour.
And how do you think it's actually going to pan out further? Because look at its setup. Marzy's got to go really aggressive to try and counter Correlate because they're also, again, copying round 1.
Yeah, this is might work out here as DepthCG do find that first blood towards Abo in the back. That's going to be perfect. Now Infinity though gets another kill, gets his first kill, so to say, on the board, but it's traded back out. Isaac goes down. All of a sudden, you're in a 2v3 situation. If you're Correlate, you've got that bomb down. You're having to go back, but the player behind is going to be Matty. He's shut down from Smallzilla. He manages to turn on it, and it's a 2v2 bomb gathered, and now a reset between the two sides.
Spacing's pretty much perfect from both teams. They're playing shoulder to shoulder. What could be a very hectic fight. Dino has the angle, and the 1v1. DepthCG, not just a closing round, but again, etching the scoreline closer. 4-3 is better than 5-2, as we say, Mark.
Oh yeah, 100%. You don't want to put that pressure on you where you're 5-2 down and having to try and come back and be perfect from there on out. But you bring one back, now you got a chance to tie it up. Would you believe it? Would you be tied up instead of being on that match point opportunity?
Exactly,
it's good
Mark.
for them to be, for momentum definitely, to try and get back on their side.
I think what we need to see, at least now from this case, is what can Ava do about sniper rifle. Smallzilla, 10-4 with submachine gun in hand to point out one thing. But also, I mean, DepthCG, they're kind of playing a bit more organically with the bomb in hand. Paddy's got one. There's only one plant in the lobby and Paddy's got it. So, clear to see that it's Correlate, especially in their setups, just want to get this game done and dusted.
Correlate's got a 4-man push all the way down that side. 2 players are going to be there, and they need to find that first blood early here, or else the pinch is going to be in. But all of a sudden, Avo goes down first. Marzi winning that gunfight, and guess what? He manages to stay alive as well. Hidden. Infinity, though, will get his third kill on the board, but now you're in a 3 versus 3 scenario, and you've got one player, Paddy, looking all the way around. I'm not wrapped with dramas.
Let the game breathe for a moment. Not just as an awkward spot for Marcy, who's heard 8 players behind him, Correlate now going for a massive reshuffle. A pinch from Paddy here has set up a new position where DepthGG can get a few extra kills on the board, but he's been handled comfortably. Just an information call will do.
Yeah, I mean, that's perfect. That one player that was just sitting back waiting for a pinch opportunity. And Correlate, they've read it. They went found him over towards that B side. Maybe they were expecting that B push, but Matty, he's got a sniper. He finds Isaac, and all of a sudden, it's a 2v2.
Info call from the def, at least is enough to hold it. But Matty's got 3 angles to cover with a sniper rifle. He needs a submachine gun ideally in hand just to make sure that he can cover the pressure, because that's not going to be enough.
Yep, there we go. This is it. This is the clutch moment now here. Is it going to be tied up? No, it's looking like it's going to be good because they're going for that defuse. We're not going to say it too loud because guys in the chat might hear us here in the venue. And there we go. The ninja defuse is pulled off. Correlate have took this to match point.
Unreal. And excellent team play as well. Infinity didn't have to do too much there, and he didn't overcomplicate what was a clean 2v1. I think holding balcony position outside of Motel not just gives you room here to watch over Silo, but even through the mid-map connector, you know, they're the 2 spots where the pinch is going to happen, of course, Monk. And he didn't need to make it overcomplicated or even, you know, really, really difficult. But last round, here we are.
Yep, map point, match point, opportunity here. Correlate might take their first W of the day. DepthGG need to be perfect from here on out. It's going to be a difficult task starting us off here, but on that defensive side, there is a chance.
Not just DepthGG, Mark. What she's setting is over the top. Swanzilla, first blood is drawn, and that's crucial. That's the mid connector. That's completely exposed now for Correlate to get. Matty has to cover it with the sniper rifle, and then the arrows are focused towards the north side of the map, where Correlate can counter and really abuse their ability of the submachine guns.
Yeah, and he's just playing back here over towards the B side line, over towards playing, having a look and looking to see the wraparound if they get the opportunity. The 2 players going to send it that way. Isaac supporting Avo. There's only one player that's going to have to try and deal with him, and it's done. Isaac finds Marzi, and all of a sudden, B-side looks a little bit more open. It's going to be the crossover from DepthGG to try and find a 2v4.
And deciding in mid was non-existent for Correlate. They just played it carefully, and Isaac's trying to get the wallbang clean through onto Dino. But even in this case, it's just excellent Call of Duty. Simple mechanics.
I thought it was going to happen. I thought Dino had it there. I thought he was going to win that gunfight and dip out, but it's a 6-3 win. Correlate closed it out in fine fashion in the end. A 3-point gap in that search and destroy, but a very clean and clinical.
Absolutely, and when it comes to trading, both teams really are on the same level. You saw Dino in the last round there, similar to round number 4, where, oh my god, Mars has gotten 2-3 in the middle of the map, but again, they haven't got the numbers of man advantage to close this one out in what would be a comfortable fashion. Still though, how does the scores look after that? I mean, we are in Group D again, to mention. Correlate, I think that's the 2nd win so far today.
Oh, that's the Correlate's first win. They've only played 2 games, so that's their first win. This will be the 2nd loss, though, for the DepthGG side, as they lost really close in their first game, but they have got a W behind them, so another game at least to play for an opportunity to try and force their way into that winner's fight.
I know, it's all tight, Mark. It's all such fine windows where, you know, unless things go their way, because now it's in the hands of fate whether or not the teams they're against or similar to them in scoring do bad, because you know, you see some groups where like 2nd place is 2-2 or 1-4, but everyone else has gone 1-4 because there's one really good team in the entire group.
Yeah, definitely.
Again, these are all gambles though. These are all gambles at the end of the day, and we don't really know for sure until this 3rd lot of matches, which are currently on right now.
Yeah, definitely. Guys, we will head to that break. We'll be back shortly, though, for our next matchup, but we'll see you on the other side.
Welcome back to the Esports Hub Winter Open. My name is Quino and I'm joined by the lovely Mark and Connie who casted our last game. How are you guys feeling?
Well, pretty good. I think the last match was quite an interesting one from the ISCOPE, not just Correlate and Depths GG as teams, but the players on board. Correlate have a slight edge in experience. I mean, I saw players in the lobby. I saw Isaac, I saw Infinity featured in CDC Boston, CDC Minnesota back in 2023, and not just that, but Ava JT with a sniper rifle in hand, which I haven't seen for about 5 years, and he naturally back in the day. Excellent with the gun, excellent in controlling maps, and the S&D spoke for itself, didn't it, Mark?
Yeah, it definitely did. I was quite interested to see what they were going to do after bouncing back after a loss against Extremity. So come on the main stage. You know what? This is the first time that I've been trying to perform in front of everybody else as well, bringing back his youth experience from being at LANs on a regular basis.
His youthful experience.
Yeah, his youthful experience. But yeah, it was good to see a good game. I thought Depths maybe could have got that back in the Search and Destroy at some points, but it just kind of eked away from them in the end. And yeah, they're showing their strength there. That Avo side definitely looking like a good contender, even though they've lost one already today. They're just getting into the swing of things.
I'm going to say, when it's in group stages, it is all too soon to tell. Like, you know, you get into this situation, you're like, okay, how am I going to perform at LAN? How am I going to perform, you know, in these high-pressure situations? So you don't really know anything for certain until it's time for playoffs, really. And then, is there any, you know, highlighted teams you expect to do really well? Or
it's a fair question. You know, there's been a few upsets on the day already, right? In terms of games, but AV&G, if you look at that leaderboard, they've lost one, right? So that was a surprise for me. But AV&G is definitely one of these sides that looks like they could be a grand finalist side. Along from the London X-Force, they were a very strong side and almost lost that one as well. It could have been 2-0, but instead they win it 2-1. So a good one to bring that hard point, which was looking like it was getting away from them on that game, and they brought that back and take the W as well, and they overload pretty convincingly. So X-Force, a very good strong side. AV&G, a very strong side, but there's a few other underdogs there, a few other teams that you might be just sneakily make their way all the way through that bracket that you just never know. So,
well, Mark, I've got to mention one more thing as well. This morning's matches, Belfast Storm 2-0 straight away, and they're one of the heavy favourites. We saw the S&D slip out of arm's reach at least for London X-Force, and they're against the team again with not just experienced players, but I mean, Kadasi was one of the other players on the other side of that lineup, and he's been around for a good 6-7 years, really putting in hard work. And I think the bracket playoffs later today, we go into the best of fives. That's where it's going to be a lot more easier to correlate what can be done and what should be done. Because the players understand the win conditions quite clearly now as to how to get a best of threes. Like when the best of fives are introduced, those win conditions change, and what performance is required out of the players has to be put to the forefront.
Oh yeah, I feel like that's also when we get to, you know, the really high pressure situations where the games start getting, you know, to the nitty gritty and it gets really good. But for now we have Correlate versus Vortex. What are your guys' thoughts on this matchup?
You know, the bonus, they've not had to move a single setting, nothing, not even move an inch. They're already prepped.
Yeah, they're planted.
They're just going back to back main
set up
stage.
shop.
We're set up, ready to go, see what they could do here. It could be a very close one. Vortex, they have already beaten the team that Correlate just beat there as well, but that went to game 3, 1v1 scenario, right? Is it going to be the same again? Is it going to be a game 3? I think this is probably, out of any of them, going to look like it in this group. This is going to go to a map 3. Fingers crossed, because I like Call of Duty and I want to see more Call of Duty. But that being said, the fact that most of these matches, it's a set match set as well, right? Some of these maps, there's no vetoes. It's all been set before they got here. Some of these teams might not have practiced them ones as much. I know that Avo's side, they picked up Infinity kind of a last minute due to a few circumstances.
And he's been great
previously, but
he's been great,
fantastic. Right. So they've not had as much experience in some of these maps. So together as a team, so like that's going to change things for them definitely.
And for me, I got to sort of mention not just what we're going to see from Correlate again. Now we understand what the setup is. Infinity has to play at least a bit more flexible with the AR, try and slide, take angles, not just power positions. But JT can play really slow. And when the team speeds up, some of your players get more into the fray or the picture. You can be the one that can pull them back and make sure they're not overexpending and starting to lose progress on the map. But Vortex, I mean, remember Elmore last year?
Yep.
Did fantastic. You know,
S&D
came into
prowess.
it didn't lose an S&D for about 7 maps in a row last year in 2025, and we were featuring in the previous Winterland. So he's back on stage again, and we think that not just the S&Ds and the best of 3 is going to be key to him, but he can take it all to a map 3 and perform fantastically. Always slow to start, but an excellent finisher.
Oh, you're making these games sound well excited. I can't wait. I'm buzzing now. But, you know, I believe we are ready to get into this game. So I'm going to send it to our casters, Joel and Abuse, to take you through this next game.
Right, well, welcome back. It's been a while since we've been on here. We've been sort of here, there and everywhere taking in, obviously, the weekend. Looking forward to this one. After what we've just seen from Correlate, it should be a bit of a banger.
Yeah, I mean, we just watched Correlate do very well in that previous series, 2-0 against a team of pretty recognisable names. They've been around the block, maybe a few accusations online back in the day, but they've come to land in the past and they've done a pretty good performance in, and today just wasn't enough to beat this Correlate team. But Vortex, on the other side of things, without dropping a series as of yet, are going to be hoping to be the first ones to shut down Correlate since they lost earlier in the day.
Yeah, we're expecting this one to be probably one of the louder ones of the weekend. If old habits are going to carry on from what we've seen earlier on, Correlate were getting a little bit loud, and a couple of members of Vortex try and do the same. But should be interesting. Obviously, still going through that group phase at the minute, like the guys on the desk mentioned. It is going to be just a set map set, so it will be off to Den for map 1, and then heading over to Exposure. Obviously, me and you, we've not actually seen an overload yet. There's only been one on the main stage so far, and a bit of a slamming, I think, is the best way to probably put it. But that will be Scar if needed. Happy with the map set?
Yeah, I think, having a little chat with some of the players coming into this game, we saw in the previous series, we saw Smallzilla had pulled out the Razorback.
Yeah.
Going and having a look in the side stations earlier, we did see Rico pulling out the Carbon. So actually, we could see 4 different weapons in one single map of Respawn, which is very unheard of in Call of Duty of recent times.
Yeah, it would be interesting. Obviously, map 1 being one of those ones where your spawns are quite sort of heavy because you are going from each side of the map to the other. So it'd be interesting to see how they do that one. And obviously, Search and Destroy is a bit of a toss-up, but like we mentioned, Avo seemed quite comfortable with that sniper in hand in the last series over on, I think it was on Scar, wasn't it? Obviously managed to get a couple of kills with a sniper, which I know me and you mentioned at the start of the day, which is good to see. And there's been quite a fair few sniper outs there, hasn't there?
Yeah, I think there has, and that's going to be one of the keys in that S&D. But I think also if you're Vortex, not only do you need to shut down the Avo JT sniper, but you've also got Smallzilla, who just dropped double digits in the S&D. So that's another person to deal with and another thing that is completely different to that sniper as well.
Yeah, obviously someone who, as of recent, has had a few comments out there. And what a way to be able to turn around. You come to these sort of environments on a LAN, you put out a performance like that, and it instantly shuts people up.
Over a 2KD across the series, so I think he's definitely downplaying those haters, shall we say, online.
I don't get many. I'm not normally that good enough to be able to. I take it as more of a compliment unless people like that. But it is, like you say, the best way to be able to do it, obviously. So let's speak about this Vortex one. Obviously, a couple members coming from different teams of what we've seen across the lands in the last sort of 12 months or so. Obviously, people have got experience being in here as well, coming into it without losing so far. So should be a good opportunity against another side who, so we were told earlier on, had a bit of a slip up in their first series of the day, which I'm sure is a fair way to put it, and then obviously bounce back quite easily. What are you expecting from this Vortex roster?
Yeah, I mean, this Vortex side, so if you're not too sure, they haven't played on the main stage just yet today. So you've got Elmore, you've got E3, you've got Cryo, and you've got Metal Rico. So all players that have played at LANs before. I think Cryo might be his first LAN, but I mean, they're 2-0 in groups on the side station, so I don't think it's necessarily affecting them too much. You know what you're going to get out of the other players, and we know that there's definitely going to be a shouting contest to see who's going to have the most decibels between Rico and Small.
If there's anything to go off of what we experienced back in June, I think you guys probably hear the guys on the playing the game, more than ourselves. It does tend to get quite loud, especially when tensions are quite high. Obviously, with it being the group stage, it's still an opportunity to play those sort of mind games, thinking about obviously with the winners brackets kicking off tomorrow. But again, like we mentioned on the desk earlier on, I'm all for the mind games. I want to make you know that you're in a game here and you've got to try and pull something out of the bag. But what about you? Is that more of your sort of thing, or are you quite reserved?
Not reserved. But I think actually this game is going to be probably the biggest game on the stage today, maybe apart from the losers game that we're going to close with later on. But you've got two teams that are both fighting for that first place in the group. So if Vortex do go on to win this, then they go 3-0 top their group. Extremity is still unbeaten as well. But on the other side of things, if they do lose and Correlate win, all of a sudden they're tied on series count. So it could be going down to maps, and every single map, even if you lose but you take one map, force that map 3, could be vital going into the rest of the tournament.
Absolutely, and just having a look at this group here, this is one of the groups that's got actually 5 teams in here. as ready. So a couple of games extra that they might have to play throughout the day. So that all-important second spot is massive because it will see, I think it's 2 of the teams will probably go out of this group. And so the rest in the group, we have got Extremity Esports. They are, as it says here, currently 2-0 as well at the minute. So good day for those lot as well. Depth GG, who we just saw, they are now 1-2, and then Slug currently 0-3 as it stands at the minute. But taking a look at the rest of the group, AVNG, a roster that a lot of experience on this land before, came in 2-0 to start the day, and then when we were upstairs it looked like it wasn't going to plan, was it?
No, they were playing a pretty strong Project Vapor side. They might be lower down in the group rankings there, so they'll be in the 3rd seed in Group A. However, they have got some players that you've seen here before. We've got IDK, you've got players like Mo Watt on the stage who both put in very good shifts. IDK being almost like the MVP of the grand final last time out against that same AVNG side. Obviously, they did come out on the losing side that time, but this time he's got his revenge in groups. But I don't think that will knock AVNG too much. I think they expected maybe to drop a series here and there this time. They've not quite got the same reps in it, with Julian taking a step back.
Yeah.
And Hep not really putting the same time in. Obviously, Rush is the exception to that team. He's still put the same amount of time in, if not more time.
Yeah, probably more. And say, what about that game we saw earlier, London X-Force? What a game that was. Obviously, they're now top of their group stage as well, so which is good to see. But we are going to be heading over to Den. Fist bumps are in for both teams. We'll be looking forward to getting this one up and running. Fingers crossed, everything should be 100% fine. We've had a good sort of rest of the morning. Thank you for sticking with us, obviously, after this morning. So, Den map 1, opportunity for both teams to really try and stick their name on this group here and try and advance through to the winner side of things tomorrow. So we'll try and talk you through as best as what we can, but looking forward to this one.
Yeah, it's the first time we said Den Hardpoint today, with obviously the maps being chosen before the games are done. We're not doing vetoes until we get to the best of 5s in the bracket side of things. So groups, teams still not choosing the maps. I think there's a couple of interesting players not too keen on some of the maps here in the hard points, and would rather do their vetoes, but we are nonetheless going to see a bang out towards mid, and it's going to be the side of Vortex starting to come out on top. E3 and Katana Land 64, who, let's just double check, is Cryo on Katana Land 64.
Yeah, so obviously Correlate will be looking to try and kick on. Obviously they've got the advantage of being on the main stage before, so they're not going to have people wandering around the desk as much as what other teams will have had so far today. But good start for them so far. Obviously 6 untraded on their side of thing. It's Small Isaac and Infinity all starting off quite well. Avo yet to get himself up on the board, but Paddy, slow start in the last series. Took him a little bit of a while to get going here. Was just on a good streak, but then as ever, Curse of the Caster comes in, and he does eventually fall there.
And this is what we were speaking about before the game. So in Rico's hand, you can see the Carbon 57. The sub is not typically used by the pros or any of the Challenger players, but it's something that coming into this event, having chats with him, that he's confident using, and the team are confident using as well. And it has been used effectively, I think, especially on a map like Black Cart where they played earlier. You've got extra 10 bullets in the mag. Doesn't kill as quick as the Dravek necessarily, as we see there Cryo almost mapping an AR with that Dravek, but I think up close the Carbon is probably just as good as the Dravek.
Yeah, so it is just going to be, it was Isaac then trying to chow towards time, is going to manage to take, I think it was Elmore off of that. It's going to be a couple to and from for both teams here. Members coming over from that sort of like B-bomb side over in towards this P2 area. Couple members of Correlate just going to try and stack on time, but Elmore will come through, trying to find the second. So wall bouncing from side to side, isn't going to manage to find one, pistol in hand, but Small says not today. 2-piece from him to keep the members of Correlate alive, and this one is, as I say, he's managed to take out his own teammate at the same time as well, but on that 4 streak as well. Correlate's on teeing up here.
Smile was literally just popped 4 and his own teammate, and we didn't even hear him shout, so I don't know what's going wrong there. Maybe his mic's not working, but nonetheless, 73-17. I don't think anyone kind of had these two teams straight away being this far apart. It's a bit like that map one earlier where you kind of thought these two teams are pretty much tit for tat, aren't they? They're very even on both rosters.
Yep.
Maybe Correlate's experience of not having to move on the main stage, not having to re-get set up on different PCs has really helped them here, as John almost pops 2 but will fall as Cryo does come in with a trade. Time will remain white for a little bit, but it is going to now be in Vortex's hands.
Yeah, it's not the end of the world, obviously, for Vortex here. Still opportunity to get themselves involved. They are on time as it stands at the minute. Avo's going to travel towards mid, trying to find E3 out on towards the statue. Not going to manage to do so. A couple of members of Correlate just going to try and stack on time. Looks like maybe Vortex looking over towards New already. It looks like indeed they are. Elmore just going to try and hold that sort of back pinch area. The members of Correlate going to leave the scrap And I don't know where, yeah, they are. It's just going to be Smallzilla, the last person on time. Going to have a bit of a scrap out towards the back here. Elmore finding 2 of his own. 3 kill streak for him, but Correlate nearly touching that 100-point mark already.
Yeah, there is the 100-point mark. So it's 100 to 28, 1 hill left on Den. It's a bit of a money hill, but it can also get mixy if the back spawns are broken, which Elmore here did pop 3 in those back spawns, having to pop another one. Will be traded out this time by Isaac, and all of a sudden Correlate are now in those back spawns. Vortex are going to have to be hitting from front, but actually player 4 and 5 have just spawned at the same place, so the spawns are still not set in stone. As you can see, Correlate have got a bit of a pinch on now. Spawns are all over the place, Joel.
Yeah, they are, and good from Small there, in managing just to try and bait, I think it was Elmore, out of the outer area P4, challenge towards them. E3's in there, Rico's in there as well. Trades coming in for both teams, pretty much everybody on the map. I think it was Bar Isaac then falls at that point, but opportunity again, the scrap time going in favour of Correlate here. And this is when it starts to get to these sort of numbers, we mentioned it earlier on, they can sort of play for the last half of the hill to be able just to keep on ticking those points up. It's going to have to start pushing Vortex just to maybe try and headbutt time a little bit at the same time. And both teams going tit for tat, but still Correlate on top of this one.
Yeah, Vortex are now really back in the game, considering it was 100 to 28 before that P4 hill popped. They've now just got around 40 seconds off that previous hill. Correlate was only able to get about 10. So the score is now slightly looking more respectable than it was, but Vortex will need to stop them getting as much time on the next 3 hills, unlike that first rotation.
Yeah, like you say, E3, someone that we used to see probably pop off, I guess, really, being involved in a lot of the gunfights. By the looks of it, he's actually been involved in the least on the entire map so far. But as long as he's going to stick himself on time, he has got the most hill time out of the entire team. I'm sure they're not going to be complaining too much about that one. Trades coming in for both teams in this P1. Correlate mainly coming out on top, and just as we say that, E3 trying to get the triple kill, not going to manage to do so. Finds 2, and he's just going to be on Rico finding 1. He's going to have Avo chow towards him. He has Small trying to hunt him down. Going to hop up top, and Small will take 1 and maybe try and look for another member of Vortex here. It is going to be Rico, but Rico comes out on top of that one.
Yeah, and you can tell that the game's getting a little bit closer now than what it was in that first rotation. E3 stepped it up. He started off 2 and 7, now 10 and 12. They're being outslayed by around 10 kills, but it's not over yet. 60 seconds. They can get a good amount of time on these next 2 hills compared to Correlate, and all of a sudden you're back in it for that P4 hill.
And just as we say that, all 4 of them get broken off the hill.
Yeah,
so it's P2 is one of those hills where you need to set up correctly. You can't afford just to sort of everybody sit inside time and try and play the sort of bang outs, because as we've just seen, if you come out on the other end of it, you've just given up another 20 seconds because you're spawning out the back of P4. But Correlate will find 3 more. It's 20 and 8 so far. 5 streak as well in hand. It could be a lot worse, couldn't it? Yeah, it could be a lot worse, but they are just extending this out. They have now gone past sort of double the amount of points. What Vortex are still a little fair enough time, still amount to play for. I think I'm a 7 streak now. Hellstorm as well, Connor.
Yeah, we did pick up on how, Vortex done well to bring it back into the game. They needed a good hold on P2, and we've actually seen the complete opposite. I think they've given up a full 60 there. They've given Isaac a streak, 22 and 9 now as well, 100-point lead. 50, well, just under 60 points needed to win the map, and it could really be closed out in these next 2 if it's anything like the first rotation.
Yeah, absolutely. Not one that we probably expected. Is expecting more to be close contested. Elmore will find 2, and then Small will eventually come through and find 1 of their own. I think the cruise was just then called in from either. It doesn't seem like it's picked anybody off, but Small starting to find a couple of kills, and good to see Infinity getting up and running on this one as well. Look at that, Isaac. He's 22 and 9. He's got nearly 2 minutes on time. That's absolutely everything you want to see from a teammate.
Yeah, and big shout out there to Infinity. He did start really slow on that first hard point in the last series that we just watched on the main stage, whereas this time he's picked up from where he left off in that S&D. He's now shooting that gun, and look at that, you've got 3 players on 20 plus kills if you're Correlate, and on the other side of Vortex you've got 1 player that's almost on 20, but he is 2 negative currently.
Yeah, it's just going to have to be Vortex are in that area where they're just going to have to start headbutting time. Obviously rotation currently in for, in for Correlate there, but it does get broken. E3 will come through and find 2 of his own. So an opportunity for them to break past this 100-point mark if they deal with this first wave. Keep your eye on Rico here. He's going to come through bottom server. Going to chow towards Isaac. Will find 1. He's going to have Avo challenge towards him next. Avo comes out on top of that one. And it will be Correlate that take this P4 as it stands at the minute. A couple of trade kills coming in for both teams. Nothing to split them in a minute. Only 10 seconds left to play for, Connor.
Yeah, with the 10 seconds left as well, if you're Vortex, you have no other choice but to try and headbutt through the front. And until Crow picked up that 2, then they were unable to get the kills. And Avo and Smile answering straight away. Avo almost snapping onto player outer, but too late to try and break the hill. 250 to, I think that was 88 in the end. And we spoke at how close this game was going to be going into it, and they've made us look silly again.
I don't know if it's just me and you. That's twice now we've seen hard points and we've bigged it up and said, oh, it could be really close, and then that's 200-point clubs that we've been involved in both times. But it was interesting to see the correlate side of things because they were just gunfight heavy.
Yeah.
They were just sitting on time. Isaac was just quite happily just saying, I'll sit on time, you boys fly around and do here. But just having a look at what we can see there, Isaac 20 untraded out of the 24. You just can't allow that to happen. 2 minutes 23 on time as well. If you're putting up those sort of numbers, you're going to be in the game.
He also managed to get 14 assists, which for someone that is sat on the hill for that long is actually quite impressive. That, on his side, when they're seeing the assist limbs, he's going 38 and 14 or 38 and 11, I think it was in the end. And with 2 minutes on hill, he's put his feet up probably towards the end of that game. And I think they were kind of in the driving zone for most of it.
Yeah, obviously looking over towards the S&D over on exposure as well. Correlate didn't look like they were slowing down in that last series either, so a good opportunity for them to try and close this one out. As you can see on the screen, E3 trying to get that 3 streak it was on towards that P1 area, not going to manage to do so, but he'll be someone that will be wanting to try and step up in Search and Destroy, I'm sure. Obviously, we don't know how much these guys have played together. Obviously, with speaking with E3, he hasn't been on it as much as of recent, so it'll be interesting to see how they are going to get on with this one. But Exposure S&D, you're a fan?
No. Veto. Instant veto. No, Exposure SD is a weird one, isn't it? Because there's a lot of mid control. If you're a sub, you can get pushed up quite quickly, but you're either going to get in a gunfight in 10 seconds and you're dead, or an AR's just going to be holding you. There's a lot of lanes, a lot of headies that ARs need to be holding, and you can slip through the net and get a nice little pinch on, but typically you're going to have an AR top window, looking over mid, looking over that P5 cross. You're also going to have an AR back solos on that bomb site. So it can be quite tricky to break, but I think we've got two teams here that I think S&D is going to be a strong point for a lot of these players. They play a lot of SD tournaments and chows and stuff like that, so it'll be interesting to see what kind of strats can be pulled out.
A lot of jumping around on this one as well, isn't there? There's a lot of opportunity to bring the new movement into the Search and Destroy as well. So
to fall off the map.
Yeah, and to fall off it as well. Thankfully, I've not been a part of that. I can't speak for you, obviously. So it'll be interesting to see if Avo's the one that picks that sniper up once again, see if any of the members of Vortex are. For anyone who's just joined, obviously, it is going to be a case of snipers back involved in the competitive scene, which is great. Obviously, having just the 2 lives, so if you die twice, you can't pick it up once more, but you don't have to use it consecutive.
No.
You can just swap it and change it out, can't you?
And I think that's what a lot of teams started to do at the start of the year. They just used their sniper until they couldn't use it anymore. Whereas I think as the year has gone on and will go on, I think you'll see teams get a bit more clever with it. Maybe only pull it out on one side. Maybe they'll save 1 life to the end of the game. But we can already see Elmore's tagged up. Don't think we've had any sniper shots. It doesn't look like anyone's necessarily holding a sniper angle. So I think it is just going to be your typical ARs and subs for this first round. But I'm interested if anyone pulls out a smoke, because I think a smoke on this map is really crucial to get towards those bomb sites. You can smoke out the whole of mid, you can smoke out this P5 where we see Elmore getting blooded there by Smol. Seeing Smol with an AR in his hands as well, that's not normal.
Well, I mean, by the looks of it, you can put anything in his hand so far this weekend, and it's going to work out, isn't it? But this is the thing with this map. It's so slow for the Search and Destroy side of things. It is going to have to be a case of you tend to see people either really fast plant over towards B, or they're having to try and get that mid control to wrap it over towards A. But Infinity will find one. It is just going to be one member of Vortex last alive. Will find one onto Isaac, so still got it all to do. Not going to manage to do so. Bit of a slower round for Correlate there. It took a little bit of time, but obviously Smol coming out with that first kill, and it will put them 1-0 up.
I do potentially think maybe a slower paced map and a slower paced game will suit the Correlate side. You've got someone like Infinity who's quite a stiff AR. You've got someone like Avo who can also be quite a stiff AR, so it might benefit them, and you can just kind of let Smol go, you know what, you do your thing, we'll sit back and watch you do it.
Yeah, it's one of those maps where you don't tend to see the bomb planted an awful lot either. It does tend to be, it is just the 4 kills that will wipe it out. So opportunity for I think it's Correlate. We'll see if they try and go towards that sort of fast B push, or will they try and get mid control. Like you mentioned, you can smoke out pretty much the entirety of that mid map. You can go left or right over towards that A point. And interesting to see, and this is where sort of the movement should be coming in. Smol just going to try and fast play it down over towards A point. A couple of members of Correlate going to try flying towards them. Smol's going to find potentially 2 of them, not going to come out on top of that one. Rico will say no. Someone's going to chow towards the bottom stairs as well. Avo will even it up, and Rico will find a double. So good start for Vortex there.
Yeah, 2v2 now. The bomb has been retrieved by Infinity, and Isaac Infinity now go from the 2v3 into a 2 versus 1. Elmore last alive will they have any input on him? They've not had any input on him first to start off the round. He's now playing a little bit slower around the other side of the map, and I think he might get into an engagement very shortly, Joel.
Yeah, it looks like it will be. He'll find one, nearly managing to jump off the wall and away for that second one, but that's that situation. When it's a 2v1, it is normally just safer to run round and sort of play the trade, opposed to having one person look in, one person easily get picked off on the bomb, and then it's just a timer game. So if you're running around, but Infinity 4-0 start for him so far in this series, and sort of business as usual for Correlate so far.
Yeah, it seems like Infinity's remembered to put his stock and rear grip on his AR now since coming over to the main stage. But 2-0 start, and if it gets to 3, maybe 4-0, I think they're going to almost think the game's done. So maybe a bit of complacency, but I think with Correlate losing that series earlier on stage, maybe even kick them into gear a little bit as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, Rico found 2 of his own in that round before, so I'm sure he'll want to try and double up on that one at least to try and get around on the board for Vortex. Here, obviously, still plenty of Call of Duty left to play for. Avo will find one, a little bit of a credit corner onto E3, does then instantly get traded out, so still 3 apiece for both teams here. Bomb is going to be still in the hands of Vortex, not trying to push it out as it stands too far at the minute, but an opportunity if they can maybe be a little bit more aggressive. There's a chance to, and the trade's again coming in for both teams. Nothing to split them.
No, and there is a DS20 Mirage, so another new weapon. That one's an AR this time that we're seeing Smilezilla pull out there, and he's able to get one and just about get away with his life after being double chowed. But we see Vortex now pushed up onto the bomb site. Will they be opting for the plant or not? It's going to be a 2v2 chow in the back. Smole comes out on top using that DS20 Mirage, a gun that I don't think I've ever seen pulled out in an actual competitive match, but he has popped 3 in the round, so maybe he's teaching.
It's like he's using bingo or something, isn't it? Just ticking off every gun that's going on. Yeah, I don't know. It opt in every single round to have something different. I haven't seen the sniper in the hands of Avo yet, so I'm not sure if it's maybe just not the map for it. But like you say, by the looks of it, if you're putting any gun in Smole's hand at the minute, opportunity, if he's going to pop a 2-piece, yeah, you use what you want, mate.
I think that's the 5th weapon I've seen him use so far this weekend, and it is 1:24 PM on the first day.
Well, at least you can tell the time. That's always good to know. So, 3-0 in favour of Correlate as it stands at the minute. 3 streak for Small. And Vortex going to have to get on the board here. They can't afford for themselves to go 4-0 down, because that's when you get into that territory of it is what it is. Yeah. They, I'm sure, will be wanting to put a performance on, but Small just going to try and run it down. And again, Avo with him as well. They are literally hunting the members of Vortex here, and they are just having to try and back up Rico. Probably got a little bit of information, just cooking that nade, just bouncing off. Will have the info to Avo, but he will get away, and it's going to have to be a strong retake from Vortex here.
Yeah, it's going to have to be a 4v4 retake. All 4 of the Vortex players actually, to start off with, were inside of this P3 building. 2 of them have fallen to Avo's sub before getting traded. Small gets 1, let me guess, Small gets 2.
Gosh.
Breakdown.
Yeah, so 2 for Avo there, 2 for Small as well, and it is not looking pretty for Vortex, but there's still plenty of God left to play for. They are a roster that I'm sure we'll be seeing at least tomorrow. So but this Correlate roster obviously had a rough start to the day, and they've answered back quite well, haven't they?
Yeah, I mean, I've speaking to some of the Correlate players in between the last main stage game and this one. They've been going through a lot of odd of some of the top challenger teams, and both EU and NA. So I think that's probably why we're seeing a variety of strats. And they've not really done the same thing twice yet, even though they've hit up mid on both offense rounds. They've kind of done it differently. Smole's had a sub pushing up mid. He's then chowed up mid with a slower firing AR than the typical AR we see with the M15. But E3 on the other side of things, 4E3, looking to get a kill. Smole absolutely beaming Rico there across the map. Opens it up already. Advantage Correlate to make it 5-0. Isaac with a good catch, but he will fall. Infinity gets a kill, 2v1, E3 last alive.
Did just decide to firm the nade, didn't he? He stood there in the top window, saw it coming towards him, like, I'm not going to get away from that one. So going to be all on E3 to try and keep the members of Vortex and put a round on the board for them. And again, it is just that hunting game for Correlate. It is going to be Infinity and it is going to be Avo. Just going to try and chase it down. Obviously Vortex, I believe, were the ones who've got to try and plant this round as well. So E3 has got it all to do, but I've seen it happen before. If there's someone that can do it, I'm sure he can.
And that would have been a good start there, because he would have been able to get that one and get away, because the other player was not holding his hand. They were not close together. But this time he shoots up Infinity. He's going to be backed up. He's going to stun himself by accident, but the nade could come good for him there. Not quite. But with 25 seconds left, he still has it all to do. He still needs to get that bomb back in his hands. And he's going to have to choose a site and get the bomb down quick, or chant both and pop a 2-piece.
Yeah, obviously I imagine Correlate are probably seeing the bomb here, because you have got, I think it was Infinity looking over towards long there. Does manage to take out E3, and it's not looking pretty. 5-0. It's not ideal. It's just a case of you play for a little bit of pride at the minute, but opportunities like this one, imagine you bring that back. As soon as you get one on the board, it opens the door up, doesn't it? It all starts with one, as they say.
Yeah, S&D can just turn around. They can just win 6 in a row if they want to. It's not like a hard point where you go down 200 to like 20, which is kind of the equivalent of this, and it's impossible almost. S&D is just 1 round at a time. 4 kills, go again. 4 kills, go again. So if they do win this 6-5, I'd edge my bet that they're going to take that map through as well, but I do struggle to see Correlate doing it. I mean, look at that, 7-2 from Small, 6-1 from Infinity. What can you do?
Yeah, I can't say I've seen a full sale like it for quite a while, but Small just literally just running down every member. Shoulders one, slides out, not going to manage to find it instantly. Then his partner in crime, Avo, will come through and get the trade. Isaac will find one to P3. It's all on Rico and Elmore to keep Vortex alive. Actually, in the series, Rico will have the sniper in hand, playing a bit of, I was going to say, he was toying with it there, and Isaac will fall with the help of Elmore, so good opportunity for Vortex here. It's 2 apiece, and not as it stands is Bomb going to be down. Avo just hunting down members of Vortex here, and it's actually Infinity there with him as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, Avo knows that the person he was chasing had that sniper on his back and only had a pistol in his hand, but Elmore could get some good timing, will get one, does get traded by Correlate, and Correlate, I mean, that's a comfortable series. I think probably the most comfortable series they're going to have all weekend.
Yeah, I mean, the opportunity was there, even if it was just in that round for Vortex, wasn't it? As soon as they found a couple of kills, they had a little bit of info, probably where the guys were going to be wrapping around, but the pressure that was being put on this Vortex team, you can't underestimate it. Like you say, if you've got Small doing well, Avo's finally down, Infinity as well, also getting himself on the board. They were just doing the fundamentals right, wasn't it? It was a case of, if you're not going to plant the bomb, we're going to come hunting for you and we're going to find you.
Yeah, and that's exactly what they did. When you've got people like Small, you can trust him in 95% of gunfights, and even the gunfights that he did chow and lost, Avo, his partner in crime, was literally there, stood right behind him, was able to get that trade and then carry on with a 3v3, and they were playing it like that, weren't they? They were using Small as that bait, let's get the info. If you get the first pick, great, we'll carry on to 4. If not, don't worry, I've got your trade, let's move on.
Yeah, absolutely, and obviously in a group where they've got 5 teams in there as well, every win is important because you don't want to be one of the, I believe it's 2 teams to go home out of that group. So good from them. Obviously, as we mentioned earlier on, slow start to the day. Avo was not pleased, I think is the best way for us to put it, with how that first series went. But as you guys, along with us, have just seen over the last 2 series, a heck of a lot better. Any final thoughts?
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, I think Vortex is still not over and done with. They've played 3 series now, they've got 1 more to go, and they are 2-1. So they are definitely going to make the losers bracket, potentially going to make the winners if they're able to win. And depending on what else happens in their group's a bit of a mixed one. We could have 3 teams ending up on 3 wins and 2 losses by the end of it. So we'll see what happens there, and I think Correlate will take that confidence and probably go win on a side station later on to take their final series as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I say, good series to have on there. So we are just going to be taking a quick break. So don't go anywhere, and we'll be back soon.
since last cast. But how was that last game?
Yeah, it was good. Obviously, we saw Correlate come out on top of that one. I think they went 3 in a row pretty much on main stage. Obviously, 2 of them were casted, and then 1 was played off while we were having a little bit of a break. But business as usual for those guys after that slip up this morning, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think that slip up really put them in check, didn't it? And that made them have a little chat, work out what was going wrong. I mean, Infinity did only have 3 attachments AR. Not that we could put the full excuse in it, but I think that then knocked him in, and he had a good series that last one as well that we saw on the main stage.
But yeah, all in all, it was business as usual, really.
Yeah, that's good. We can actually have a quick look at a group recap to see how everything kind of played out, because we're getting into the serious stuff now. But, here you can have a look. Obviously, I think there's some shocking results here, because I know we've hyped up AVNG and they have lost map, whereas have we seen London X-Force Gaming, they've been a dominant force throughout all of this. But I like that it seems a bit more varied than usual. Like, when you see events, sometimes you see one team absolutely dominating literally everything.
Yeah.
But I feel like every single game, especially on the stage so far, has been kind of like, back and forth throughout the whole thing. So
yeah, no,
how are you finding the group stage?
Well, I think if we throw it back to the last LAN, obviously AVNG came in without losing an entire series for pretty much 2 events all the way up until the grand final. Obviously came out on top of that one at the end, but today we're seeing that they have slipped up against a team which we're about to see shortly in Project Vapor, but it seems to be that such a competitive LAN, doesn't it?
Yeah, and I mean, Group C is the epitome of that, isn't it? You
Yeah.
have 3 teams, 2 and 1, that have been decided by map count. You know, Belfast Storm, one of the top dogs coming into this event, are now fighting their way through the losers bracket based off of 1 map.
Yeah, scary. How have you found it?
I've been enjoying it. I kind of like it when there's a bit more back and forth.
Yeah.
Usually you see like a sweep and you're like, oh, it's over. Oh, there's nothing really to like compare it to. But when the teams are actually like, there seems to be a bit of tension. There's been quite a bit of shouting this morning as well. And I'm hoping that just continues throughout the day. It feels like there's a lot more fight between everyone. And as we can see, the crowd is booming. Everyone's here. So it's like everyone wants to see how these games are going to go.
Yeah, it's the good part of the day. We've got the bracket out of the way and done with for the group stages, and now is where the heavy hitters will start obviously facing off against each other as well, and obviously we're about to see that as well. But like you say, it's good that there's a little bit of change. It's not just straightforward that we expected, obviously, especially the first game, which me and you did this morning, but obviously everyone's starting to pile in to watch it, like you say.
Yeah, I mean, just second that really. These 2 teams have both come out on top, and it's going to be a really tough matchup. It's actually a tough one to call, even though one has 3-0. They've upset one of the favourites, the winners of the past event. It's still a tough one to call because this Phantom team did look good on main stage earlier.
So we have Project Vapor versus Phantom. Which way are you guys leaning for this one?
Go on, you go.
I think Phantom.
Right.
I just think it's an upset. We've seen a few upsets on main stage today, and we had a little chat during the break between a few of the casters going on, and we worked out that only that side of the stage has won so far today.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
So based on no other COD knowledge, just that station's won all day, so we're going to go with that.
I'm going to go Project Vapor. I'm going to be the boring one and go sort of as expected. They've come into the series. I don't think they've dropped a map so far. 2-0, pretty much clean sweep through their group stage, and I don't see, albeit a good Phantom roster, I think now that we're in the best of 5 scenario as well, I think these boys will come out on top.
Okay, so you said Phantom, you said Vapor.
What's the deciding vote?
You can't say both.
I think I'm going to give it to our casters, and they're going to take you into this next game.
Thanks, guys. Leave the decision all up to us. Welcome back to the Esports Hub Winter LAN. Connie, Mark of G, bringing you the action tonight. I think what's interesting, though, so far is now the best of 3s have wrapped up and we're heading into the best of 5 format. A few teams have surprised us. We thought groups of death would exist throughout this pool play portion. And Mark, they definitely have.
Yeah, I definitely have. And it's going to be interesting. Veto's being a part of it is going to be the biggest change. Players are going to get to pick the maps they want to be playing against, used to it. And speaking of which, Black Hat Hardpoint's our first one, followed by a Raid Search and Destroy. My favourite, can't lie, Raid is one of my favourite maps. But then also a Den Overload. So that's a really good Overload map. And I think that's fairly fair for both sides, attack or defence, so they switch around. So it'll be interesting to see how this first 3 games come up. We have Project Vapor, we've got Phantom. We're going into a game, and Project Vapor have yet to lose, like we said so far. But Phantom, they almost won in that first game.
Didn't they? They nearly scored away a cheeky win, but we are now heading into the best of 5s. Winners round 1. First and second in their respective groups, going head to head. Project Vapor and Phantom Esports. You mentioned on the desk, who's your favourite, Mark? And I got to say, this is a very close match. I can't pick one from my side, but we get stuck into the game itself, and we see where the set nades are going to go first of all. This spacing and what they can take on Blackheart P1, key. Look at the route so far.
There we we go, straight to mid we go, and inside the spinning ring of death it seems like here, as 4 dead straight away. Phantom Esports off to a flyer start, exactly the way you want to do it. As you see, pin back, get themselves set up. Player number 7 is rotating on the left side here, trying to get some picks from that respawn.
Oh, look at the setup as well. Little break attempt to the south side of the map, but there's a perfect line. Phantom Esports are darting their arrows towards the 3 choke points inside B1. Rotations are clean as well. They're not staying static in this hill, which I think with the set nades, it's easy for Project Vapor to try and chip away and get time, but if you look at how the time on the board is flowing, it's a perfect start.
I mean, you don't normally see that on P1, especially on this map here. Black Hat is just a bang out, backing forward inside that hard point, but 27 seconds going the way of Phantom Esports. We've got a good start, but P2, more important, a big clutch hill here, but all the kills in mid-map going the way of Phantom Esports as they try and make their way towards P2.
And the rotation itself was already locked in by Project Vapor. We have got at least 2 players now locking down the deep spawns. Flagged opportunity as well for Phantom is on the cards, Mark. But if you look at how things are going, I don't know, chopping away at the tree, and the flip is really rough because Phantom, despite all the kills and efforts from I don't know, he's actually not made much of an impact.
Yeah, and that's it being said, Divine, it definitely wasn't what he wanted there in the back when he was on the hard point. Everybody else cut round her. But look at the lead, 45 seconds, building even more here in P2, and they're holding that back spawn, they're getting them all mid-back cut, and if they can win these gunfights for the next setup, that's an opportunity inside the hill.
Oh, that's a big hole punch there for Project Vapor. Oh, tell you what, when it comes to the metas and at least the weapons at hand here, some work better than others. It's inside the body, but spawns aren't even theirs, so I'm not sure what that was all about.
It's braveness, it's just full confidence trying to bring it here. Botchka just wants to kill everybody, whether you're dead on the floor or not, but looking around to the new set of rotations, P3 under control from Phantom Esports, but that little bit of scrap time gets it a little bit closer. We're into 25 seconds or so.
Definitely a hectic first half, and Phantom Esports got very, very blessed with the full 60 seconds across 2 hills. If you're looking now, Project Vapor is starting to scale back in quite nicely. A good team tactic here to try and break this setup, but Phantom, similar to the last hill, locking spawns comfortably. Their hold potential, though, definitely needs to be raised a bit more because there's too many routes to be taken and no one's deep enough to block it.
Yeah, and the routes were taken well enough. They take all the players at the back of the spawn. All of a sudden, you're inside the hill. Vapor still got 36 seconds to fight for this one. With the positions that they're in the middle of the map, that big fight in the back and the cross might come in handy here as player number 3 is 3 dead in the feed, and all of a sudden Project Vapor are starting to snatch the back that opportunity to take the lead here.
Sorry, man, I'm just quite over someone jumping off the map full force. That's
splash.
One way. Splash indeed. But let it breathe, Mark. Look at how these spawns are being helped by Project Vapor. It's comfy. 15 seconds scrap time that they definitely need. They'll escalate the lead into their hands. And they're also trying to create islands. You know, these players are not stuck together all the time. They've got a lurker at hand.
Oh, 6 in a row he's gone as well to make that break. And he's going to hold for that new spawn. Can he get the kill in the back? He can't. Whoever that is just absolutely slaying in the back there to keep him alive. But Project Vapor eventually shut them down. Divine intervention. And he gets the hill uncontrolled. Project Vapor taking the lead.
Oh, Mark, I'm liking ideas from Phantom, though. You see in the way they're trying to claw the hill in this position. But Project Vapor, they have literally got wall-to-wall fights. It's constant 2v1s. The extra player, the extra man is up at all times. They can coordinate an attack, they can hold really deep. And Phantom are constantly trying to punch a hole into the hill, and it's just not coming off.
I like the Phantom aren't giving up this hill though. They're making sure that they're putting in every opportunity they possibly can, and in the back you're finding 2 kills. Can you find a third? You can't. Divine once again gets 2 in a row. He gets shut down, but IDK goes big and finds 2. That's the scrap time. Project Vapor might get past the 100 point mark here unless the contest comes in here from XQ, but he decides I'm not going for that, and he falls to the IDK nade as well.
And plenty of trust as well, and I don't know, to at least get the scrap time in this situation, because Phantom have got the extra man for the break potential, 4v3 pretty much, because they're going to hit this hill out fast. And even Bakaj in these tight positions can't seem to get away with the kill required to hold this in. Look at the spawn flip. I mean, it's just perfect Call of Duty. Project Vapor now can escalate the lead even further here. Not just a money hill, but the spawn control is in their hands.
Yeah, he goes by the name of IDK, but he's on a 4 streak, and I think he knows what he's doing. He does not have a stop whatsoever. He's just running the map. I was away to give the F word there. I was hyped by him. He's on a 5 spree before being shut down. But in the hill, they're holding on in 33 seconds. Still an opportunity for Phantom to bring this back and get to that 100 point mark if they can hold the back spawn that Project Vapor have got control of for now, but not for much longer if they get the kill there.
And it's important now because look at the positioning here, at least between 5 and 8. They're trying to touch time, but it's left wide. Project Vapor, despite being in no man's land, the attack usage is just, you know, shoving Project Vapor and Phantom away from the hill, and that's what they need, because this gap could get bigger and bigger, and they need to start accruing time, which at least 6 seconds here will be useful. Back to the P1, though, we saw it was perfect in the first portion. This time, though, it's a lot scrappy.
Yeah, it was mostly red to start off with P1 in the first set of rotations, but we start the second set of rotations with Project Vapor in the lead. A little bit of momentum as they started bringing themselves back, but he's just got absolutely dumped on there. CG comes up over the top, and now Phantom are in control of the hardpoint once again. P1 being their dominant hardpoint so far in this map, but can they continue it? They can so far. Divine finding 2.
And this pinch from Project Vapor could be a really good initiative to get this P1 back, but we're only halfway into the hill, and everyone's been nailed out. The cruise missile from IDK, excellent choice, but Phantom Esports still, they spawn close by, they'll stack players in the hill, and they're not using any tacks. They want to get the guns up at all times, because only 3 choke points to find a kill, so you don't need to require too much Call of Duty here to get yourself in the picture.
Yeah, scrap time though here, and it looks like Phantom are setting for P2 more of a clutch help, but in the back, all of a sudden Divine, he kills the player that was setting back that whole spawn. XQ, 2 dead in the feed though, going away with Phantom, but finding that kill in the back might be the most important clutch here, and it is going to be going away with Phantom Esports as they find 1, but have to contend with a second contender. He finds all 2, there we go, they have got control.
Fantastic spawn. And Phantom in this position have to make sure the timings are there, because there's 10 seconds of uncontested contact between 2 teams. Project Vapor were really deep, but now they've got to try and get 2 lanes under control or even hit 1 out, but it's just a whitewash, a drubbing. Phantom Esports in this hill, 20 seconds go their way.
That's 5 in a row as well, and he's trying to stay alive inside the hill and in and around, trying to find more, build the streaks where possible. If he can get that Hellstorm, that might come in clutch, because they're pulling back that deficit, and all of a sudden 6 seconds is all that matters here. There's still plenty of time to try and take the lead here from this Vapor side, who are struggling to get into this hill, and there we go. He finds 7 in a row. There's a chance for this lead to swing.
And there's no trophies in this hill as well. No trophies at all. So the nades, despite them being used in the opportune moment, no impact whatsoever, and that's interesting. Scrap time here, 10 seconds. Phantom Esports will escalate the lead by a small margin, but looking at the rotation towards new, Project Vapor responding comfortably. All 4 players there clawing onto the hill and spreading out evenly to cover the lanes and making sure everything is picked up.
Yeah, I like the way they did that though. They sent 3 players, kept 1 on the hard point, but unfortunately all got shut down by Vapor in the back, so they couldn't hold on to that spawn and opportunity. So they have to spawn mid-map and out to that top left north side here, and it's going to be an interesting break opportunity, because they get the split. There's going to be 2 players conversion at the same time. They find 1. Can they find the next? Yes, they do. Phantom Esports will make the break, and they all of a sudden keep control of that lead.
One last little pinch, but again, it's short arrows away, because the front here from Project Vapor can actually go through. This is really clever, and what will be a fantastic retake. 1 player distracts, 3 hit the front, because everyone turned at the right time for Phantom. It was horrific. And looking at what we see, 20 seconds can go their way. Now even Stevens in this match with Project Vapor taking the lead. It's all about these 1v1s for new, the initial time. This is where we focus our attention, because now IDK can hold time again. He's just been soaking for the last 3 hills, and it's kept Project Vapor firmly in the driver's seat.
He's trying to keep them back there as well, because 2 of them are going to try and contest him on P1. P3, sorry, P4. There we go. I'm losing my track, but they're not losing track of what's going on. Is there on track? Sure, he is finding 4 in a row as well. I'd like to know who the 2 Katana ones are. I don't know who's in 3rd and 4th spot, but whoever, they're just absolutely slaying just now on that hill, and that's 5 in a row. Can they keep control? Project Vapor find everything. Everybody's spawning on that south side of the map, so Project Vapor are going to have a good 30 seconds potentially here to hold this and get this within touch and distance.
Yeah, crossing the 200 point mark means that 1 more perfect kill after this one, they've locked the game away. The most they can get is to 237 points based off the timing and the ticks. Phantom have to try and contest, but again, these are where the big decisions have to be made between the teams. Phantom have to be perfect from here on out, contest the hill, or at least get time. Project Vapor can make mistakes. But looking at how this has worked, Divine, 34 and 19, a stellar performance thus far in the map 1. Really the captain of the ship.
Oh well, whoever the captain is, he's 7 in a row, but he's shut down eventually. And then Project Vapor do pass that 230 point mark. They're going to get the chance here to opposite side of the map. Phantom Esports set up first, but they lose 1 gunfight down this left side. An opportunity, 3 dead in the feed. Project Vapor making their way, trying to get that back spawn here, because they can close it out on this hard point.
And they've locked it so well, Mark. Only 1 person's rotating through mid, but Vapor can spam utility and take these fights comfortably off a wall bounce.
Yeah, there we go. Oh, there. Speaking of the wall bounce, there as it comes in, trying to bounce his way in and around. 10 more seconds is all that Vapor need, and they don't manage to hold on for that one. Phantom get that break.
They make it really comfortable as well in these situations, not just from the close lanes and at least wall-to-wall gunfights we expect in this portion, but he's 10 points away, and Phantom can potentially hold this with no contest. A big kill there for CJ just to lock off the lane. But hang on, Vapor are stacking it from the front.
Here we go. Still a chance to win it here. 16 seconds remain. They only need 9. They need the gunfight wins here, and this could be the one-on-one that changes this map for them. Nope, it's broken, and all of a sudden, Phantom back in control.
Oh, back to P1 though, and this is the worst place to at least try and find a win here for Phantom. Vapor can close out Comfy.
Yep, there we go. Are we going to close it here? Back and forward it goes. Kill in the back though. Opportunity. Finds one, but it's traded out. Phantom still get the control. They're into 200 points mark here as well, and they can still win it here as well. Phantom is still clutch to P1 opportunity.
Oh, 2 choke points being hit. IDK. Oh, nearly gets the second locked away. One last player to contest from Phantom before we get Mixie again.
Oh, and
it's going to be contested. I mean, literally, it's just spawn, get in, and Phantom just about squeeze away before it gets contested again.
Yeah, well, Phantom definitely can't win it. They need to rely on the rotation towards P2, but 5 seconds is all the Vapor need. Have they run out of that steam? Are they going to be able to keep that going, or are we going to see Vapor rise?
Oh, tidy finish here. 3 seconds left. One last wave for Phantom to hit, and Project Vapor walk away. Map 1 in hand.
Yep.
Not just a really exciting contest, Mark, but from the get-go, I mean, it wasn't even in their hands. Phantom themselves really showcasing something special.
Yeah, a solid P1 start from them. They looked really good, Phantom, and I was like, this is a chance. Though Project Vapor would be an upset as well, because a solid team that's went 3-0 so far in the group stages, but Phantom, they put their guns to the sword and they're hoping for the best, and it almost worked out for them. But as the rotations in Project Vapor got themselves back into it, you see how close it was. Look at Divine now, 48 kills, 28 of them non-traded at 4,600 damage. That is phenomenal from Divine.
Yeah, absolutely. His namesake is just what really appropriately describes the scoreline he's put up there. 56 interactions, he's won 40 of them. Absolutely stellar. But, I mean, after that hard point, again, when you map into the series, Search and Destroy is up next, and that's where players not just reset, but can completely reassess what the game plan is. You get too much dopamine, get too happy after a hard point. I've seen it cost an S&D before, countless times.
Yeah, well, we know that it is not over now yet. There's still a best of 5, still opportunities going into that Search and Destroy. Anybody's game. Raid is going to be our Search and Destroy. It could be an interesting one from Vapor here, but Phantom Esports, they want to bounce back with a vengeance and try to make sure that this series can still be within touching distance and getting that W, because you want to continue in the winner's bracket, right? That's what you want to do. You can just switch off from there on out, have a break, get yourself ready for that Sunday competition. You don't want to have to try and fight another matchup, getting that opportunity to be sent home. So all or nothing here. Phantom will try to get themselves back into the action.
And they could do potentially in quite a convincing fashion. The only real issue, again, is that in the winners round 1, these teams, both first and second in their respective groups, but quite clearly the respawns early on. I'm just seeing Project Phantom at least have a few moments where they're just not confident in head-to-head duels. Rotations, they're absolutely fine. They're stellar in some cases. But when they're actually trying to isolate 1v1s or even try and hunt the last player in the back, it just becomes too much of a core focus. We saw an instance where they were hitting the front of Hill, and then all players looked away. It was pretty much quite a telling situation. We head towards the Raid S&D. This is where I think, not just one of the oldest maps in the game. It's nearly 10 years old. Actually, no, it's 13 years old, this map. Beg my pardon. But yeah, you should know where to expect. Top bedroom, laundry, art, every single call-out possible is going to be repeated and rinsed again. And Mark, we love the aesthetics and the Black Ops 7 variation of this one.
I just love Raid. Bring it out every single time. I feel like people maybe get fed up of it, but I'm not. I love to see a little bit of Raid. It's just reminiscence of the times when I played COD as a youngster, and that seems like a long time ago, to be honest. But let's go into the action. Project Vapor are on the attacking side. It's going to be Phantom defended straight off the rip. Down that B side, it looks like an opportunity where you're getting 3 stacks for Project Vapor. Different side than normal. Usually they see the A's pushed early on, but going for that B side push.
I understand why they're going B, because the Black Van and A can always take out 2 or 3 players with one dodgy nade. Every single case. But this awkward situation presents a really close quarters fight. Although bomb is dropped momentarily, Phantom got the information needed for the pressure. Oh, lovely snipe. IDK. But no one's progressed towards the site, and Phantom foreseeably have quite clean control of the situation.
I was going to say, let's get us some snipe cam here. That's what I want to see. Get on board with IDK as well. Opportunities. That's finding a kill. But Phantom, they can just wait their own a second, because no bomb plant, so it's still in their favour. 39 seconds here in the round still to go. Going to have to make a push for something here. IDK comes round, he's out in the open, but XQ finds Divine, ties it up to 2 apiece.
Yep. Pause for the game. Separation for Phantom Esports, and XQ really is just trying to milk this down as much as possible. His teammate is nowhere near to help, and he has to hold 9.
Time's on your side. XQ's on your side. You find a kill, and all of a sudden it's a 2v1 in your favour. Phantom Esports just need to find a bomb carrier. Nice wee peek up at the top there, though. That's an opportunity. He gets the gunfight. He wins it off to XQ. Now a 1v1 block catch. So he's got all the time in the world, and he has known information that the teammate is weak.
Yeah, for a moment in time there, I thought that 2v2 was played terribly. They were way too separated, and XQ really had to rely so much on his movement at that situation to even get both kills. But got one, managed to away from the corner, then it creates the paradox of, oh, well, another person chasing the 1v2 has to be aggressive in a counter, while his teammate in that entire time was wrapping deep to make sure that he could not be spotted or sighted or even comped. So, yeah, that kill was out of nowhere, and a clean first round.
There we go, a clean first round. Let's try and see if they continue that, because Phantom want to win this one, tie up the series if they possibly can. Long way to go in the search and destroy though, as we head into round number 2. CG picking up that bomb for that Phantom side, and they're going straight through mid-map.
Mate, this is class. Look at the stairs hit too. Risky carrier, and that's not what you want to see. That bomb is dropped in a very exposed position, and Project Vapor are just going to rinse and repeat. The single player playing pillars on A. Eliminate.
Ripping
from
a distance, and making sure that is theirs to take here.
That's why you don't blind counter mid, mate. That's why you don't blind counter mid on
when
round
you've got
2.
side lanes like that, for sure. XQ though, 1v3 opportunity. Can he clutch this one up? He's getting tagged. He's going to have to dip back, but that means that the Vapor side will be able to wrap around and start closing in on that final member of XQ. And guess what? There it is. Easy pickings. Surely, just. I thought he was going to lose that gunfight there, but there was a second player, at least from Vapor, to finish it off if he didn't win that gunfight. But tied up, one apiece.
I think that round was lost from the break-off, to be fair. 4 players hitting mid is always a bold strategy, but you've got to take money, you've got to take kitchen, you've got to take these spaces where you know that you can have a pinch covered, you can have a bomb site covered. They were just hitting stairs straight away, and the gunfight was unnecessary. Bomb carrier, first one up, not ideal. That situation.
Yeah, I think the whole unpredictable side of things and playing something different than what you're not expecting sometimes works in your favour, but when you've got a 4 mid and instantly you've got one person visualising every single person with that AR down that range, it's easy enough to shut them down. There we go, opportunity. IDK now attacking side.
And even in this position here as well, CJ can just play his life because he knows the information's there. His teammates can be supporting, they can be available if need be, but no one really wants to, speed up the game unnecessarily, Mark. They're making their time count, as they now decide to pick a bomb site. I think this is where Phantom start to at least tighten their squeeze with any sort of available option.
It's going to be our first plan, it looks like, here over towards the A side, putting pressure onto the Phantom Esports, but inside that smoke, he sends the nade. Divine finds that first blood. All of a sudden, Project Vapor in a good standing, and we've got a DC by the looks of things as well. They're down to Phantoms, down to 3 players, so might have to reset it pretty quickly here, because that's unfortunate. You don't want to be in a situation where you're already starting with search and destroy. So
absolutely,
we'll get back to that. I don't know what the issues were, but yeah, one apiece. I assume we'll go back into that one at the same scoreline at 1 apiece, and we'll start that third round again. But from the get-go and how that started off there, which side, there's not really like anything to kind of compare the difference between them. Both looking pretty
Project
decent.
Vapor, impressive on gun skill, but they are blind countering mid every single round. I'm seeing 4 players just fly through the middle. Even CJ in that last round there was like, oh, they're all mid. So his teammates were just holding power positions, getting the ARs really tight, so that when one overextension, Nor's team's gone. That really is the biggest problem, and it's a risk that they can't afford to have in this stage.
Yeah, we've seen the one snipe come off here as well from IDK. I'm not sure how many rounds he's going to wish to try and pull that out, but if he's there and he's able to pull off some of these clutch moments with that sniper in hand, even getting that first blood, we've seen it in previous rounds with Correlate, with Avo finding that first blood with that sniper. It just opens up the map for you, especially on that defensive side.
And that's where I think the changes need to take place, because it's not really so much forward planning, Mark. It's much more, this is what we feel like doing. And I think that's just going to become quite costly.
Yeah, it can be very, very costly. We'll find out what these issues and get ourselves into that setup. But anything else, like we've seen multiple games like so far, right? Even on main stage, even up in the passion pit, so to speak. I'd call it the sweat box at this point in time, because it's absolutely roasting up there. Yeah, it is so hot up there. There's so many bodies and so many people and so much action going on. You're hearing shouts left and right. Any major surprises that you've seen so far?
I think the morning was quite telling regardless. Belfast Storm losing on main stage first day, well, first go really. I think that London X-Force themselves in their first series on main stage again were a little bit rusty, but the respawns look clean regardless. S&D definitely needs to be comfortably adjusted to as time goes on. But I think when we go for the actual proceedings, of how things rounded up. I mean, the game itself is starting to have a little moment here and there. We've seen a few disconnects today, notably again upstairs. I think it was Annex and Belfast Storm. Control last round, 3-1 up, and then a player DCs, and it's like, well, what do we do?
Yeah, Annex go on and win it, and then you're like, wait a minute, it's a bit
Yeah,
unfair there, your 4v3 scenario, and you've got to like clutch up from what 4-2 down it was as well, the 55 seconds remaining. And Belfast Storm, obviously, they'll be like, wait a minute, we can't just go on the way that this has happened. It's just unfortunate. But obviously, if that was online, it's a different story. But we're here online, we can reset, we can get ourselves onto that. If you were just online, you'd be like, right, we'll chalk it off as a win. And I said, like, close your PCs, get it down. We're booking that as a win for us. But unfortunately, they end up losing it in the end because of the positions and how close that group was. They still finish up on top, so they get the winners bracket, and Belfast Storm unfortunately had to go through they have to do the loser bracket run, which will be interesting to see because there's going to be some big name teams down there.
That's what I wanted to actually ask you, because of the format. All teams and groups will go through, bar the one team in the 5 group, but they'll be starting in lower bracket. So it's very much got a CDL element to it, where everything's for seeding, and then you're starting in lower bracket. Belfast Storm are going to be down in the lower bracket themselves, and we're going through day 1, where when tomorrow starts 9 a.m. bright and early. And teams need to be warmed up. If you're starting in the lower bracket and they go out and they're not fully ready, it's just going to be quite gutting, really. In all honesty, we've been there ourselves as players. So strategizing, stay as long as possible into winners round 1 and winners round 2, and then just put your feet up and assess strategy. Watch VOD tonight.
Yeah, you win the first game here, like this one here, Project Vapor or Phantom Esports will be the first ones to kick their feet up, whichever one wins anyway. And they'll be just like looking forward to tomorrow, where the real game comes into play, where everybody's starting to suss how they've played through day 1 and start to figure out whether they've got the opportunities and what maps they might have to watch back, might even watch the opposition's teams, the maps, and what they were good at and what they weren't good at. Some people will sit there and I don't know how much time they're going to spend, and if they're going to spend themselves down at the pub down the road and just enjoy themselves. Sometimes that works for you. Sometimes you just go on the bevy, wake up at 4 o'clock in the morning, and you start up on Sunday and you just come all guns blazing.
Load into a Blackheart hardpoint. And then drop 40 kills. I've seen a few performances like that. To be fair.
It used to be me in my younger days, but not on Black Ops or not on a COD for sure. But any other game, maybe potentially. But yeah, I used to play rugby after a big drunken session, and you play better somehow. But I think you don't notice the pain.
Is it all mental?
There's no
or is
pain.
It just all
this
luck?
is mental pain. Yeah.
Maybe
It's just in my head. Maybe I wasn't that good. Maybe I thought I was that good, and I was still
telling
drunk.
me that you're imagining the situation.
Yeah, probably.
Probably was really bad from the get-go.
Yeah, I'm really bad from the get-go. Played for too many years now, and I'm just getting injuries back and forward. But these boys getting some sore thumbs, maybe.
Usually it's wrist strain. Always a case where you see some players warming up by doing this, by doing that for the entire.
Saw this with the hand warmers. That's what
it
is.
That's definitely the reason why.
Sorry, that was inappropriate. But you know, what I mean, that is the action of the hand warmers. That's what we see across the main stage, and sometimes it's below the desk as well. So you just got to watch yourself. You're not
exactly.
Sure, you're not sure how warm the hands are getting. But yeah, we'll be getting into that game very shortly because one apiece. We'll start off with. What do you do now? They've had a little bit of a cool down session between obviously what was like the hard point going into that first round of the search and destroying the couple runs that we had. How do you think we're going to react now going after a wee bit of a reset? Is that going to be suiting any individual, or are you going to feel like
both teams are equally
0-0
wanting to get back into it?
Yeah.
Both teams are equally wanting to get back into it, and they're also in the state of mind of winners round 1. Let's just get through this best of 5 because not just the important element of the day and tomorrow, the elimination phase. I just think they want to get themselves really sort of tucked away into bed as early as possible tonight, and again have all the time in the world to watch back what they did today because. That's going to be the biggest key and the most telling thing of assessing how you're going to counter or set up your counters for the following day. Not just that, though, Mark. It's also a case of where not everyone here is suited to land, for example. Some players might be, super late bloomers and really progress 3-4 hours into an event. Some can just wake up and bam, they're ready straight away. That's why tomorrow's proceedings suck, because if you're in losers round 1 and you're a late bloomer, you can't do anything for your team.
Too little, too late, maybe at that point. But yeah,
exactly.
That's the interesting thing. The loser rounds just now are currently going on as well. We're still on that end part of the group of 5, still finishing off their final games before we can kick off the loser round because it's C and D that are in them loser rounds that we're waiting on them games to get on going. And the next winners bracket will be a very surprising, but not too surprising in the way of things that could be almost like a grand final in the first round of winners bracket here for the next game, because we're going to have AVNG and we're going to have X-Force gaming up there on that main stage for that first round of winners bracket. Somebody's going to have to make that loser run bracket from the get-go, from the start, from these two strong sides.
I think we saw it quite early on. I remember when the original winners of the Winterland, Julian and co, they got put in lower bracket in top 6, and then went through it and won comfortably. So that was the previous Cinderella run that we saw. Could happen again today, absolutely. It's just too early to tell. I think there's more competition this time around.
Oh yeah, I feel like
can win it.
We were saying it upstairs with some of the players and stuff that there is a lot more, we say mid-level, but like they're performing at a better standard than you'd expect, and then if they just get them surprise map wins, all of a sudden the series becomes a very interesting one. Speaking of which, obviously we're on about champions and such. AVNG are obviously returning champions here from January, but there was also an opportunity where Project Vapor, they're returning team champions, but they had that team of Julian and Rush and Red and obviously Heptics last time out.
The entire team.
So there's the whole team. That's who they had, but it was under the Project Vapor, and they won it in the Summerland. So it's very interesting to see that they've went back to EVNG to try and be returning champions. EVNG have like, this is our roster. We're going to try and go back to back.
It's a whole lot of Orc-cest, you know. It really is.
And they won the Katana one as well. So it's a solid roster, but I mean I think this is a harder tournament this time round, I think, compared to that has been before. Touchwood.
Quality of games has improved as well.
Yeah.
You notice that we're seeing a lot more stretches. Of course, the best of threes were usually 2-0, but now near the end of that and starting this, it just seems to be a lot more like I can't tell straight away if we're going to see a clubbing or not. Really, rather than the eyeball test, it's just every single situation is new, and the more experienced players, some of them actually aren't responding correctly.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the pace of this game as well might suit to certain individuals that are maybe not as experienced with the previous gods and stuff, because it's been a while since we've had such a big movement game. Obviously, last Black Ops 6 was pretty decent for the Omni movement.
It was, but that was the first time in a while that actually.
Yeah, and then now you're kind of got used to that, and then you go into Black Ops 7, and then there's even additional movement towards it. You've got your wall jumps, and you can chain them together and just make an absolute worldy play. So that is interesting to see how that player adapted to that. But here we go, back into Raid. And it'll be, I'm assuming, one apiece still going into this one. First to 5 it will be in the Search and Destroy. And we'll get to see who's going to come out strong and kick in straight away from the rip. Feels like we've switched the colours sides around, so teams are going to be the opposite way around. Vapor is IDK and Divine and Phantom, obviously the XQ sides.
So if you hear any confusion or us making a missed call, it's actually intentional. We got back to front to work with today.
Yeah.
This is a lovely little attempt here, because Phantom are going to try and control A as fast as possible. With Project Vapor, they have to at least make sure that the irons are covered, and that first blood is going to open up a sequence of kills where the site is still much in their hands.
Yeah, Phantom managed to get the man advantage for a few seconds. IDK though, he's not caring about man advantage until he's shut down. 1v1 scenario though, XQ has that bomb, and he knows he's got the information that the player was behind, so he's going to be able to wrap around and go maybe to the other bomb site, or just wait for that read.
I mean, he's got time to play with here, but it's all about making sure that you're covering your back. The pixel, that's all he needs to know. Both players spot each other, they know what's going on. But XQ's got more room to work with in terms of adjustment, angle viewing. Really can get the kill if he chooses. But this is equally a better adjustment as well for Project Vapor, because they're going to a point where they've got time on the board, and they're just going to wrench the clock and cause a hectic decision to be made.
Yeah, exactly. Going to get time though. Put that bomb down. 21 seconds remaining of the round before that, and then you're going to push that back up the time. So, yeah, 1v1 scenario. Come through mid-map, but where's the opportunity? Where's your chances to seal the W? Is he going to go for it? I'm not even imagining this is going to happen.
It might happen. It could be timed perfectly, but there we go. No need for the knife. A simple headshot. Perfection. A simple execute, if you will. And now it's 2-1. To Phantom Esports. It doesn't look that way, but trust us, it's
yeah, this is going to be one of these ones where my brain starts to lose it, and I'm like, oh yeah, wait a minute, that's Phantom, that's Vapor, this is the scoreline, this is
you require 4 rounds, and it's just like, no, you don't, obviously.
No, yeah, we don't. Which team is it? That's the question. But there we go, Phantom are going to try and see if they can keep going.
Okay, actually in ears, I think what they're doing is they're taking it random of 3 from the reset as an actual round, so it's 2-1, it's 2 all, it's 2 apiece. So Project Vapor are starting with 2 rounds, and Phantom are starting with 1 round.
I'm so confused.
I've got it locked in. Don't worry.
I don't think you
follow my lead. It's fine.
I have lost it. Fully lost it. Here we go. A site covered completely, but first blood going the way of IDK. Man advantage once again. CJ though is going to get caught out up on the ledge, but he stayed alive. How has he managed that?
Could be 400 damage there in that one sequence, but no kills at the end of it. Oh, and look at how tidy Phantom are keeping in this situation. A 2v1 in hand, Project Vapor have the advantage, and Bomb Plant at hand. But hang on, this Black Van hasn't exploded. I'm not sure there's any utility left over for Phantom to even, you know, play time and just set beautiful nades on the bomb site. But looking at how it's just being adjusted, it's plotted, and it's been cleaned up comfortably. It's Project Vapor. They themselves get around on the board, and now it's 3-2 to Project Vapor.
Thought he was maybe hanging up his washing inside laundry there, but he wasn't. He had already hung it up and ready to dry, just waiting to close it out, and finishes around IDK 5-1 in the first 2 rounds in this one. But
yeah,
overall, I mean, I don't know what the score overall would be, but that's a pretty good start.
I don't think you can really assess much more than that, can you, Mark?
Nope, I can't.
We have to simply work with is back to front, or is red blue? You know.
Yeah.
Truly colourblind in this moment in time.
Just throw me under the bus. It's fine. I'm okay with that. I probably miss this anyway. I'm that skinny.
What I like though, Project Vapor have gone for more of a static setup here, at least to cover both sides. But you know, Phantom, they want to punch a hole straight away again.
There we go. So there's a swimmer as well. We got a swimmer making his way around that flank. This could be great timing here as well as he does. He reads it, but he's not going to win the gunfire. First up is XQ. What a turnaround, and there you go. 2 kills go the way of Phantom, but now it's all down to Divine. What is he going to be able to do here? XQ, the jump off the wall. He gets one, but he can't find the next. Another win here. Was that make it then? Go on, Connie.
So Phantom have got 2 rounds there, but they it's down 3-3. It's even apiece. Project Vapor, I think, have got 2-1.
My head's lost, I swear.
Yeah, it's 3-3.
I can't do maths.
No, I got it. It's just explained to an audience at home that actually wrong is right and right is wrong, and wrong is right again.
There we go. It is wrong is right. That was just going to be confusing even more so, Connie, for me. But there we go. Got into the next round here. And you're going to have to get a nice wee set up here as you want to get yourself, Phantom, in the lead. And you want to take this with the grasp of the hands and try and make sure that you can get the round win. You want to win the map. You want to take it to 1-1 in the series. You've got a swimmer and he's spotted it as well. But he's not going to take the shots. He's trigger discipline. He's going to try and get the opportunity when it comes to him. And there you go. First blood does come their way. Oh, IDK, what are you doing? That's your teammate.
Yeah, I don't think.
No scope.
I don't think he realised how bad that was. But looking at how the map's positioning itself, Phantom Esports are going to control the site comfortably. But this pinch in their bedroom is maybe the wrong call.
Yeah, I think that's unfortunate. I think he's just line up the wrong shot, but there we go. 2 kills. IDK does find the opposite team member finally, and it'll be all down to CJ in the last person versus the 1v3. Front shoulders is Divine. Just letting him know I'm here, but you're not going to chow me. Oh, is he? He's just playing Ring of Roses.
He's tagged up and he's been completely obliterated. 3 players there, just told me they're through. Perfect shoulders, perfect dodging, and not just that, but you know, he's forced into a fight on top of stairs with the high ground. I mean, the visibility there is just horrific. You're not going to get a single kill, regardless of what you might think might come off.
I see people throwing shoulders on a game, and I'm just like, I've tried to do it myself and reminiscing, and it just does not move. Like, I feel like my guy just sticks out in the open and he's dead. There is no throwing shoulders, but that is some great juking for sure, and it's just going to keep it in a very interesting state of affairs here between these two sides. And IDK does eventually get his streak broken a little bit for a second, but you know, Phantom Esports not doing too badly getting and going here in this one as we head into that defensive side for Phantom. For Vapor, sorry.
Look at how they're pushing through mid.
Already.
Project Vapor clean up extra kills on the outside. The bomb has been dropped, and in this position, Phantom have to pick it up. But looking at how we're seeing them cross this area of the map, making sure middle is covered, also check and see if laundry can be taken. They're just making sure that the next move is always thought about. And they've got players to do it, but the trades and the power positioning is going both ways. Divine still keeping his life in hand, but also making sure that his teammate can stick himself alive. Bakaj, comfy kills on the exit, down to 1v1. He's been spotted inside of laundry. Didn't even look to his left, a simple jump.
You say that, but there is 2 different angles to look. He looks the other way. Maybe he just looks directly in front of him as he jumps, trying to get the momentum behind him. But unfortunately, he can't win the gunfire there when you're not facing the right direction. And yep, there you go. He's looking kind of straight in front of him. It's going to be a shutdown there, and all of a sudden, opportunity is going the way of Phantom Esports. Am I right? Is that Vapor? That was Vapor, wasn't it? Yeah.
I'll tell you.
I'm telling you, I'm losing it.
I'll tell you what's going on. It's currently 4-3. I think Phantom right now are. Sorry, Project Vapor are currently on match point. I think. And that's a big...
Don't quote me and don't...
Yeah, I'm right. It is 5-3.
You're right. You've kept
I actually had it right the entire time.
5-3 Vapor. Opportunity. Now, map point for Vapor. They got 2-0 up in the series. They're going to have that attack inside.
trophy's been used as well on the A side, so they plan to take it in their own hand, but they got to watch mid and they got to watch laundry, as well as any pinches maybe deeper than that, for example, because we know the variety of Phantom, they can hit it really, really quickly.
Yeah, there we go. You see, taking their time though, and I mean, this is nice. They're trying to find for that first blood. The wrap around here coming from Phantom. Esports Bucket do find the first blood, so that's going to be first blood going away by a tag for 2. He finds 1 for peace, but Siege has found 2 of his own, makes it a 1v1 to keep themselves alive here. Phantom need to win this one.
Oh, Wallbangs might be in. Comfy.
Vapor.
There you have it, Project Vapor. They walk away with map number 2. Not to confuse anyone at home, I'm actually correct. So yeah, they are walking over map number 2.
I was so confused because I knew it was 1-1 before the end, and then I realized
restart name swap
issue, and then supposedly they're handed another round for something else, and I was like, what? Why is this match point? There we go. It's done. Project Vapor 2-0 up in the series, looking strong, not looking like they're going to be put down in this series. Going in third map, going in Overload. Do you feel the rhythm will change here? This is where it needs to start here from Phantom. They need to try and win this next map to try and keep the series alive, take it to that map 4, maybe take it to the Search and Destroy. It's going to be a tough ask.
Yeah, no, I think they got it. I think it might be much more of a clicker game from that point onwards, but it definitely is a case of assessing what has to go, because the overloads we've seen today so far have been drubbings. They've been 4-0s, 5-0s, maybe even 6-1s in some instances. They haven't really been close matches, because as we established, Mark, quite early on, half the teams can play it, half the teams can't. Despite being excellent in hardpointness and being well versed in the others, the overload tends to be at least more inclined towards the top 6 teams here. They have got set routines, set pieces that just can be executed so well.
Yeah, that going into the Den, though. I think Den's a great one for it, but the only problem you've got is you're going through rooftops. There is only one direction really you can go around that rooftop side, right? And there's no cut through mid, which makes it very difficult. But, I mean, Den, Overload, feel like Project Vapor, the way that they've been gunning and shooting off, it could be a very straightforward Overload for them, and it could be a quick 3-0 series here in our first winners bracket. But Phantom have to do something about it, and they have to try and turn things around.
And they are making sure at least something is being acclimated to. There's a goal at hand here and there's a task to do. But every single time they get into a heavy fight, that plan's forgotten about. And it just feels like, oh, we must respond, we must react straight away. Full planning really is kind of separating these two teams, because one has got a lot more comfort, at least now, in figuring it out later on down the line. The other person needs everything done yesterday. You know, it really is a battle of these two forts of ethos, you know.
That was it. Just a replay back of IDK's team kill with that sniper. And he was like, I don't need the extra body, let's just take him out. Interesting, to say the least. But you know what? At least it didn't shoot them in the back. Like, they still managed to take the W, which is the most important thing. Imagine you take your teammate out and you lose the round, you lose the overall search and destroy. You'd be like, did that moment change things? Did it not? But maybe not. It's alright. It's managed to survive, and they keep control of that lead.
I think it's definitely going to be coming to the judges. That's definitely going to be the adjudicator. But, hey, let's actually get stuck into it right away. Gen Overload. And I think it is 2-0 to Vapor, if I'm not mistaken, Mark. So this could be series point. We might not even need a hard point in the S&D. It could be closed out right now. Or we could see Phantom suddenly switch on and just run away with it. Those are the two paths that this could take.
The underdog story, the reverse sweep. Phantom has to start it here in the Overload. We kick us off, and it's going to be interesting to see if they can get off to a flying start. We're going to have teams in the wrong way. We're going to have to reset this because we've got 5v3. I mean, that's going to be an interesting start straight off for the reps. So,
yeah.
Unfortunately, oh, there we go. We got it changed in time, but it's not going to be enough time. No. Unfortunately, the joys of the whole getting into the lobby and having to switch to the right sides to be in the right place as it goes in. But I think we're getting into that.
Yep. Okay, there we go. Never mind. Just go with it.
Just shut up, Mark. We're all right. We got into this and we're going.
EMP is in hand of Project Vapor. And if you're looking at how the team players worked, these set nays are gorgeous. Just at least, you know, fencing Phantom away from the choke point, keeping them in their own spawn, because we know that B, at least from Project Vapor's point of view, is so easy to aggress to. Maybe a wrap in hand for the next time. No, Phantom Esports, they covered EMP. And looking at this, trying to space in mid as well as the connector.
Yeah, as soon as you extend up here into this B side, there's a chance here for Phantom, but he's going to cross. Oh, he's going to find the 2 kills. They need execute and Bobcat to find the kills, and one more player to finish off to make that out, but they do drop the EMP, and all of a sudden the player covers back here for Project Vapor, holding off that push from Phantom. Unfortunately, not going to be able to get it far enough up towards that explosive B zones, but unfortunately, it's going to be a reset back to mid.
I don't even know who the gateway. A or B, regardless of what happens here. We're still 0-0 a minute into the match, and although the kills are going more in Project Vapor's favour, neither team really has established control.
Yeah.
What positions need to be, what needs to be taken, more or less. This space is being created, but it's just not being utilised to the best of its ability.
Yeah, they're still not yet to push past that mid-map. They're finding the kills they need, but as soon as they start to get the opportunity to move forward to mid-map, all of a sudden they're getting shut down as well, so the trades go back and forward, and it's going to be Phantom Esports now. They can push up, but that's a fantastic nade too, off the rip. They're going to get the cut through mid though, but it's going to be fully covered here from Project Vapor.
Exactly. Well, running into 3 barrels pretty much there. So the EMP will trade hands, and at least in this position, we have to see Project Vapor try and find punch a hole, because they're getting pinched through mid. They're going to have an overload in the south side of the map from Phantom Esports, and it's just horrific to deal with. You know, every kill is accounted for, and I think in these moments here, Mark, we're just seeing it aggress.
There we go. Our first EMP is in. And it's going to be the way of Project Vapor. That was phenomenal. I don't know how he survives that as well. Pistol in hand and gets the kill. And look at the map coverage now as the spawn is at the top north side of the map there, over this rooftops where it's very difficult, but if you've got that route, you've got the chance. Now he's going to head that towards B. Where does he go? Inside control room. He's going to find a kill, and he's going to find a detonation. IDK, there gets the next one. It's 2-0 up Project Vapor, and it is clean sailing so far.
Fantastic work, and at least an excellent look too, because we have to establish not just this hit mark, but how can they make sure that this works. Well, there's going to be a 3v3 now for the EMP, an early sprint and even less cover. I think now this is really where it starts to count the most for both teams.
IDK snapping on to player number 8 there in the end, in the mid-map, that control. That's going to give them a great opportunity, 4v1, towards that EMP at the south of the map. And they win the gunfight. IDK finds CJ. Good look at the position though where they are. You're going to get a wrap. You're going to get a pinch here from Phantom Esports. And they find 2.
Oh, not just an excellent move, but I mean, you kind of finish this little section of kills here to Flurry, who has control of the EMP. Well, it's Phantom Esports. 2-0 down. They need to get something on the board here, but they're also pushing from one of the hardest positions, at least towards B, because the spawns are so close for Vapor, and the ARs can be better, you know, adjusted on the head glitches.
Oh, he almost just ran himself. He needs to kill. There's one player to the right hand side. His IDK has been a very difficult task, but the EMP runner does it anyway. He's like, I don't care if there's a player waiting. I'm going for that one. I'll reset mid-map, and it is going to be Boyka that's going to get the opportunity to look at that EMP first and mid-map, but 2 kills go the way of Project Vapor, but CJ and Boyka combine to find 3. Divine will trade one back out and still have control of mid-map.
Divine in this position here as well can get an extra few on the board, but really he's trying to just control the space here in the middle of the map. There's a pinch happening as well from Phantom, but they're also being distracted too, not just from Divine, but also his teammate in support here. Number 4, dipping around the back, trying to get control of these close quarter situations to make sure that nobody from Phantom is even thinking about mid control, because that's their win victory.
Yeah, exactly. You see player number 4 in the mid-map. They're trying to get around the back. He finds a kill. This is going to be opening up space here for Project Vapor, but one player does shut them down in mid. EMP carrier shut down, but all of a sudden is Divine on his own, pushed up into the spawn of Phantom Esports here mid-map, but it's going to be a good gunfight win for Divine. They can't win the second though, and that is going to be trades back and forward as Phantom Esports get control of that mid-map control. Here we've got a few more seconds here remaining in our first half of Overload, but Vapor looking good.
Yeah, a few more kills, Mark, just to try and get this equalised here for Project Vapor, because they have got a massive stack towards the east side of the map. Their spawn is controlled, their pushing through mid is controlled, but are they actually making any real progress? Are these kills meaningful? Well, looking at what's happening, yeah, the trades are taking place. The EMP will not float out of mid, because regardless of where you take it, another player spawns up, has the timing, can find a kill regardless. Bakaj now can start progressing the map.
Yeah, overtime we go. Pick up the EMP with just a matter of seconds remaining, that's all it needs, but now you can tie it up before the half is over. You just need a good few gunfight wins, but 19 seconds is against you. You can see what the Phantom Esports side have. It's going to be one team kill once again. IDK shoots the player in the back, but it's not going to open it up, and it'll go to half time with Project Vapor leading the way 2 rounds to 1. A very close one indeed.
I know, and to be fair, Phantom themselves are actually sort of questioning what needs to change, because they need a map on the board. They need something to go their way, but Project Phantom, I mean, even for today's proceedings, really performed well. They were undefeated in groups, technically top of their groups, and finished really early. Winners round 1, they can close it out 3-0 and get themselves winners round 2 ticket. Top 6 confirmed.
Yeah, and I feel like they've got the easier side, to say the least, in the second half for Vapor, so a chance to close this one out in the series and make it 3-0 and be a comfortable Saturday for them.
Yeah, they need it.
Yeah,
they have to get these insurance policies in place, because, like I said, you don't know who turns up tomorrow until the first map starts.
Yep, exactly. Well, there we go. Into the second half we go. obviously centre of the map, control. Phantom Esports trying to get up there first, but it's going to be Project Vapor with the first blood and the second. Divine finding another, trying to push up through mid-map now to try and get that coverage they need to maybe get that EMP up through mid, but unfortunately they can't. They're going to fall. Back and forward trades working in favour of Phantom.
And these are really interesting set nades as well, Mark, because they're just being darted straight towards the choke point, straight towards the two doors in middle. So there's no real thinking about the pinch or the flank in this point. No, everyone is hedging all their bets. They'll control one lane and smash their way through. It's very much, can we control it or can't we control it?
Yeah, if they can stay alive here for a few good kills. Divine and a fantastic Semtex finds two. Divine finds his teammate. Divine finds another though, and he makes it 3 in a row. Tries to get the EMP, and guess what? It's opened up here. Project Vapor have a 2 EMP lead.
Excellent work, and even better just holding their lives. There's just such jittery moments here, and they're just being very kind to their movement. They're just sort of baiting in and out, tapping utility out from the opposing team, and making themselves really much a threat in every single gunfight.
Yeah, the second one though, IDK, like now, calm down mate, calm down. He's doing a fantastic job though to get the kills going their way. Can't win that gunfight onto CJ, but the numbers are there. Potentially the trade coming in, he's not going to get the EMP and he will be shut down, but there's a flank coming in from Project Vapor. Can they win it? They can, unfortunately. It is going to be Phantom trying to run that towards that B site.
Because of that kill there as well, a teammate has to take mid there for Phantom Esports, so their push is very much segmented towards the north side of the map with at least a pinch in hand. And looking how it's breaking, it could go their way, and they've got 2 more to try and find. But the EMP, if the trades go their way, no, it's a cancel. Mark straight out the gate.
There we go. I thought he had the opportunity just to run it through. He was going to try it, but guess what? It's going to be a wrap through mid, maybe potentially towards this B site, because you're going to have to fully stretch that Phantom Esports roster. And if you find that kill on the pinch round, there's a chance, but you've got a pistol against an AR, and that's not, what's an SMG, but that's unfortunate. It's even closer and harder to win that gunfight. Phantom pick up the MP and go mid. 3 versus 2 scenario just now, but the response from Project Vapor might favour them for this defense.
Definitely. I'm sensing something, Mark, where they're just going to be ultra comfortable, but also very much locked into the task at hand. Let's just see if they can make sure that everything is accounted for, because the CMP is floating dangerously towards the enemy spawn.
Oh, there we go. That's all the team wiped, and they're going to get their respawn, and Vapor head up through mid once again. I'm just going to wait it there for a second and hope they can get some kills. If the respawn of Phantom Esports going down to the south of the map, trying to find a player mid with that EMP. They're going to try and stretch it to mid. Cut, maybe try and take it through their own site, but unfortunately his teammate is supporting him. Falls, he wins a gunfight with a pistol, but can't win the next.
Excellent work. Look at the float towards the north side of the map. This EMP is not going to leave the hands of CJ and or XQ. So they're going to try and break this block, rely a lot on XQ to be the person to initiate that point of contact, and then get it in.
I was going to say if Divine got the first kill there, unfortunately he doesn't. It's IDK that goes big though and finds 2. Vodka will find 2 though, and they're going to get a detonation. They pull one back, and another, well, just under 2 minutes remaining. Still time for Phantom Esports to keep relaying this back and forward. But look at the spawn south of the map. It's all going to be Project Vapor's opportunity to run that free, well, all that space in the world.
Yeah, every single time now we're just seeing different points of contact, but what a response from Project Vapor. The 2-point lead established, 1 minute 30, and Phantom Esports now going to start hightailing it. The tempo has to increase because the sense of urgency has increased, because the nervousness has also increased as well. It's a chain reaction now where these guys are really on edge.
Yeah, when you upload onto that side with the second spawn up, as soon as you get there, you've got to try and cover down towards the opposite side of the map. It's a very difficult task, and that's why Project Vapor just bounce back instantaneously. They're winning the gunfights around map as well. It's going to be a Hellstorm that does find Divine. But this is going to be a good couple of gunfights. Make that 3 gunfights that he wins. Map control in centre. They can just hold on. It's a full minute. They can try and hold this here and try and make it difficult for Phantom Esports, but the first kill going their way, traded back and forward. IDK now they're just sitting up in mid and just holding in that defensive structure.
Excellent work and an excellent effort too. 44 seconds left on the clock, Mark, and releasing one person from Phantom aggress towards the mid-map, but it's still Project Vapor's basketball court. They have contained every single threat or every single escape route for Phantom, so they, in essence, can just clamp this down. 30 seconds left. Something needs to happen now for Phantom, despite it mathematically being out of control.
Yeah, I very much doubt you can even go back to back here unless you get the overtime. You need to get one now and then get that overtime opportunity, but Phantom can get control mid-map as the kill is going back and forward on that kill feed, but where the respawn is coming, they're over towards that A side, not even going to get to that EMP in time, I don't think. And Phantom Esports, unfortunately, going to be dropped down to that losers bracket after a very strong performance from Project Vapor. You're getting IDK and Divine both cutting over 30 kills in this overload, and a 4-streak here as well. Make that a 5-streak to end it out. There we go, Project Vapor, clean sweep.
Absolute world-class performance. If you want to frame it any other way, that 3-0 was not what we expected Mark at all. Given how, we came into this one with the expectations of these guys will take it to a map 5. This is the series where it could go to map 5 because they're both evenly matched.
Yeah,
in reality, I think Project Vapor actually have hit final form
very
early on. They've peaked very early on to be getting these results this quickly.
Yeah, if they can keep that going into tomorrow, they'll be happy and they can sit back, relax and watch the rest of the games unfold for the remainder of Saturday. That being said, next up on stage will be the next winners bracket. AVNG versus X-Force. It's almost a grand final in a winners round 1, like we said. So two very strong teams. The way to go head to head, and we'll see one of them drop to that losers bracket. I wouldn't like to be facing any of them in that losers bracket nonetheless, so whichever team goes down, if you're up against them, that's going to be a difficult game in that first loser round 2 for you if you're coming back maybe tomorrow to do that. I mean, you're going to have to come out with a good warm-up against any of these two teams.
You do, and they have to convince teams as well to actually warm up with them, because as more and more get into the tournament, teams start going home, and then teams that are waiting in winners bracket, lower bracket, they have to actually ask, like, can we just play you for an hour while this is going on?
Yeah.
We're going to be stone cold in a semi-final or a grand final, and it's going to be tomorrow case as well. See who sticks it out, or how lucky they can get with their practice.
Yeah, exactly. But well done for Project Vapor. You'll progress to Sunday and get to start more winners rounds coming soon. But that being said, we'll go to a short break, and we will get ready for our next matchup on the main stage. Guys, it's been an absolute pleasure to watch Project Vapor and Phantom. Unfortunately, Phantom, you have to do a loser run, but let's go. The way you've been performing, some of the maps have been very close. You've had very tight opportunities. You can still keep going in that loser run. Just fingers crossed for you guys as well going forward. Look at your games, look at what went wrong. Maybe even get that loser round out of the way today potentially. We'll wait and see, but we'll see you again shortly after this break.
Hi esports and welcome back to the Esports Hub Winter Open. My name is Quino and I'm joined by Matt and David. Apologies for the long wait, but it takes time to build perfection, you know what I mean? It's like getting those skills ready. But just quick recap of last game. How did you guys find it?
Well, an absolute decimation it turned out to be. We thought it would be a little bit closer than it was because Phantom was shooting against X-Force earlier in the day. On main stage as well, so they've obviously got them first game nerves out of the way, but it turned out to be a 3-0 on map count and pretty convincing if you ask me.
Yeah, I agree. Pretty convincing. Project Vapor still haven't dropped the map. Divine shooting so straight right now. Definitely could be a tournament winner here.
Oh yeah, because we saw Project Vapor, dominating at the summer event. Yeah. So it's like, are they just going to carry that on? Do you reckon we'll see them in the final two? Early thoughts.
Oh, I think there is a lot of potential for it, but then again, there is potential for the next matchup as well to be in the final two. So, I would love to see X-Force in the final two. Obviously, no bias, but that's just what it is. And but yeah, the way they are shooting right now and performing well as a team, they definitely have the potential to make top two.
Oh yeah, 100%. But obviously, we do have London X-Force versus Avenge. Like you were just saying, this is going to be a matchup. I'm pretty sure this is why we've got it on stage. Yeah. Just because this one's surely going to be one of the best games of the entire event, I would say. Do you agree?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, at the end of the day, they are old rivals, old org rivals. I mean, last time these two teams met out at LAN, it was Katana LAN last year. So we are seeing a bit of a rematch sort of thing. New team under X-Force, but the orgs are definitely clashing.
How are you feeling about it?
Yeah, I know we spoke a little bit about Project Vapor, but this could have very easily been a grand final. I think it still could be. We'll see what happens on this next game. But obviously we're here with London X-Force, so we'll see what happens.
Okay, let's be cheeky a little bit. Do we have predictions for this game?
Oh, I've been asking a lot of the X-Force members.
Oh, okay.
My personal opinion is I think we could even eke out a 3-1 towards X-Force, but that may be slightly biased, but a lot of the consensus is it's going to be a close one, could go to a final map. We'd all love to see a final map round 11. I mean, that we are Call of Duty fans, so. But yeah, that's my predictions. I think it's a 3-1er.
I was going to play devil's advocate, and I was going to say it's going to be a map 5 round 11.
I think this one, judging by what's going on, it could definitely be a map 5. But I think the only way to find that out is to truly get into it. So we're going to throw to our casters, Joel and Abuse, and they're going to take you through this game.
Thank you very much. We are back for an absolute banger. Should be an exciting one. Obviously, I think it's only fair that we sort of give our 2 pence at the start. I put you on for it a minute ago, and you were a bit undecided, weren't you?
Yeah, I'm getting splinters in the bum. I'm sitting on the fence a little bit here between these two sides. You see, X-Force this morning came in. They did win. They're 3-0 in groups. However, it was close against a Phantom team. We did just see, dealt with quite quickly by Project Vapor, and AVNG on the other side played that Project Vapor side earlier on today. Did lose to them, did lose 2-0, but you can't write off those 4 gaming tags when they spawn into a lobby, can you?
No, obviously having a look at the map set. So once again, we're seeing that Blackheart come in. Map 1 doesn't tend to be, prior to today, one that everyone would imagine, and then heading off to a bit more familiar territory in Raid, Search and Destroy, and then please don't get bored of Den because you might see it back to back to back. So it's good to see. Please never do that again, oh my gosh. Right, anyway, completely thrown me off. But yeah, so Den Overload, if needed, it will be a Den Hardpoint and then down to Den Search and Destroy. The first time that me and you have seen maps sort of clustered up together here, so obviously we're at a point now where vetoes are in play, so obviously people are now the opportunity to pick their own maps. Obviously coming out of the group stage, it was AVNG, they finished their group stage 2-1, I believe it was. X-Force finished theirs 3-0, and like the guys on the desk mentioned earlier, this is the reason this is going to be on the main stage, so heading off hopefully into Blackheart map 1. I think we're, fingers crossed, going to see quite a bit of a bang out. We'll try and do our best just to make you aware of who is who on the map. A couple Katana names spawning in, so we'll try and decipher that as we go along. But any final thoughts as we load into this map?
I think P1 control, isn't it? If P1 you see a team get 30, 40 seconds, you're going to put them as your favourites. If you see P1 highly contested, tied game by the end of it, it's still anyone's guess who's going to win map number 1.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So off into P1 we will go, and it is going to be every single member of London X4 is going to try and get their way in, but Rush will find one. There's a two-piece for one member of AVNG and another one mopping up, and it gets those boys in with all of London now spawning out. Heptics will try and will actually take out Disarray on the pinchback round. BB Connor also getting himself involved as well. So to and from for both teams. Both had an opportunity to try and take a little bit of time, but as it stands, it's going to be London X-Force on time.
Yeah, and here we go. I think Katana 61 is Fudzy, which means Katana 59 will be Wardy, but we are not quite sure on the AVNG Katana Land players, so hopefully we'll find out who they are soon by watching them, or hopefully we'll find out on their ears. But we can see that P1 is quite hotly contested. It's going to be 10 seconds left on that rotation, which AVNG do have that initial rotation, but they are still trying to put a little bit of pressure on Old. We can see there was one fight here. We've seen the use of that Razor again. We're seeing that a lot this weekend at the LAN, that we're seeing a variety of SMGs, and we even saw Smallzilla put out a different AR, but I don't think we'll see that in this lobby today.
No, possibly not. And like you say, Smallzilla, one of the ones who was using a different gun. It seems that every kill feed here is looking like it's a pretty much different gun at the minute. So BB Connor will find 2. Good start from him, 5 and 2 start. By the looks of it, if we're going on the basis of 61 being Fudzy, it will be Wardy. Bit of a slower start from him, only the 10 seconds of time. But London X-Force are going to be the roster that are out on top here. Trades coming in for both teams on this way to P2, so it is going to be London X-Force that are going to hold the first half of it. We've got a couple members of AVNG spawning in close towards it. Opportunity for them to break back in and try and hold this scrap time, but just keep your eyes on one of the members of AVNG. I think it's either going to be Rush or it's going to be Red. I think it is actually on the way over towards P3. A couple of members are going to be spawning in back there, but good start for London so far.
Yeah, and they've just held, there's one player at that'll be Disarray, who does win that fight to get that scrap time, but you can see the player 8, who had rotated about 25 seconds early, has fallen on the pop of the new hill, so he's going to be a 2v1. Heptics all alone, hill contested, spots one in the back, will be fallen as well. So London X-Force able to get the last 10 seconds of scrap time, but also rotate to and hold those back spawns. But you can see here that AVNG are going to try and push out that back spawn as well. Big fight coming down in the back.
Yeah, it's one of those where you sort of have to turtle the hill a little bit. You're having to try and just play on time. As you can see, trades coming in predominantly in favour of London X-Force. They are going to manage to break out everybody. Bar Rush out the back at the minute does it then eventually fall to who we're led to believe is going to be Wardy. So it is going to be Wardy, and I think it is actually Fudzy on a 5 streak now. I'll tell you what, good start from them. Like you say, there was an opportunity for AVNG just to try and hold a little bit of time going into it. Rush is actually going to take out a member of the roster there, but it's starting to get into that motion where it's starting to slip out of the AVNG hands here.
Yeah, and you can see Fudzy on that 6 streak still. He's kept it going over towards that new hill. You've also got Wardy now on a 4 streak, so combined 10 for those two boys there. You start to look at streaks. I don't quite know if we'd got one there before he has fallen, and we can see BB Connor on this new hill currently up 105 to 29, and it's still going. There's a big 3 blue kills in the feed. This is starting to get out of control.
It is, and they've pretty much got the entirety of the map to try and play with here. It is just going to be Connor on time, and he's going to allow a couple of the members to try and pick off any AVNG member. It is going to be, I think it was Julian and Heptics both getting taken off of time. Rush will find one. Does that get taken out? But Disarray will flick onto Wardy and manage to find him there. 2-piece nearly for Disarray. Not going to manage to do so, but his teammate is there to try and mop it up. And it's over a 100-point lead now in favour of London X-Force.
Yeah, and we've still got one more hill on this first rotation of hard points on Black Cart, so we're going over towards P5. You can see that that's where AVNG are starting to spawn, but they haven't started really playing for it yet. You got Hep kind of stiffen up towards that P3 side, make sure they just can't push through, but the comms are through, and BB Connor is already through, pushing that hill. It's going to be a big gunfight here. The BB Connor somehow wins it. I'm not sure how he's able to gun Hep off of that heady, but he's done so, and they're going to be pushing towards that new hill, all blue again.
Yeah, and that's what I mean. They've got to cover over half of the map, coming from the top left-hand corner of the map all the way down to the bottom right. You've literally got to cross every single area of the map. So early time going in favour of London X-Force. Hep will try and get one of them, and pistol in hand for Disarray. Not going to find one because Heptics will come through and find 2 of his own. So an opportunity if they can try and get the trade kills, which it looks like they have done. A couple of members of X-Force are going to be spawning out the back, but AVNG have really got to try and hold this one out for as long as possible. Couple of members of London are going to be trying to sport out, but just like as we say that, 2 members are going to fly through. Only last member up, I think it is going to be Julian. Going to have to try and chow towards time, picks off one, and then does eventually get taken out, and it's a lot of the same what we're seeing again.
Yeah, and as much as we can say that the game's kind of a 100-point lead, it's all London X-Force, there's nothing saying AVNG can't put them in the same blender they just put them in, but if you're London X-Force, you're going to be more than happy now with just the last 20 seconds of a hill, first 20 seconds of a hill. Oh, I can't speak. First 20 seconds of a hill either, because that's what you need to now see off this game.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And like you say, it's not been pretty for AVNG here, but an opportunity on this P1. They are going to want to try and extend this out as far as possible. And it is, by the looks of it, I think it's going to be Wardy going to try and chase a couple of members of AVNG down. Not going to manage to find one. Everyone seems to be getting taken away from him. Does eventually find one. BB Connor's trophy's even getting involved now.
Yeah, and the kill on that trophy, as we're seeing here, Rush is staring at the trophy. The kill is coming from the players trying to hold those spawns for that P2 hill. So it's not necessarily that someone's died because of the hill, but it's playing for, and again, BB Connor now, trophy's got a 2-piece on this hill. They're just stopping the spawns from coming through. AVNG really trying to make sure they can test this P1, but also play for P2, knowing how important it is, but they're being shut down by a trophy system, not only the London X-Force gaming players.
Yeah, it feels like the Avenge roster just haven't, AVNG evens, just haven't got going in this hard point so far. Like you say, there's an opportunity for them just to take a couple bit of scrap time. They are going to have Heptics over towards Nu, does then eventually actually fall to Connor. Seems to be that person who's just constantly involved in every gunfight so far, and when he's out the back and he's picking members up, he's just being that nuisance that you haven't, because you know someone's going to be behind you, so you've got to go chasing for it. Albeit they're going to have this initial time, the team kill actually, maybe trying to get a little bit of information, probably not meaning to get the kill, but they've managed to hold the first wave, so this is something that AVNG will be glad for. But Disarray's coming in, he's going to have another one chow towards him, not going to manage to find it, and AVNG holding on here.
Yeah, they've also got them spawning up towards P3, which can be positive if you're the team holding the hill, because you're spawning quite far away from the hill, but however, they can just run through that P4 as we see some trades coming through, the Hellstorm getting a trade there. We can see them just push through and get those spawns in the back, but it's not happened, and this is a good AVNG hold, and the last 20 seconds should be theirs, as I think London X-Force will start to rotate towards Nu.
Yeah, it should be a good one for the confidence for AVNG here. They've managed just to hold down pretty much the entirety of that P2, haven't managed to get anybody as of yet, but look at those red arrows flying through the middle of the map. They are going to go hunting for Connor out the back, and like we were saying last time, he was the one being a bit of a nuisance. This time not going to matter, but I think it is Wardy manages to find one. He's going to be the closest person towards this time, but it is going to be AVNG that are on it, and they're winning the kills at the minute.
Yeah, and this is why we touched on earlier that yes, they're 100 points down, but with gamer tags in this lobby, you can't really write any one of these players off, and it only takes 2 holds and all of a sudden you're back in the game, and AVNG are looking for that. That's a big kill in the back there from Rush. Oh, it was a 5-3 before being shut down, and I think he's going to be the X factor for this team with how well he's been doing in the challenger scene on his own side. I think coming into this LAN, he's the one to look out for this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously he's been involved in a couple of the elites recently, but AVNG are going to break back in towards this time. 20 seconds still to play for, and it feels like this is quite a crucial period of the map, so an opportunity for them to bring it back as close as possible. And by the looks of it, actually it is going to be broken out here by X-Force, and they are going to have AVNG spawning out the bat. And who have we got here? He's going to manage to... I tell you what, there's such a good opportunity for AVNG here, but they're going to have to do that same sort of P2 hold that they did a couple of moments ago, and they will be right back in this one.
Yeah, I'm imagining player 57 on the AVNG side is Red, because we did see him with that AR in hand, whereas 64 has got a sub. So Red with a big gunfight there in the back, making sure they are spawning towards that new hill. 40 seconds left on the hill. There's also 40 seconds left inside of the difference between the two teams, so AVNG could actually take the lead if we're able to hold on to the rest of this hill, but they're going to have to deal with Disarray, and they're going to have to deal with Wardy in the back. They've dealt with one, looking still for Wardy in the back on that back shipping container. It will be one. Julian picks up the kill. There's 2 more on the hill. They're going to keep running from front. There's 3. Will they read the spawns?
This is going to be possibly the game of the weekend so far. AVNG were completely dead and buried, so it felt like, for half of the map. We're back within 20 points. There's an opportunity for them to pretty much bring it back to even playing field going in towards the new rotation. I tell you what, it'll be an opportunity. I'm sure it'll get loud at the end of this one as well. So London X-Force are going to have to try and hold on towards this new point. They are going to be the ones that are going to have the initial point of view, but here come those flying red arrows. They are going to have to try and take them out as quick as what they possibly can. Opportunity trade probably going to come in for both teams. This one's going to be crazy.
You already hear the players starting to get a little bit crazy in the comms here. London X-Force do just about hold off getting the 1 kill, but the spawns are a little bit iffy for both teams here. Trophies are going to be important here. If anyone has a trophy on either side, getting it down near enough this hill, you can see this blue trophy in the hill now, that's really going to stop this AVNG push from being as smooth. That trophy will intercept all those nades that they're going to use as a decoy to push up through, and Disarray wins a huge 2 in the back as well on the hill, looking for a 3rd. BB Connor picks it up.
They're going to have to try and play pretty much lights out to try and hold it. They can't be done for more than 4 seconds, or it will be heading over to a new rotation. They are just going to have to try and turtle the time as much as what they possibly can do. Only 5 seconds remaining. AVNG spawning out, got to hit the gas. A member's trying to try and get there, not going to manage to do so. London X-Force just about hold on after being over 100 points up in that hard point.
And I think that's what we spoke about, isn't it? The players on this AVNG roster have the ability just to take over a map, and they did it. They just didn't do it for long enough. And as we spoke about, the X-Force able just to pick up the scrap times.
Yep.
They can take 10 seconds, they can take 15 seconds here and there, put them in a good chance with that early rotation. The spawn's been in their favour, and they were able to hold on to that P5 right at the end.
Well, we knew we were going to get a good series. I think everybody in the room knew that it was going to be a good series, but it was an absolute tale of two stories. Was that? And no, I don't think anybody in the room expected X-Force to go up, only maybe themselves, by such a big scoreline. And then it just seemed to be hill after hill, kill after kill, rotation after rotation, all going in AVNG's favourites, and that's why they are 3-time champs at LAN.
Yeah, exactly. And having spoken to players on either side, and also players behind the scenes of the org owners and stuff of both these rosters, and the fans here supporting them, both teams were a bit like, I don't know what to expect, because they both know their teams are very good, but they're also very aware of the players on the other side. As you see a few of the players just turning around, having a look at the highlight reel there. We saw the Razor get put away though by Disarray towards the end of the game.
We did, and like you said, maybe it was a case of it just didn't feel as strong against the members of AVNG. Obviously, when you're coming up against, I think it's polite to say, better opposition, you probably have to go back to what everybody else is using. You might not be able to get away with the little tweaks that you've been doing earlier on in the day, but it was good to see this AVNG roster show the skill and bring themselves back into it. Like you say, when we're at this point here, it's 190 to 70,
2 hills.
And then they held it for pretty much nearly 3 hills consecutively with rotations. It was Rush, it was Julian finding the kills on the pinches, people clearing spawns out, allowing Red and Hep to try and get in and just hold an eye and try pick off any member that was going to come towards them. But if that's something that we're going to see for the rest of the series, we are in for a corker.
And that is something amazing about watching these highlights back, is you do see that London X-Force were 190 to 70, and then it's 216 to 200. So with literally, they were able to get 26 points. AVNG picked up 120. If AVNG maybe kept it a little bit closer, kept their guns warm earlier on, and it was only a 100-point game instead of 120, all of a sudden it's a different game.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So I'm sure this one will continue on. But like you said, it was good for us not to actually see it to go past 100 points for a team as well. I thought it was, me and you have both been involved in 2 clubbings so far today, so there was an opportunity. At one point it could have gone that way, but not going to be the case. So heading over to raid for the S&D. One of the maps where you'll probably see a sniper come out at some point. Be interesting to see on each roster if they both decide to do it, and if they do, who will it be that will pick it up? But
I think AVNG, I think it's Hep. I saw run a sniper earlier on one of the side stations that we have at the... Where are we? University of Staffordshire. There we are. We saw Hep with a sniper earlier, and I can't remember if X-Force did have a sniper. I don't think they did.
Well,
but
we're about to find out.
We'll find out.
So it is going to be, by the looks of it, AVNG are going to be the ones that are going to have to go on defense early doors, and X-Force here just going to try and work their way through the middle of the map. A bit of a split setup for everybody at the minute, so it'll be interesting to see who will be the first person to overextend, but Rush will come through. That experience will show and will take out, by the looks, I think it was Wardy that will be the one that falls early doors. Julian, I think it is, trying to find one of the members of X-Force, but 2 falling early doors.
Yeah, mate, that 3, it's all down to Disarray, and the 1 versus 4, he shot his gun as well, so the info as to where he is, and the part of the map that he is not the best place to be. If you're a Disarray in the 1v4, you can get pinned in quite quickly, and there are the shots playing together. AVNG, it seemed like both teams were just feeling each other out at the start there. It was quite slow, apart from Rush, who was able to get that pick in mid, snapping onto the player in Zig, and also got the info onto 1 in Art. So there was the stun check and saw the cross as well. So not only did he get that first blood and get away with his life, he also got info onto a second player playing a different route.
That's what I mean, if you allow someone of Rush's ability to, if it's a bit of a slower map, allow him to get that sort of mid control and start trying to run you down, you're putting yourself into a tricky situation. Obviously, like you said, taking a big step up this year, being involved in the elites and stuff like that as well, so I'm sure he will be the catalyst for this AVNG roster. But an opportunity for them to extend themselves out here, this will be a good confidence one for them. So London X-Force maybe just thinking a little bit of what was going on in the hard point. If AVNG start taking round after round here in the search and destroy even, it could definitely go either way. But here he comes once again. It is going to be Disarray finding one. He's going to have Rush trying to chow towards him. does then eventually back up, but it's going to be advantage X-Force, so it stands at the minute.
Yeah, you saw AVNG there really try and body out mid and make a choice from there what they're going to do. And you can see all three of the AVNG players now currently playing 3 different lanes, but they're winning their ones, and that's what is important here. They made it a 3 versus 2, and they'll make that a 3 versus 1 again. So they had one player in each of those lanes. If you're London X-Force, you could have bodied them out, but they've lost all their initial gunfights, and it's now all going to be down to Wardy.
It is, and bomb is going to be planted over towards B, so it is going to have to be pretty miraculous here from Wardy, trying to take out one, not going to manage to do so. Nice setup there for AVNG, puts them 2-0 up in the search and destroy. But like you said, AVNG splitting themselves across the map, they're managing to get the first bloods, they're getting the information onto whereabouts it is going, getting the bomb down, and then saying, right, you've now got to come towards us as well. So smart plays from the boys.
Yeah, I think ABNG are really going to need to take this S&D not only to make it 1-0 in the series, level it up, make it seem like a close series, but I think London X-Force probably just have those extra reps in the hard point. You know, they're 4 players that have been scrimming all year, maybe on different rosters, not together, whereas these ABNG boys, we know Julian's taking a step back. We know Hep and Red aren't as in the scene as they once were. We know Rush is still playing the elites and he's scrimming all the time, but that's 1 player against 4 potentially doing that on the other side.
Absolutely, so this right here is going to have bomb in hand. I think it is, well, it looks like Wardy is going to be the first person on the board so far, does manage to take out Rush, but probably in that moment where we'll start to feel each other out. And you were right when you say that Heptic is that one with the sniper, will manage to take out, I think it is Wardy trying to go over towards mid-map, but like you say, because you don't have to use the sniper every single round, it's an opportunity to, the strat might be a little bit different, someone is going to play a little bit more reserved, but Hep is going to take Connor's head off, pistol in hand, nearly manages to take out Fudzy, doesn't manage to do so. That's an unfortunate one, but what could that have been?
Yeah, 1 versus 2 for Fudzy. That nade was very lucky to not hit him. Back to 100 health, looking to replay. His bomb is down, not in his possession. 30 seconds on the clock. You see ABNG hunting in a pack, and they were able to make it 3 Hep with 2 huge sniper kills, including that one where you could barely see his hair.
I know, and he was lucky not to get the third. He had the guy channeling over towards him, had pistol in hand, and I tell you, I think he probably put 2 into him. It was close to it, but it is going to be, I think it's Julian will come out on top of that one to close the round out. This is the AVNG roster that people who have been here before we're used to seeing, sort of taking teams away, not allowing them into it, and this seems to be one of those cases. And it will be BB Connor, someone that has had such a good series all day in previous games as well, hasn't actually managed to get himself on the board yet.
Yeah, and you can see Red on the other side has not died yet in those first 3 rounds, so 4 streak for him. Hep still keeping that sniper out, he still has the 2 lives available to him. London's X-Force, maybe are they going to try and counter the sniper with a sniper this round? I don't know, I'm not sure yet, but with another first blood coming through, that'll be Julian. Rush will be traded out, so another player towards Kitchen. Julian picks up 2.
It does, and they seem to like trying to get this sort of mid-control. It's Wardy going to try and feel a couple of the members of AVNG are going to slide into Kitchen, not going to manage to find Julian though. He's on a 4, Red's on a 4 as well, and it is going to be an opportunity for them to try and work this together. It is going to have to be good from Disarray here, trying to find some shots onto Julian, not going to manage to do so. Bomb is going to go down. Disarray's got it all to do here, but does manage to take out one. Obviously still plenty of time for him to try and work something and to split apart.
Yeah, I think AVNG are doing so well at just holding hands, really, aren't they? You heard Disarray shot 1 bullet, and all of a sudden, all 3 AVNG players then decided to hold hands and chow the bomb site. He was able to get one with a nade, but was not able to get any more with his gun, and it's now 4-0 AVNG. And a bit like London X-Force, that map number 1, they are starting to run away with it, but will London X-Force be able to get a couple rounds, change the game?
Still plenty of time to play for. Disarray's really unlucky there. If he was a split second later, he'd have probably seen the person coming out of basketball there, and that would have been down to a 1v1, but wasn't meant to be. Managed to get the COD time in, as I'm sure everyone would put it down to, but 4-0 now in favour of AVNG, and Red's still not died.
No, he still hasn't. 5-0, 5 streak. He hasn't got any plants. He definitely doesn't have any diffusers. As the London X-Force side, we can see having not got any plants. So he's not really close to that Hellstorm missile. So it's not something you can really start to play about and just thinking about playing for the Hellstorm. But we can see here, London X-Force not wasting no time. 2 of them make that 3 of them straight to Kitchen. 1 kill will be traded out with the Semtex. But you've still got 1 person just watching the pinch. But somehow still, AVNG decide to, well, able to pick up both kills. And it's now 1 versus 3. BB Connor all alone dies as well. That was a very quick round.
It was. They just seem to get map control so quickly, and I don't know if it's X-Force have gotten onto that point, but the amount of times that it's just a free walk into Kitch for AVNG here, and they tend to just pick off a member of X-Force every single time, and like you have alluded to a moment ago, when they're running around in packs hunting each other, 5-0 up, and this could be a bit of the second 6-0 that we have seen today.
Yeah, it's a statement, isn't it, from AVNG? People don't want to be written off that they lost the series earlier, that they really went down early in that hard point. They are still here to play. They want to make it 6-0. I know these boys on the AVNG side, a 6-0 seems so much better than 6-1.
Yeah, absolutely. It'd be interesting to see. I was going to say he's found another. See how Red's going to play this one. I'm pretty sure he isn't going to indeed have the cruise in hand. But Disarray, Rush, and another member managing to find kills. Opportunity for London X-Force to put at least one on the board, get themselves going. But Red nearly ripping one of them out coming through mid. But that will be a round on the board, so it will have to be a full sale here from X-Force. But if you're the members of AVNG, you're probably not too worried at the minute. Put it down to a charity round or something like that. But Red is so unfortunate. If he manages to rip that guy out through mid, it's anybody's game.
Yeah, you're not going to be too concerned if you're AVNG. You did lose a sniper life there, so I think Kepper's now got one more life with that sniper in hand, possibly even none. So that will change up your strat call if he doesn't have that sniper anymore. But London X-Force capable of winning 5 more rounds in a row, but AVNG I think will close it out.
I wouldn't be surprised if we see AVNG probably play a little bit more passive here. With Red having the Hellstorm in the back pocket, you could play a little bit more reserved, call it out, get the information and sort of set yourself up for it. But we'll see if that is what is going to happen. But Hep will find one, does then eventually get traded out by Wardy. And by the sounds of it, let's have a look at what we've got going on at the minute. It seems to be everybody's just trying to play for as much info as possible. X-Force still got bomb in hand at the minute, not making the way over to a point as it stands, but Rush will find one, manages to get himself out. Smart play.
Yeah, it's now going to be a 2v3 for London X-Force. The bomb is still in hand. Both of these players are together, but look at AVNG. They've kind of gotten trapped into this part of the map. You've got player 57, that is going to be Red. Kind of playing a bit of credit, playing for that info, maybe even going to spot him very shortly. But the first gunfight comes through, it is Blue in the feed, but instantly traded there by Julian. So you've got Julian Red left in a 2v1 against Disarray. And there is the map, 6-1 AVNG. That's a statement, isn't it?
Absolutely. It's smart play, like we say, managed to call the Hellstorm in, get the info, and try and work off of that. Obviously, we saw Rush get a kill, managing to then get himself out and away at the same time. Did eventually get taken after that, but that's the Red that we're used to seeing. 9-1, setting the pace for the boys to get up and running with that as well. And where were we? He got traded. He did get traded 6 times. He's not traded. That's, if you're having that again, you're putting yourself in a good position. So 1 apiece at the minute, and that was not close.
Yeah, and I think when we see back some of these rounds, as we see Hep getting that really disgusting headshot with the sniper. I think it was just the hunting impacts, wasn't it? And every single kill just seemed to go AVNG's way. They get the first, they then be in 2s, get the second, because when they're weak, you're going to chow. If you're London X-Force, you want that instant trade, but the problem is AVNG were in 2s. Every single time they went to go and get that trade, there is a 2 of them. Even sometimes 3 of them when we saw them planting towards that B-bomb site.
Yeah, and luckily, like we say, AVNG, especially in that last round, was playing a lot more passive because they can play off the information. It's X-Force, so I've got to take it to them to get out that series. But I hope everybody's likes Den, because we are at least going to be going there twice more. Overload. First time me and you have done an overload here today. Every game has only gone as far as 2 maps. Obviously, the first best of 5 here. What's the expectations for that one?
Well, I don't know, we can see lots of different play calls, can't you? You saw earlier teams just trying to body up one site. You can often work out teams have one favourite site they like to go to, especially on a map like Den. You're going to be playing through that P3 side of the map often. You need to be, if you're defending, you want to be stood on top of that wooden box, which you saw BB Connor doing lots of earlier. We saw Disarray absolutely pop off on this map earlier on today as well. We weren't casting that game, but on the main stage, he was, I think he finished 33 kills in that game. So he's got the ability, this London X-Force team do. AVNG on the other side of things, we've not seen them play an overload today. They haven't actually gone to a map 3 today either, so this is their first overload today of the weekend as well.
This one's all about communication for me. I think hard point, yes, obviously you're telling people where to go, where the rotations are, where we're looking to try and go back to, but you will not score points on this without the communication, because you're having to send a lead block, I guess, out in front of you if you're the one that's got the EMP in hand. So like we say, Matt's back up in front of us at the minute. Like I said, triple Den wasn't on my playbook. It's obviously all the guys now, the vetoes in hand, will be interesting to see. So we will be at least seeing that map forward. You reckon this goes all 5?
I think it's got to, isn't it? And I think the worry for London X-Force is that if it does go to that map 5, you've just been 6-1 on the S&D. They're looking strong. Yes, it's a different map, but AVNG are going to have that confidence going into it. London X-Force, maybe the back of your minds. I know these boys are experienced and it's not really going to play too much in their minds, but you did lose that with map 2, 6-1, so it's quite convincing.
Especially on day one as well, you don't want to be, obviously in the winners round at the minute, you don't want to have to drop down so early. Obviously, ultimately somebody will do, but like you say, the habit's trying to fall in. London X-Force starting so well map 1, did allow AVNG, they've just come out and 6-1 them on map 2, so it'll be interesting to see how this overload goes down. So we are just carrying to...
I do think this is the problem. I'll take on. I do think this is the problem with what AVNG did earlier, where they did drop that series. The problem for not only them, but actually for London X-Force as well, is your winners round 1 should normally be against a weaker side potentially that has only gone 2-1. Now, weaker side 2-1, silly sentence, but you're not expecting to phase Julian, Rush, Hep, and Red, are you, in winners round 1? You're not expecting them to finish second in their group.
No, absolutely not, and it's probably a roster that I don't think many people expected to see back together. Like you say, we've alluded to a couple of times that some members have stepped away, not as involved. One of the members has actually progressed on, but still wanting to run back this team that has been so successful over the last 12 months here, so which is always good for us to see. So obviously they're the ones that have got the crown that I'm sure London X-Force will be wanting to take off of them come the end of the weekend. But other than that, obviously we've seen some other really good games as well. It seems to be the competition here this weekend is a heck of a lot better than what we've seen recently.
Yeah, and I think when you actually look at the winners bracket, especially going into tomorrow when it's going to be winners round 2 and onwards, you can't really pick one team that you're going to go out and win.
No.
There's a few different teams that could win, and Project Vapor wasn't one of them as we started the day, but as we end the day, Project Vapor are now looking like actually they could be one of the favourites to go on and win this tournament.
And you've still got that Annex roster lurking around there as well, some heavy hitters on there, so it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. But we are going to be hopefully loading in to this overload over on Den, and an opportunity, like you say, communication for the two teams is going to be vital for them to get up and running with this one. Are you a fan?
I am a fan of Overload, but I would not be a fan if I'm AVNG right now, because you've only got 3 players spawned in. So I think we are probably going to see a restart here. Yeah, we can see them all shooting each other in the back spawn, so back to us. But I think Overload brings a different game in, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Kind of matches the old gen to the new gen players a little bit. For being a bit older myself and playing back in the day, you had Uplink, you had Blitz, which is a kind of similar game mode to what we're seeing today, but all the newfound control players that I've spoken to don't seem to like it because it's different.
No, it's one of those that is it's a strange one because it has a bit of a Halo vibe to it at the same time as well. So for those who have seen that, I'm sure this game mode is something you're probably somewhat used to seeing at the same time. But it could genuinely go either way, because we've seen how strong X-Force are, and we've just seen how strong AVNG are, so there shouldn't really be too much to split it. It is going to come down to such minute details of who manages to get that 4th kill, especially if it's going through dojo area, trying to get into that point there. That tends to be the one that people typically try and go through to, but I'm sure it should be a corker. So other than that, from what we've seen this weekend, obviously Belfast Storm, they were in here that we saw this morning. I believe, I'm not too sure if they were in winners or in losers.
Belfast Storm will be coming from losers due to map count. They all tied on the series on results 2-1 a piece in their group, but they're in losers just because of their map count,
which shows how competitive this weekend has been. So fingers crossed this will be the one that we're up and running with. Hopefully everybody is going to load into. Appreciate you guys for sticking around with us for this one. I'm sure the game will live up to its expectation. So we are just going to see how it's going to pan out. London X-Force probably going to have to try and really stick themselves to it. Just waiting to see teams switching sides by the looks of it, and we should hopefully be up and running somewhat soon.
Does not seem that way. I think the players are half asleep still on that stage, because unless there's a mid-series roster move, Disarray should be on the other side. So we're going to have another reset.
What should we talk about? Anyone got anything for us to talk about today? But no, it's part of LAN. It's what we're all going to be here for throughout the day. It's nobody's fault. It's just how it works out. It's a little bit different.
Yeah, it's the game, isn't it? You spawn into a lobby on the right team, you go into the game, and you're putting a random team and hope for the best. So the players do need to remember to switch over. Maybe there was a issue that was preventing them to switch over. Sometimes the settings do change coming in and out of the map, so there are a few bugs in custom games. But so far we've really been able to get through those bugs, and it's not too much of a delay. I'm sure we'll be back up and running in about a minute's time.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously the staff jump onto these things sort of straight away, and they leave me and you to have a nice little chat and a little bit of a chin wag to carry you guys through it. But interesting to see how it will pan out. Obviously, we're just over on the other screen that we've got here. We've got the groups for the rest of the day. Obviously, let's have a quick chat about teams like UGT Storm. Probably not had a lot of love this weekend. They're one of the ones that have probably been put in quite a tricky group. People who have been to the LAN before will know a couple of people that have been on there. But it's good to see people still turning up for these sort of events and not being disheartened by how the results turn out. But when you've got, look at that, Annex, Amrox and Belfast Storm in your group, it is going to be a tricky one to try and get through, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, part of it's like obviously the seedings and groups are done based off of pro points, so playing all those Challenger Cups at the weekends. But if you are one of those weaker teams necessarily coming into the Cup, so your UGT Storms, you've got Slog and you've got Depths GGs, where maybe you don't have all the PPs that some of these other teams do, you can still make an upset here and there. I mean, Amrox came into that group. I don't think they were top 2 for PPs, but they're coming out top 2 in terms of their seeding as well. And you've got a few teams like that over the course of this weekend. It's great to see that it's not just the usual names that are top of the bracket all the time. So, yeah.
Yeah, it should be interesting. One team that we've not seen so far this weekend, Extremity. They've I've not seen them on the roster, on the main stage even. No. They clean swept that group.
Yeah, 4-0, and I mean the players on that Extremity roster. So you got Alfredo, Wizard, Ezo, and Dogs. I mean, they are 4 players that their names you recognise, who've been around long enough, but they're also, respectfully, I'm not better than them, so I can say this. They're not players that you'd have expected to come out of that group as the 4-0 in that group. No. There's other rosters in there that you think, okay, you've got more established players, you've got more players that have played at the top level, played at LANs more consistently. But they have come out and they've upset a few teams, and they've showed that actually we should be talking about them. And similar to that, we've not seen them at all on the main stage today, but Annex as well. Is that what I'm talking about? Annex? Yeah, I'm talking about Annex. I'm on the right team.
You are. So we've seen Correlate on this main stage a couple of times today, and obviously they were the ones who fell short to Extremity first game. I think it was for them today. So it'll be interesting to see how this Extremity one happens. Obviously, the couple rosters are a lot more competitive this time around, which is good to see. But then you've got so many returning players from what we've seen previously, so it's not just the new age, I guess, that are coming through and trying to take over. We are seeing the returning players like AVNG trying to hold that crown for the 4th time now in a row. It would be, and what story that would be.
Yeah, that would be one hell of an achievement, especially considering the backstory of you've had one player step away, one player's playing Elite still, the other 2 have chose not to play the elites this year and are kind of playing the cup here and there, but they're not really taking it as seriously as they did last year.
No, and I say it's probably fair for us to shout out the guys of AVNG as well. They've put in so much hard work into this roster for the events locally and stuff like that as well. It's good to see that we still have good people in the scene that are trying to try and elevate as much as what we can over here. But
you can say the same for a lot of those orgs, can't you? You've seen X-Force back again. They were at Qatar LAN. They're also helping out sponsoring the event.
Absolutely.
You can also see teams like Project Vapor. They had 2 or 3 teams last time.
They did.
You've seen a lot of the same orgs, Vortex and Correlate being new ones, but they're putting a shift in. Amrox as well, we're seeing them return from the last time as well. So it's good to see some of those same old orgs that we've had, and they're keeping the consistency, but also nice to see someone like a Belfast Storm who are doing so well over in the Irish scene of things, but actually coming over here and showing up as well was great.
Yeah, and obviously I think Annex is another one that we've got here this weekend. I know, I believe Lek is kicking around somewhere, another person who was probably brought through quite a few of the players in the scene as well. I'm sure pretty much everybody's either played against or been part of some form of Annex roster in a competitive scene over the years. So fingers crossed he will continue doing that, because that's what we need, especially over here with all the changes that have gone on recently. Good people doing the best of what they can to try and continue us through. So this is going to be the one. This is hopefully where we are going to be loading in to this Den Overload. It is going to be 1 apiece for those who have just joined us. AVNG taking the Search and Destroy quite convincingly 6-1, and then London X-Force, after a fantastic start, just hold on to that first hard point map. So hopefully this should be another bang out as well.
Yeah, and I think, like we said, we've touched on a few times, it's going to be towards that P3 side that you really see a lot of the pressure. It's going to be those ARs on those long headies. Which sub can get into that little tin room in the middle? Which sub can get pushed out? Which players are going to be able to push out, get 4 kills, get another 4 kills, and get the cap? We see a lot of the amateur teams kind of picking up that EMP, the first or second player picking up. We're going to see these boys, they're more experienced, they know how to play the game a little bit better. You're going to be looking for that third or fourth player on your team to pick up that EMP. You can already see here, you've got Rush and you've got Hep pushed out. You're leaving that EMP there. Some teams get a little bit happy with that EMP. They see 2 kills in the feed, as we see 4 from AV&G. They're going to be spawning them right onto that A point. B point is completely open, and with player 7, that is Heptix on that back tank. Didn't get a kill, but he's done enough just to distract them. Sees 3 players shooting at him, but that will be a capture off the break there for Red.
It was, and again, he did start 2-0, so he was carrying on from where he left off on that search and destroy. But that's when I say about the communication side of things, because they knew instantly the guys were going to be spawning on the very far side of the map, so they knew that they could quite easily wrap towards this B point. Just keep your eyes on Rush here. He is just being that thorn in the back of X-Force's roster, and he's just going to try and pick off as many members as what he can. They are going to have Red with it in his hand at the minute, going to try and go over towards that A point, not going to manage to do so, because Disarray will come through and find 2 of his own with the help of Connor. And I tell you what, great start for AV&G, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, finally, London X-Force have regained control of their base. AVG will be a little bit upset they weren't able to get that second capture, but BB Con is going to be more than happy that EMP is no longer in their P2 and is now pushed out towards P3 and a lot closer away. And this is what we talk about. This is a real big choke point. Nades and stuns are vital for both sides of players here, but the instant wrap through mid, are they going to take this to B, or are they going to wrap this to A through mid? It's going to be a B push, I think.
It is by the looks of it, and a couple of members of AV&G seem to have read it as well, because Rush is going to be there, but Connor nearly is literally on the line. They're not going to manage to get it over unless they're going to have to pick it up. It's going to be really only Disarray the closest person to try and get it, and they are going to wrap it. That was literally about 3 foot away from evening us up here at a point apiece. Disarray still trying to do what Rush was doing earlier, be a bit of a thorn in the back of AV&G, did get taken out, and AV&G trying to make inroads up this B lane, but X-Force seems to be reading it.
Yeah, it's all about the kills now. The spawns, if you're London X-Force, are right on that B point, which is where the EMP is. If you're AV&G, you're spawning all the way on that B point on the opposite side of the map. So they've had to hit an absolute massive route, but Rush has done so, able to pick up 2, but sadly the EMP does reset, and now it's going to be a foot race towards that new EMP side on the wall run.
It is indeed, and again, it seems to be that Rush has probably been given a bit of flexibility just to try and push out and take as many members as he can. But look how close that was going to be if it wasn't for Rush, because he'll find another 2-piece, takes him into double digits now so early on. But how close was that one then? It's just such a to and from sort of map, because it seems to be 3 or die for each team. It's whoever can get that 4th one and sort of get some map placement amongst themselves will come out on top, but still 1-0 AV&G here.
I think this is the kind of overload game we like. It's a bit mixy, it's back and forth. You're seeing the EMP get taken to that base. You're not seeing the EMP left white in the middle of the map where it spawns, which you can sometimes do, and you can see a 0-0 boring game. Whereas this is back and forth. Yes, the EMP does keep resetting, but they pick it up almost as quick as they can. They're pushing it forward. They fall. They're then wrapping all the way around the opposite side of the map. They're wrapping their spawn, going towards the other point, making sure they can try and get there, and it's not happening. As we're seeing Hep do exactly that. He's taking that EMP, he's backing up, but the worry about doing that is when you back up, you're running right in front of your B point, and this should be a capture now if you are Wardy, and it is.
It is, and it looked like he was actually going to try and take a chow there when he slid over towards that. I assume he was just trying to buy a little bit of time and try and have a little bit of cover, but it will be warded. It will leaving us up at 1 apiece, and it's, by the looks of it, it was Julian going to try and find one coming out of mid, not going to manage to do so, but Hep will come through and find 2. Point is going to be close towards that B point. It was all going to be on Heptix to see if he can try and do it. It looks like Red's going to have to fly because X-Force are going to be in and around it, and it's unfortunate timing for them. I think if Red just put his foot down, he could have got there.
Yeah, it would have been a 1v1 inside of the site. I think he would have been able to get across that cut, but obviously when you do pick up that EMP, you have only got the pistol in your hand, so he didn't really have the weaponry to take someone off the head glitch in that window.
It is, and it's going to be a 3v2 here in favour of X-Force, because they are going to try and push over towards this A point. Heptix is going to be holding that iron. He's got 1 member trying to fly towards him. Heptix doesn't manage to find him out because Rush is there to help him, just about managing to get away with it, and does actually get away with his life by the look, heading out on that right hand side. But X-Force, look how close that one was there. Again, nothing can split these 2 teams.
Yeah, I think something to pick up on there is actually Rush off a spawn. He's normally their sub player, one of their quicker players on their team, but actually off a spawn he did pull out an AR because he had to wrap around his spawn. He had to try and stop them from getting to their A point, and that's a longer line of sight. He had that AR, he was able to pop 2, he's kept that AR and then popped 2 over this side of the map as Disarray is able to finally regain control of the EMP. But with 1 second left, we are going to go to overtime. It's round 1 overtime, so there's 30 seconds added on the clock. You will be able to respawn will they be able to get the capture in time?
And it looks like there's only 20 seconds left to play for. A couple of members of AVNG spawning deep. It is pretty much a 15-second round, a search and destroy. Whoever can try and get there the quickest. Maybe just trying to play for some kills. Maybe trying to play for a bit of a streak, because you know, the seconds you soon go into there, it will go to half time. Nothing to split the two teams at the minute, point apiece, but both had opportunities to actually score more.
Yeah, the game could have been 3-0 if there wasn't a few goal line interceptions. But what was really important there at that round is that AVG didn't tweak. They didn't know, oh no, it's overtime, I've got to quickly kill the EMP player. They waited, they bided their time. The player with the EMP, as soon as he falls, that's the round done.
Yeah.
So they waited until there's only 6 seconds left on the clock. And if you're London X-Force, you either stand there and the timer runs out, or you've got to sprint and hope for the best.
Yeah, and obviously what a play that was from Rush earlier on, obviously going into the base of X-Force there as well. And I think we saw Disarray try and do that for the X-Force side of things. So that's how you can try and get yourself around. If you can find a couple of kills and you've got a member of your team out towards their spawn, just trying to pick them off as best as what they possibly can. It opens up the lanes to try and get this one down, but I imagine coming on a pinch this time is going to be Heptics. Connor will read that one, and nobody with it in the hand at the minute.
No, there is 2 blue kills in the feed, so you're going to be looking, if you are London X-Force, to start pushing further up the map. You don't want to be picking up the EMP just yet. However, they are doing so. The player at the front has picked up the EMP. It's BAB Connor. Heptics will be able to trade out 2, and is now just going to be another game of waiting until the teammates and the reinforcements arrive. It's going to still be towards the AVNG side of the map, but Hep wins a big one. The stun helping him there. The kills are going in favour of AVNG. The ball has just reset. There's only 1 player left alive off that first initial wave.
Yeah. You have to play it smartly, because you don't just want to pick it up and run for your life. Obviously, naturally, you only get the pistol in the hand, so it's a case of maybe at the start, until it starts going into each other's bases, it is a case of you feeling people out, and it's pretty much a team deathmatch for the first part of it, so we've seen so far. But when you get a couple of kills, by the looks of it, like London X-Force have done, because Disarray is going to be over towards that spawn, Connor's going to have an opportunity. Every single member of AVNG flying towards him, so it's going to be their chance now to try and get some map progression. But X-Force have got some players quite high up here.
Yeah, this is some great trick discipline here. This is showing the experience. He's only able to get 1 for his dues, but they're through now. There's a big 2. Looking for more, but BB Connor off of spawn is able to shut it down and pick up that EMP. And with the help of Qatar 59, which is Wardy, they were able to push that back forward again. EMP is still in the hand, but another big fight's coming down. It's going to be a goal line save if you're AVNG. Disarray does try and shoulder to get some info, but will fall. It's all down to Fidzy, but he falls.
Yeah, he does, and again, still nothing split in this team. By the looks for AVNG, maybe just trying to play for the reset, because they don't want to give up space in the spawn at the minute. So it is going to reset over towards the middle of the map. And we are going to see Julian Mann trying to take... It does actually take out 1 in Disarray, then has Connor flying towards him. Will find another with the help of Heptics at the same time. And that's when I say that as soon as you get those couple of kills, that's your opportunity to go and get that EMP. But it is, I think it was Wardy come through and says, not today.
Yeah, and it was their opportunity. They had 3 then in the feed. They knew they had to quickly wrap mid and pick up that EMP. But Wardy had just peaked the angle at the right time, able to pick up 2 to shut down that push. And not that the overload had moved very far, but it will be reset. And it could be 3 dead. That's a huge win from Rush. I know he does fall in the end, but he's able to take 1 with him. And you have still got... This is Julian pushed out in the spawn on the other side of the map. So if these 2 boys in red can push through mid and shut down Fudzy over here, it was all looking good, but they can't. Heb gets stunned as he goes to Chow. 2 minutes left on the clock. It's still 1-1, and it's a very cagey round, Joel.
It is, and there's still nothing splitting them. We've not seen a bomb be detonated in the second half here. Heptics will get taken out of mid. Does actually take Connor out in the process, but nothing able to split these 2 teams. So it is just genuinely a glorified, as I mentioned a moment ago, team deathmatch for the minute, because you're trying to get those couple of kills to be able to allow yourself to take some map progression. But when everyone's just constantly being traded like we're seeing at the minute, opportunity for AVNG to do so, but they're going to have to go through every single member of X-Force.
Yeah, and they got the initial 3, but every player then fell on that second wave. You're pretty much looking for 2 waves of 3, 2 waves of 4, and you're guaranteed a capture. So far in this round, you're only seeing 1 wave of 3, and at least 1 player is answering back after that wave of 3. But here we go. This could be London X-Force's moment. They're going to take this to B. They're going to wrap it to the other side. Player 6 house Rush was not able to do it. And finally, with a minute left in our final round of Overload, London X-Force do take the lead.
Yeah, pressure is going to be on AVNG here, because if the last 4 minutes are anything to go off of, it's going to be a tricky one. But they're all spawning in that deep back right. Obviously, it has been reset. Disarray on fine too, with the, I think it was the Semtex that managed to take him out. He's going to have Julian trying to fly towards him, and he's going to be 4 dead. Disarray on that 5 streak. We've got Connor on a 3. Disarray will eventually get traded, but if they can just try and keep them away from it as best as what they can do, it's just going to be advantage for X-Force, and this has just turned into a bit of a slamming on X-Force's favour.
For the entire X-Force roster, they're really able to pin them back, keeping them spawning behind that A point. They're able to get 2-3 captures. Foodsy picking up a big 2 with the pistol, but on the other side of things now, Happy is able to detonate A, so 30 seconds left on the clock. It is now still all to play for. The EMP will reset within the next 5 seconds, but BB Connor is on a 7 streak. A Hellstorm here could be huge to really stop this AVNG push.
Yeah, they are going to have to get it in the hand and try and extend themselves out to this overtime. A little bit of complacency a moment ago from X-Force. Obviously, they were trying to play the kills, and it did reset over towards that right-hand side, which you mentioned, allowed Hectics in. But they are going to have to try and get it here. Holding iron sights are going to be X-Force through mid, not going to be able to pick it up. And what was so closely contested in that first half, the second half massively opened up and went in X-Force's favour. And that's how important just getting a multitude of kills in such a quick succession has to be able to get on that point.
Yeah, and it was really 2 different rounds, wasn't it? You saw both rounds really tight and really contested, but the first round you saw lots of almost goals, almost captures. You're getting the EMP right up to the zone before you get stopped. Whereas in that second round, you didn't really see the EMP move out of its spawn. I think it didn't actually spawn out of anywhere apart from that middle of the map for 3.5 minutes. So that shows how close that last round was, that they couldn't even pick it up.
I know, just having a look at the stats there, I think it was BB Connor and Wardy, both over 20 non-traded kills. If you're doing that, that is going to be literally predominantly from Connor's perspective, getting kills in and around where they're going to be spawning in, trying to pin them back, but you have to be trading those kills out, else you're not giving yourself the best opportunity. But like we said, it was so closely contested for 6-7 minutes, and then it just seemed to blow up.
It just took that one spawn trap, which AVNG had on the opposite side when they were on that side as well. In the first minute of the first game, in the first round, sorry, they had that spawn trap on. They were able to get 1 capture. The difference was X-Force, when they were able to get that spawn trap, they picked it up, they got 2 captures. So literally 1 capture in it. Sounds silly because we all know the score was 3-2, but it was 1 capture, and it was just having that spawn trap, that extra 2-3 kills, buy them enough time to run to the side of the map, pick up that EMP and run it back, whilst also keeping the team in the spawn, especially with the game tags in this lobby for either side, isn't easy.
No, absolutely not. And like you said, it's good to see players like of these guys' caliber playing this point, because it is so, I know to keep using that word, communication based, because control you could get away with nicking a bit of time. Obviously you're quite good at getting control ticks as far as I'm aware from what we've all seen previously, but as soon as you get that 4 dead, you've got an opportunity just to jump on and just have that progression ticking up. But here you have to be a lot more calculated with how you do it, which is why we see that AMP held in mid for so long, someone trying to get a couple of kills just to allow themselves to go either way. But AVNG still got it all to do.
I don't think it's a coincidence that outside of the tournament that we're obviously watching over this weekend, I don't think it's a coincidence that the wider COD community, the players that have had the more experience in game modes like CTF and Uplink, are the ones that are typically winning overloads at the start of the year, because they're kind of used to the routine. They pick up what they need to, they run to the other side of the map, whereas if you play Control, you would just headbang.
Yeah, no, so we are just waiting for everybody to spawn into this map 4. So if London X-Force, they will take it 3-1 if they close it out here, or AVNG, if they carry on that second half of the hard point, which we saw earlier on, will extend it out to another den of search and destroy. But backs against the wall, this is the time to turn it on.
Yeah, especially everyone here is going to want that map 5. This is a game that we could see again tomorrow later on in the stages of the tournament. So a map 5 would really set the mustard. We've not seen the map 5 yet on the main stage. I'm not sure if any of the side stations of the losers round 1 and winners round 1s that have been going on behind the scenes have gone to a map 5, but off the break, Rush picks up 3. A little dead scream from him as well. He is fired up for this map number 4.
Absolutely, and nobody on that X-Force roster actually managing to get off the board at the minute. Rush is going to find another on a 4 streak now. AVNG just slowly ticking away here. Obviously, let's not get carried away too much straight away, because it is literally the very first point. But if that's how it's going to pan out so far, happy days if you're an AVNG fan.
Yeah, I mean, the positive if you're London X-Force is that you are still spawning towards that favourable P2 side, but you are also giving up 50 points on that hill. But kills are starting to come through. Rush will finally be shut down off of that streak, so no Hellstorm for him just yet. But the way he's been shooting so far today, and especially in this series that we are seeing on the main stage, it could get dangerous. And a big 2 there coming through from Red. BB Connor finally able to get the trades, and there's another big 2 coming through.
Yeah, quite a lot of time I think that is to give up on the first point. You don't see such a large amount of time, especially in just favour of one team, but BB Connor was on a 5, does then get eventually taken off by the looks. I think it's Wardy still yet to get up and running for London X-Force, but this is the AVNG roster that we've been waiting to see on these hard points. Started a bit slower last time, opportunity to try and kick on. X-Force are going to be in here, contests coming in for both teams. It's, by the looks of it, is Julian going to try and take out one, not going to manage to do so, but they are going to have Heptics on time, trying to do his best.
Big 2, almost doing the third there with the movement, but Disarray, with 20 seconds left, potentially will pick up the scrap time. Rush is helping him out by picking up a kill onto Red there, but with only 15 seconds left, you're going to see AVNG hold the lead, but you're also going to see them start to play towards new, and you can already see that pressure is all theirs, and you've even got them pinned in through mid. You've got a bit of mid control here from Julian and from Hep.
Yeah, it's one of the trickier hills on here because you are so closely condensed. If you do find a couple of kills not going in your favour, you will be spawning out quite deep. But here comes that mid push from X-Force. They are all trying to tunnel through. It is going to have to be Rush. Going to have to find. He's found 2. He's going to try and find the other. He's trying to hunt down Disarray on outer and not going to manage to do so. Disarray will find him. Should get traded instantly. Does then by Julian. But again, AVNG just seem to be going through the motions, kicking up a gear. This is what we're looking forward to seeing.
Yeah, I think something that's actually interesting that we need to keep a closer eye on as we go on is that AVNG do currently have 3 ARs out. So Rush, a typical sub player, very fast paced. He is still that fast paced player that we're used to seeing, but he's got that AR in hand, and it's just Julian, the solo sub on this team. And look at this, Julian, they're all lining up for him. Oof. There's 2 looking for more. He's on a 5, will get shut down. But if you look at the kills on the 2 teams combined, you can see why the score is 82-36.
I feel like I've seen this story already so far today. Just obviously flip round the other way. So it is, by the looks of it, I think it was Wardy was going to fall on rotation over towards New. Disarray going to be the first person up, close to nearly actually falling off the map. Does actually manage to take out 2 though, so it will allow the members of X-Force in here. Quite a bit of a money hill, because if you can find those kills, they do start to spawn out. By the looks of it, I think it's Wardy going to try and pick off a couple of members. Disarray on time with the help of, I think it is Fudzy, but here we go once again. Yeah, it's that man Rush, isn't it?
Yeah, I think even if London were to hold on to the rest of the hill, they still wouldn't have actually took the lead. So AVNG, as much time of this as possible, and especially if you're going to get 3, potentially 4, if Rush could find that final 2 bullets there onto Wardy, but he's not able to do so. Oh, sorry, Fudzy. So Fudzy's going to be challenged from that window. Hep gets caught out trying to get to the tree, and they get collatted there. They've lined up perfectly, and from the outer push as well. So with only 10 seconds left, there's still massive fights go down the new, but you are going to see all players off a spawn turn their arrows towards mid, and the first fight has been won by Wardy.
Yeah, and it was a good first rotation for AVNG, but as we saw in the first map, cannot count out anybody here, and it will be X-Force that will kick us off if they can answer how AVNG did to start us off. Kills predominantly coming in favour of X-Force. It is just going to be Heptics trying to roam around and pick off anybody he can, but will he manage to do so? Does take out 1 in BB Connor, so they're going to have the info as to where he is, but an opportunity for X-Force if they can get some time to drag it a little bit closer. But Rush just holding irons. Anybody that's peeking towards him nearly dying, and just as we call that one, he's down to 12 HP himself.
Yeah, 15 and 8, top Slayer in the lobby, closely followed by his teammate Julian, who's also just picked up his 15 for the game. The other 2 boys in the team aren't really having to do too much in the slaying department. They're up 45 here. They've kept this P1 scrappy, so London X-Force, alright, they've got a bit more time than AVNG have off of this hill, but they've not got the same 45 consistent seconds that we saw on that first rotation in favour of AVNG. But the worry is, they didn't get much time with that P1, and they're not going to get the initial time off of P2. They are still spawning out through mid and out on this outer wall run side of the map, as we see just about saving himself from falling off the map.
Yeah, obviously AVNG spawning extremely deep over towards sort of P4 side. BB Connor finding 2, so early time going in favour of X-Force. He's going to have Heptics challenging towards time, not going to manage to do so. Rush has probably got a little bit of information as to where someone might be, but it's not going to matter because Disroy will be there to pick it up. Let's see how Red is going to do. Just keep your eyes on that one because he's going to be channeling out towards Wardy. We're playing a little bit of ring around the rosy at the minute because it looks like Wardy's going to be coming around on the pitch. Does manage to take out one, trying to chase down the second, not going to manage to do so because he's got Fudzy there to pick up on a 5 streak of his own now.
Yeah, and the lead change for the first time in this map is now in London X-Force's favour. So with 15 seconds left, it's not only a big 15 seconds for London X-Force, but if you're AVNG and you're putting pressure towards this hill, which you were, you really need to start thinking about that new hill. Rush will get shut down through mid, so the early mid control will be in the favour of London X-Force unless Hep can do worlds. He can't do it. He can't do it on that heady. There was too many players channeling him. It's all over to New now, and you've got Katana 57, so that'll be Red, just sat next to the hill, not quite on it yet, playing that front head glitch, trying to stop the push from coming through from Old.
Yeah, opportunity. Wardy picks one up coming through mid, and he is going to be able to try chow towards Heptics on time. Will fall, but Rush is going to try and help out as best as what he possibly can do, but X-Force probably looking the more favourable one to hop onto this time. You've got pretty much all of AVNG coming through that dojo area. I think there was a streak coming in from someone there, so it sounded. But AVNG going to be on time, but everybody's going to be so clustered in such a small space.
Yeah, this P3 hill, there's not really anywhere you can hold it from. Okay, yes, you can hold it from mid, but unless you have mid control, your back is completely open to being shot there. But big 2 coming through with the cruise there from Julian, and the final 2 kills will be picked up. So last 10 seconds is going to go AVNG's way, but look at this. You can already see London X-Force and AVNG sprinting towards that new hill. Big fight coming down between Disarray and Heptics. Keep an eye on that mini-map. Here's Heptics picking up one, and then his teammates coming in as well, so that'll be Red picking up another. So AVNG will retake the lead and get that initial P5 control.
They will. I think what Rush was just looking for Fudzy then. I think they realised that there was still one member going to be lurking coming off of Old, but opportunity if AVNG can get themselves on time. Everybody seems to be trading everybody as it stands. It's literally one after another for both teams, and it's an opportunity. AVNG are going to stick themselves on time. It will be Red that will head in. Does manage to find Wardy on the outer, but just have a look at X-Force. They are all there except for Wardy.
Yeah, and here we go. It's going to be some big kills coming through from the front. But look at that. Somehow Julian at the back has picked up 2. He's now on 28 and 14. There's a 5 streak. He's double positive. He's really being the difference maker between this team. He's outslaying his sub counterparts on the other side by 8 or more kills.
Yeah, it just felt like AVNG maybe just stepped off the gas a little bit, and they've allowed X-Force to come in. They are going to take this scrap time and bring it back to a near close level. So off towards that P1 once again, where we've seen both teams have a lot of succession. We are going to possibly see X-Force maybe touch it first, but depending on how this gunfight over towards the server area goes, Disarray is going to have 2 members of AVNG to deal with, not going to manage to take out Heptics, but X-Force are going to at least be there.
Yeah, and they were there until Rush picks up yet another 2-piece on the pinch. He seems to be a P1 player, Rush. He's picking up so many kills on this P1. We've finally seen AVNG retake that control of this P1 hill that we saw them have on that first rotation. The difference is this time they've also got that good spawn for P2. So yes, you can start to think about getting this P1 time, 30 more seconds, but as the cruise comes in, you're probably going to want to back up towards your side, which, you know, they're getting some kills traded with that Hellstorm, but apart from Hep, who'd pushed out into that top window area, who's now back on the time, it's all AVNG.
It is. Obviously Fudzy does manage to take out one with it. In comes a pinch from BB Connor. Disarray will find 2 of his own at the same time. This P1 starting to get a heck of a lot mixier. It looks like AVNG going to be the ones that have rotated early over towards this new point. Red going to try and play his life, not going to manage to do so. Disarray will be the one that takes him out. Trades again coming in for both teams, predominantly favouring X-Force here. If they can try and hold the next wave, we will be coming back to a relatively even scoreboard and an opportunity for this one to be an absolute corker.
And if you're AVNG, you're going to have to do this with your weapons. There are 3 trophies currently sat inside that hill. One of them was from the previous rotation, 2 of them are from this one, and you've just got to use your guns. The trophies there, they're going to block all your stuns and nades. There's no way of making those players weak without shooting them, and this is exactly why now London X-Force retake the lead in this map number 4 and are 50 points away from taking the winners round 1 series.
Yeah, obviously Connor, he's on a 5 streak of his own now as well. He's had an opportunity just to go out and go hunting, but really good hold here because X-Force are going to now be the ones that are out in front in terms of the lead. AVNG still got 10 seconds to try and play for. They are going to have to start thinking about new instead of crowding Old. They've had a lot of succession on towards that P3. They are going to deploy Red to go over. He is going to get taken out through mid. and I can't split the two teams, and neither can the scoreboard pretty much.
Pretty much a tight game. You're going to see the initial time going in favour of Disarray, but neither team really rotated early. Disarray literally just arrived at the hill as it popped for New, and like we said, there's not really anywhere too great to hold this hill. There's not like one power spot. You can kind of sit behind the boxes, sit in the corners either side of the cut, and you can play through mid, but unless you've got mid control, which no team do right now, you're not going to play through mid. But 3 big kills from London X-Force, almost a 4th, rush down to 50 HP, picks up 2 though, makes it almost.
Nearly manages to get everybody out on their feet. X-Force up by 15, so it stands at the minute. Hill is going to be contested. It feels like if AVNG are going to come out on top, it's going to be Rush and it's going to be Julian that will be the ones that are going to carry them through it. They are allowing too much time for X-Force here. They're going to try and get it in closer. So we are going to at least be going over towards a new point. By the looks of it, just correctly pointed out, Rush is going to be probably trying to play a little bit smart here, but they're going to have to turtle this hill for the entirety of it.
Yeah, and they know there's players pushing from old. There could be one through mid, and there's going to be players pushing from those spawns where they've just spawned out the front. So they've got 3 different lanes to watch. It's going to be the one-on-ones that are important here. Hep wins his first one, but there's still 2 more to win before you feel secure on holding this time. And Rush gets bad timing, and BB Connor picks up a big 2, shooting Hep through the doorway in the back. 5 seconds left if you're BB Connor. All of AVNG is spawning out, and London X-Force take our game.
Like you say, it was so close, wasn't it? They had the opportunity to do it, had to back up to try and pick off people, but 40 seconds on that point when you've got to watch so much is such a tough ask. And BB Connor coming through, finds one early doors of someone looking in towards the server room, manages to pick somebody off in the office room out the back as well, and ultimately that's what won him it.
Yeah, and that's what you said, it's going to all be down to those ones. Rush got really bad timing there, got shot in the side, and BB Connor had a lovely angle in the back, was able to kill the player that was tagged up by his teammate. There's 2 free kills, all of a sudden you're on the time. The 2 AVG players have to turn around, they have to give up what they're watching. They're going to get shot in the back, they're going to get shot in the sides, and there we go, London X-Force able to take it.
Yeah, it seemed to be such a strange series, I guess, really. It never felt like AVNG, except for that first half of the very first map, were ever out of it. Yeah. They were always involved. Obviously, they started so hot. Rush and Julian popping 2 pieces like they were going out of fashion, but ultimately it just wasn't enough for them. But I'm sure this won't be the last time that we see these 2 rosters potentially face off this weekend.
No, exactly. London X-Force will be more than happy to continue in the winner side of things. Obviously, you know, the calibre of the players, they're going to be wanting to be in that top 2 at minimum as we are closed towards tomorrow, whereas AVNG also want to be in those top 2, but maybe having that bit of a realisation that, you know, the reps compared to some of these other teams here this weekend might be the thing that lets them down.
It was, and like you say, good 2-piece that we saw just right at the end there from Connor. So good to see. Obviously, X-Force did manage to hold on to it. Like you say, could have easily gone down to that map 5 should AVNG carry on like they started it, but it was just that middle sector, I guess, to use that phase where X-Force just started winning hill after hill. They were winning the rotations, trade kills were going in their favour, which ultimately then dragged them in and made them come out on top.
Yeah, and you could always even go back to that map 1, that black cart. You know, AVNG went down 120 points, almost brought it back towards the end, only losing out by about 50. But like we mentioned at the time, if it was slightly closer, it wasn't 120 points, it was 80 points, AVNG they were only down 10. So it's really some things there. Is the hard
fine margins, isn't it?
Fine margins is the hard point. Their S&D looks absolutely unbelievable.
Yeah.
They've probably been the best S&D team we've seen on the main stage today. That was a very convincing win against a very tough opponent.
Absolutely.
Overload again. Either way.
Because it was so close for so long, obviously being a point apiece, it's hard to try and pick out. Like you say, it's ultimately as soon as you get those couple of kills going in your favour, you can work that EMP bomb over. But it is going to be London X-Force that will come out on top of that one. Like you said, I think AVNG will drop now down into the losers bracket. So we will be seeing those guys tomorrow. Both of them, obviously, London X-Force will be quite happy that they've got this one ticked off. This is one of the teams that you want to make sure that you get past without any real problems, but should be a cracking rest of the weekend.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely going to be a confidence boost for the X-Force. You know, how close the game was earlier against the Phantom Boys, I think it was, that they played, and, you know, only winning the hardpoint by 4, winning the S&D as well, but able to do it in a best of 5, not only as well, but also against the calibre of players here. I know the Orgs have had a bit of history. I know some of the players will also have a bit of history with matching up constantly in the cups and things like that over the last 2 years.
Yeah.
But I think if you're on the X-Force, you'll be going home happy.
Yeah, obviously, and this isn't, so as far as I'm aware, this isn't going to be the last game that we're going to see out on this main stage. I believe there's going to be at least one more, so don't go a million miles away. Looking forward to the rest of the afternoon.
Yeah, definitely. I think it'll be interesting to see what other games, any upsets in the winners bracket, any upsets in the losers bracket as well. That's going on at the same time, so it'll be interesting to see where we're left with for tomorrow morning.
Absolutely. So we will hopefully be heading off to a break very, very shortly, but again, don't go too far away because there is still going to be due to be some games on this afternoon. So, like you say, stick around, go for a stretch, get yourself a drink, and make sure you come back locked in for the rest of the games this afternoon.
Hi esports and welcome back to the Esports Hub Winter Open. My name is Quino and I'm joined by Mark and Connie. You know, it's been a little bit, we've waited a little bit, you know, to get ready for this final game, but how did you find last game? Because that was two of the top teams going against each other.
Yeah, I mean, winners round one, you've got these two big dogs pretty much in the competition playing against each other. In our first winners round, you're like, oh, this is going to be a nail biter. It was, and to be fair, unfortunately, the overload didn't go the way of EVNG when it looked like they had an opportunity, but the hardpoint, they started off strong and just it slowly came back for London X-Force as they managed to take that W and got the 3-1 win. They'll continue in that winners brackets, but EVNG, it's going to be a tough task now. I was trying to fight a long losers bracket run.
I think they could do it.
I think they could. I could, but it's a tough one.
I'm going to go more on the fence in terms of I think
okay.
London X-Force probably could have gone down. You know,
okay.
I think if it wasn't just for, I mean, the overload itself was tight. It was overtime. So I feel like that was the ultimate swing point for this entire series, regardless of Search and Destroy and a Hard Point, where they also were equally well matched at overload. Definitely set the tone and tempo for what we could expect to come. Even before that as well, we saw Chica and Co. 3-0, and they were also through to winners round 2, and we weren't expecting that this early on in the tournament because they're a team, you know, pitted to be 6th or 7th, but they're in prime MVP form at this stage.
Yeah, but we can actually have a look at the scoreboard to see kind of what's been going on so far throughout the day and just kind of, you know, recap everything that's been going on. So here we can see the lower bracket, because we are going to be watching, you know, Depths versus Belfast Storm on stage today as our final game. But, you know, we have seen a few teams knocked out already.
Yep.
And it sucks to be kicked out like this, but also you can kind of just sit back and watch. And I feel like that's obviously...
I'm a little bit shocked, actually, for mistaking esports out in top 16 is not what you usually see. Last LAN event they came 5th. So they have unfortunately placed lower than what we expected. But I suppose as well, I mean, UG Storm, Atlas Lions are out too. These are some familiar faces, Mark, that we're very used to, just getting booted out in round 1.
Yeah, I mean, Atlas Lions have not really seen much of their play today, but I know their first game, they played against London X-Forces, their first match, and their hardpoint got off to about 160-0 at one point. I was like, this is just going to be an absolute devastation for Atlas Lions, and unfortunately it was. But yeah, it's been a difficult old road for them, especially going out on day one, which is always unfortunate. It just has to happen that way. But yeah, we're going to potentially see another team upset here maybe as well, because two strong squads here for this loser round 1 between that Belfast Storm side and the Depths GG. These two have been frying. They've got opportunities, they've got great squads as well, so it's going to be unfortunate one of the teams have to go home.
Oh, so who are we leaning towards for this game? Because it is quite high stakes.
I think both could go home.
Both of them can go.
Just send them both home.
I think we break the bracket and just send both home. You know, just make it a bit more interesting, a bit more spicy. You know, it's always a tone setter, but I can't really pick them apart.
Yeah.
We're just late into the day at 6 o'clock, and it's been the 10th hour of gameplay thus far. So anything could happen. We can't count out all possibilities.
Yeah,
even if Depths and the underdogs in this series.
Yeah.
I was say, because you never know if fatigue's going to play a factor.
Always does.
Or if it's the opposite. And,
It always does.
The fact that they've been playing a lot, it's like, okay, we've got the practice, we're in the zone, but, you know, you never know, do you? I think the length of the day is definitely going to affect them, both teams.
Well, this is going to be Belfast Storm back on main stage again, right? They've had the experience already today here on main stage. The boys of Depths. I don't think they had played on the main stage. They've played
both have Depths.
Both have,
yeah. Depths for our first match of the
But
day.
it's left side, so I mean, Depths got the left side.
Oh yes, that's right. The PC lottery.
PC lottery, yeah, Depths, exactly. We'll see if it is going to be the left-hand side winning, because that last series also went that way where AVNG were on the right-hand side and they lost. I mean, it might just be the left is the best, but I don't know. We'll wait and see, because it's definitely going to be a close one no matter what, but with the name and the roster that we all know, Belfast Storm, obviously with Dylan Codd and then Powerhouse on that squad, you kind of expect them to kind of use that ability to kind of be the better side in this game. But
absolutely, Mark. They've got
the dogs are always fun.
They've got names on their roster. That's definitely one thing, and names that have been playing for years. But I think, you know, regardless of what you might expect, Depths do have a chance because what they've got to lose in reality. Like, there's more pressure on Belfast tonight to actually get through because they have to.
Yeah,
100%. I agree with that. But, you know, like, before we get into the game, has there been highlights today that you've really noticed? Any players, any teams that have really? Because obviously we're getting close to the end of the day. Is there anything that really stood out to you?
We did see Wardy go on like a 10 spree in the Avenge game from like 1-10 to 10-10, which is pretty impressive.
Yeah.
That flipped the game and it's heading the hard point round 1. I would say the entire series of Chica really in the winners round
Project
1 that we watched.
as well, yeah.
Yeah, because they 3-0'd, and the entire matches themselves did not feel close at all. They felt like whitewashes for what are two teams pitted to be very even in terms of stacking them up against each other. So that's just the whole series in general. Like, we're not expecting the 3-0. We're not expecting the dominant plays that we did see.
Yeah, definitely. They're very, very strong underdog team. A team that I wasn't really pitting to be one of these ones that would go the distance and not lose a map. That is surprising at the least. And then obviously coming up against an AV&G roster who are strong. So when you beat them, you're like, wait a minute, there's upsets already on the card from get-go. And yeah, there's been a day of that as well so far. So it's good to see all these underdogs making a good little run of it and getting some wins. But it's now to see what happens going forward. There's a lot to play for on this one, going home or continuing your spree at least tomorrow.
Oh yeah, 100%. And I want to get into this next game. I know you guys want to get into this next game. So I believe it's time, and I'm going to throw to our casters, Matt and David, and they're going to take you through this game.
All right, well, welcome on in. Yep, it's myself and Dave going to be casting the final match for you tonight, and it's going to be the team that started us off tonight, the Depths GGs, and they are on the main stage for the final game as well. Both these two teams have slugged their way through, both picking up losses, but also both picking up wins, and unfortunately have found themselves in losers bracket. So.
Yeah, absolutely. Belfast Storm went 2-1 in their group stages. Depth GG 1-3. So Belfast Storm definitely the favourites going into this. Depth GG definitely the underdogs. But it's been a long day. Anything can happen. And these are your map picks for this series: Exposure Hardpoint, Exposure S&D, and Exposure Overload.
Nice and varied.
And then if we get that far, it will be a Den Hardpoint followed by a Raid S&D. So as you can see, Exposure 3 times in a row. So you're definitely going to see it.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Well, Exposure as well, as we have seen earlier in the day, has not been played too much. It's been pretty much predominantly Den and I would say Raid's made a few appearances. Colossus as well has been in there.
Yeah.
Exposure, I think we've only seen it one time on main stage.
I think you're right, yeah. But we've seen so much Den.
Yeah, it's been Den pretty much every game, hasn't it? But now obviously these teams having their pick of the bunch, the pick and bans are now coming through, and obviously these two teams clearly favour Exposure.
Absolutely, and I think as we start to get through the loser bracket, start to get through the winners bracket, I think we start to see some variation. Maybe some Scar will come in at some point.
Yeah, that's another map we haven't seen a lot. To be fair, Scar's not made too many appearances. I think we've only maybe seen it one time, main stage, twice.
Or if that, I don't even know.
Yeah, maybe not even that. But there you go. So we are just waiting for these two teams to ready on through, and I think we are about ready to jump into the action. First map, as we was discussing, Exposure. Super laney, a lot of AR, pre-aims, loads of headies in mid-map. It's going to make it awkward for those sub-players to get any impact early doors, especially as it does rotate into that P2 location as well.
Yeah, we should see P1 just be a bang out, just people going for kills, probably a bit of wide time. And then as we start to get into those P2 rotations, start to get some time on there, and leads might start for one of the teams.
Yeah, exactly. Well, this is the thing. So this is the thing that people don't often prioritise on this map specifically. There's only realistically 2 sides you want the spawns for, because a lot of the hills are quite locked down.
Yeah.
So if you think about the P2 when it's up in nest, P3 even if it's up in nest, you can literally spawn either side. I would say it's preferable to possibly spawn in the back to break, but either way you can hold it from either side.
Yeah, I mean, when I played, I preferred to break it from the front. And hold them in the back, and then going into P4.
Exactly.
Obviously, early rotations, get in there.
Super key.
Yeah, 100%. And I'm sure we'll see these teams do it.
Yeah.
More than good enough.
Rotational heavy map indeed. So let's hope the AR players are on point with their timings.
Yeah.
Because they are going to be playing pivotal roles for certain in this coming hard point. And well, we may as well have a little discussion while we are indeed waiting. A few technical difficulties, but map number 2 rolling through. Search and destroy.
Yeah.
Smokes, they're in. Snipers, they're in.
Yeah, it's going to be super important on that P2 side, getting that sniper over there. That other P5 side as well, super important to get a sniper over there at some points as well. Let's see what happens on that map. But I mean, going into this, what do you think of the players so far? What have you seen from these two teams?
Well, we've seen quite a lot of Belfast Storm. Dylan Codd's certainly been absolutely turning up the scene, as he usually does, a veteran of the game for sure. There's been a couple of nice little kills in there from Matty as well, from the opposite side of things, from the depths. He's been flying as well. So a few of these players are definitely on the top of their game, and they're going to need to be.
Yeah, I had my eye on Powerhouse start of this day, he was going absolutely crazy. But I think Paddy as well has an opportunity to show up for Depths as well.
Well, that's it. At this level, any level, well, certainly at this level of Call of Duty, you cannot afford to underestimate your opponents because they will take full advantage, especially in losers bracket. You can't really be afforded to take your foot off that gas for a single second because they will switch it around and put the pressure straight back on you.
Yeah, I'm sure the teams aren't thinking about it, but of course there is a bit of pressure. If you do lose this, you're out of the tournament. So.
Well, this is it. It's certainly down to the wire now. Deps GG, certainly the underdogs in this one.
Yeah.
I mean, you know me, I always root for the underdogs. I always want the underdogs to pull through.
Yeah.
So I will be rooting for a bit of Deps GG, but Belfast Storm look like the stronger side.
It does look like we are going in.
All right, and then as we are going to load into map number 1, Exposure. Both of these two teams hopefully going to be on top of their game because the loser is no longer going to be in the tournament. They are wiped out. They'll be sitting in the stands watching the rest of this tournament.
All right, mate, I'm sure you've reminded them enough now. Come on.
You got to pile that pressure on. It's main stage.
That's right. And we should be loading in fairly soon. And as we said, P1, going to be a bang out. See if we get some white time or if any team is able to capitalise on it.
Yeah, I'd expect to see these players flying, some players for sure, flying up lane.
It does look like we're going to have another reset.
It looks like we're having a reset. The Accolines from in spawn, so.
While we're at it, let's talk about what's happened so far in the losers.
Well, this is it in losers. There's Belfast Storm. Yeah, so Atlas Lions, you lose, you quit. Come out on top of that one. AVNG Esports in the next round. That's a tough game.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, we saw AVNG play against X-Force, and that was not an easy game for them. I mean, they made it look pretty good, but AVNG, yeah, I mean, they're definitely the favourites in that one. What have we got after that? We got Amrox versus Vortex.
Yeah.
What are we thinking about that?
That's another tough game.
Yeah.
That's the next round in losers because Vortex 3-0'd UTG Storm. We expected it. UTG Storm, my favourites for the tournament. I would have liked to make a little run, but unfortunately it was not to be. AVNG though, back to them. I would say I still think they've got a chance of getting into that losers final.
Absolutely. I think AVNG and Phantom Esports, who have beaten BMI5 as well, and they're already through to the next round of losers. Both of them I can see easily making a run, maybe seeing them in the losers final going up into playing one of the other teams as winners at the moment.
Well, exactly, and as the winners bracket game is actually going down as we speak, it looks like we've just seen Extremity Esports lose out, so they will be playing the winners of this game. So that's got a potential Belfast Deps OG versus Extremity Esports in the Saturday's match tomorrow.
Yeah, and that means Annex obviously through, and they're playing London X-Force tomorrow.
Yeah.
So that should be a fairly early game as well.
Yeah, that will be probably one of the first ones we see on the because they tend to do winners round 1 straight away. So hopefully we'll be it'll be winners round 2, won't it? So and the London X-Force, as we've seen, flying in this tournament. We love to see that as we are the London X-Force casters, but obviously no bias.
No bias.
No bias. I'd expect them to take maybe the Annex game.
Yeah. And then we've got Project Vapor playing Correlate. That will be a good game.
That will be a very good game.
Yeah.
One to watch for
Vapor
sure.
obviously haven't dropped a map so far.
Not a single map been dropped.
And then Correlate, who today played twice in a row on main stage, won both sets.
Yeah, pretty convincing.
Looked
as well.
really well.
Really strong.
Really good.
Great hardpoint team.
So that will be a good game tomorrow as well.
And then obviously the winners of that, I mean, we're hoping they go through to the London X-Force, but not to get too far into it because we are still on losers round 2. So we'll lose round 1 even. We'll get back on board with Exposure, map number 1.
Let's have a look, see if it actually starts this time, or if we're going to have another little break. I'd hope all the tech issues and team issues are fixed now. Tell me a little bit what you think about the after P2 rotation on Exposure.
After P2, what's P3?
P3, P4.
Well, me personally, I like to fight for mid and then keep them locked in the back, because if you get that 2 players up on the window, they are straight into the action, it seems. We were a little bit late to it, but nevertheless we will keep on top of it for you. That is 3 down in the feed from Deps CG, as that is not what you want to see. Last player is getting pinched out by Krull, and he will find him. Dino getting those spawn outs. They have flipped him immediately for this new time.
Yeah, Belfast Storm currently in the lead, and they are getting the kills as well. Deps starting out a little bit slow, and
The absolute passion coming out from these young lads standing up in the booth.
The scream put me off.
Well, anyway, as we was saying, Depths GG, not a single one at 1 point on the board so far. The rotation to P2 is clearly on their mind. 10 seconds left to play with.
Yeah, 2 players of Belfast Storm currently over to P2. The rest of Depths working that mid area still, but as the rotations come in and the point pops, Belfast going to be on it. However, Luto does drop, so now we are going to see Depths try and push up. Crawl picks up 1, does get traded.
Trades on top of trades right now, and the Belfast has held strong and held on to that point for the time being. It's 40 seconds on the clock for them, and they are now spawning out as well, Depths. They've got nobody pinching that mid alley as well, so I'm not a massive fan of it. Number 1's got it on lockdown. It looks like they're all going to go for a bit of a face slam situation. Dino does find one though, make things a little bit easier for his team.
Yeah, 30 seconds left. Belfast Storm with the point does get dropped, and they are going to start to think about P3 now. They do have the spawns to get close. Screams dead coming in.
The dead screams, you love to hear it. And as you were saying, they do have those P3 spawns early doors locked down, and they have a couple of players looming around it as well. Depths, they're going to go a bit long pinch here. Dino is taking his time on it, but hopefully it comes into fruition for him. Oh, he's going to get spotted and not a single nugget in his box, and there it goes. He's going to get taken down without anything being done, and an absolute dumpster in by Cruel. Put him in the blend. Paddy not finding the shots required.
Yeah, Matty is going to be your Katana Land 59 on the side of Depths GG, by the way, but Belfast Storm considerable lead building, and they do have possession of this point. Kills absolutely are going in their way with 38 seconds left. If they get to this 100 point mark, this might look a bit too hard for Depths GG to get back. They still are getting the kills. However, Depths GG getting a couple. Dino picks up 2 on his way in, does get traded. Marzi trying to get 1, teammate does pick it up, and now the last 20 seconds possibly going to go in the way of Depths GG as Belfast Storm try and rotate over towards P4.
And they certainly do need this last bit of scrap time, 20 seconds, as that lead is ever growing. And don't even like going to get hold of it either, but the rotations are in for Depths. Now if they can get a good hold here, potentially back into it, because they have sacrificed a lot of time trying to rotate on through, and he picks up a nice 2-piece there. Paddy Crawl trades that one out though. Luto and Crawl comboing together to drop 3 of those players in the back lines, but they are going to get those close spawns, because I think Dino did keep his life in the back, so they are going to keep, they have a nice little pinch coming in naturally here, because they've got a little spawn out.
Yeah, and Luto does drop on point as well, so after holding those spawns, getting the natural pinch, Depths GG going to be in control of this point. Crawl trying to make his way over. Sorry, Roblox Gamer somehow is in the game. Don't know what's happened there.
Yeah, there's 5 of them spawned in. I don't really know what the hell has gone on here. It's 4v5 at the current standing, but we will just keep rocking and rolling until something is done about it on the tech side of things.
Belfast.
Oh, Luto put it in a blend, and there's a hailstorm as well. That's 5 dead in feed.
And all the kills going in the way of Belfast Storm. 10 seconds left. They're going to start making their way over to P5. Does look like players at Depths GG have just stopped.
Yeah, I think Paddy stopped here though. I think they should be fully aware that there is a player just in this game, 0-4.
Nah.
Yeah, possibly going to be seeing a map replay there.
Yeah, I think definitely a map replay, but we'll wait to hear.
Yeah, we'll wait to hear confirmation from
Absolutely,
that.
yeah.
You would imagine it would be a map replay, because I don't know quite how somebody spawned in there, to be honest.
Yeah, I think when they spawned in, I think there was only about a 60-point lead, but I might be wrong, but we'll see.
Yeah.
Wait to hear a few seconds, see what happens.
It won't be a land without some technical difficulties, would it? So there you go.
It's what it is, and it's coming to the end of the day. There are a few people that have been here since the morning.
Yeah,
so.
exactly. I mean, we've all been here since what, 8 o'clock. It's coming up to that 11-hour mark.
Yeah, so it seems like it's a full map reset.
Yeah, we have confirmation on that now. It's going to be a full map reset. We're going to restart that one, which will be a bit detrimental for Belfast because they did have the lead.
Yeah.
But then again, if they did it once, they should be able to do it again. Hopefully there's no checkouts, because that certainly can check out a few players.
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, we've got veterans on Belfast.
Yeah.
You got the notorious
Dylan Codd.
Dylan Codd, so I'm sure he's got the experience to not get checked out by that,
yeah,
and take the team into it being comfortable still, and we might see that comfortable lead still being held.
And that's what it's all about, remaining calm, remaining comfortable, not wanting to get too angry about the situation, because at the end of the day you're still going to have to play the map. It's still a best of 5. There's plenty more to come.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, after they get through this map 1, it's going to be easy flowing from there. So
yeah.
No matter what happens here, no matter what happens here, I'm sure they'll make their way through.
Yeah. I mean, they did look dominant at the start of that map, didn't they? Let's be honest. They had a 100-point lead at one point. Ever, and it was ever growing. They had just broke those back spawns as well, so you have to start to wonder how out of hand was that game about to get.
Yeah, I mean, Depth GG on that P4, they did have the back, and then they got a natural pinch, but
the immediate reflip was about to come through, wasn't it? So you do have to start to wonder. So, well, either way, which team was it detrimental for? That's what you do have to start to wonder.
Yeah. I mean, this might be Depth GG's time to be like, okay, we had a one.
Yeah.
We had a one charity one.
Yep.
Let's get in there and
let's sort things
win this
out.
one. Yeah.
Exactly. All right. Well, this is it. They are certainly fighting for a bit of that mid control. Going forward that immediately, but now you've got to think they do have the read of what they do off the break.
That's it.
Are they going to change it up, or are they going to stick to the plan?
Yeah, and off of that P2, P3, Belfast were just in complete control, but now they know those positionings that they were sitting, and they know how they hold their points.
Yeah.
So let's see if Depth GG can get a read on that going into this second run of map 1.
Well, this is all it comes down to, isn't it? It's mind games on top of mind games, because if you start to do something different, your players aren't going to be comfortable with it, but you also don't want to do the same exact thing because you might be too readable.
That's it.
And if you go, if they didn't get that 100-point lead and they have them back P4 spawns, that's a completely different game.
And I think as well, map 2 obviously is going to be the same map. The S&D is going to be exposure as well. So if they start to get a read on these players' common spots after having to replay map 1, then...
Yeah, that's exactly right. Well, anyway, we are going to take a short intermission while we do sort out these technical difficulties, so I will catch you after the intermission. Alrighty, and welcome on back. We are finally back, and the technical issues have been resolved. So we are going to be jumping straight back into map number 1. We are going to get a map replay, as we did get confirmed just prior. So we shouldn't be too long before we start map number 1 again.
Yeah. So just a reminder for anybody who wasn't here before the quick break, we do have Belfast Storm versus Depth GG. The map set was, correct me if I'm wrong, there we go, triple exposure.
Triple exposure it was.
Yeah.
So we are going to jump straight into the action, it would seem. Exposure, map number 1. We've been over the peripherals once or twice, but why not for a third time? P1, super scrappy. We're going to expect the sub players to be pretty locked down there, trying to get up lane.
Yeah, seeing quite a bit of white time, then going into P2 where the ARs can dominate a little bit more.
Yeah, that's when they come into the fruition for sure.
Then rotating that into P3 where they're trying to hold them in the back spawns. And as we are going to kick off, we will see P4 and P5.
Let's hope Belfast Storm aren't fully checked from it and they can come out swinging like they did in map number 1. 100-point lead they did have. Let's see if they can do it again. Here comes a lineup nade off the rip. Love that. Cruel going to fly down this lane as we did predict. Finds the first kill. Teammate was in there for the assist. Finds a second and a third. And that's 3 dead immediately from depths.
Yeah, Cruel starting it off very, very well. Now Belfast Storm once again in control, and it doesn't seem like the reset has done anything to them. Cruel now on a 3 spree.
Yeah, and it's literally a repeat of the latter. The Belfast Storm took control early. Doors flipped them out towards that bottom ring spawn area, and they've kept them in the blend ever since.
Yeah, Cruel does eventually drop from that spree as well, and now with 15 seconds left on P1, teams are going to start looking to rotate over to P2. It does look like Depths GG has got there first, however Cruel through the mid cut does drop.
Yeah, that's a big win from Marzi there. And 3 do go down immediately from the old Belfast Storm, so it looks like they are going to get those the preferred spawns, but it is equally difficult to break this hill from either side.
Yeah, and now Depths GG in control of the point. If they can hold this, they are going to have a better chance of winning this map than before the reset. And the kills do look like they're coming through right now. Luto, last man alive, does get the spawns on him, so the rest of Belfast Storm are going to spawn on him. And they are going to start making their way in. They do have the point now as well with 30 seconds left.
Yeah, Luto just going to wait for his team in. Not a lot he can do without a bit of support. They are going to now get that contest through. The challenge going to come through. Cruel finds a lovely 2-piece.
Yeah.
Really lost my breath there, but he's going for third. Oh my God, he's absolutely flying on gas and air, the young lad. Why not show up and show out? Final map of the day. Keep yourself locked in for tomorrow's game, it would seem, if they do indeed come out on top of this one.
Yeah, and it does look like they held a lot of P2 there, and they're ready for P3. They do have Depths GG spawning towards the front, and they do have the info on that. Paddy's still trying to get the last bit of scrap here. Not going to happen. Does need to get this kill though if they want to start moving over. Cruel going absolutely huge. Another 3-piece for him. Now 10 and 4. Make that another one. Cruel having a great game.
He's not slowing down. He's 11 and 4 on a 4 streak, and he wants more as well. Marzi going to try and change things around though with a kill in the back. He is put super low. They do have a little pinch coming through as Paddy is going to possibly contest that window, and he might even find himself a free one. He has done. He's broken into time. Cruel overwhelmed. Finally, they've managed to shut him down. No more 3-pieces in the store. 25 seconds left to play for on this P3.
Yeah, the split spawns there just being a bit too much for Belfast Storm, even with Cruel going absolutely huge. The scoreline is now 94 and 26 with Depths in possession of the point.
A nice little 2-piece comes through there. The knife was out. It was good for the knife kill. This time in hand though, Belfast Storm first to those rotations as Cruel still managing to put the hurt down on this team, keeping them at the old spawns. And it looks like Depths GG are electing to rotate through Solar side of the map.
Yeah, I do believe it's Powerhouse that's going to be in the back. Might be wrong. And they do have the spawns. They're going to hold the point for now. And they are currently passing that 100-point mark as well as Depths GG start to push the way into point.
Yeah, they're trading out 1 for 2s. It's not great from the Depths at this moment. One player still in the back. He's going to be a thorn in the side for them. He's just going to dance around this car. Gets the nade off, but his teammate is there for the assist. And now it looks like they are just going to slam in towards that front time. Cruel, always good for his 1. And immediately traded out. And it's trades on top of trades for this hill, but looking to stabilise a little bit now. Yeah, they've got to clean that player up as well.
Yeah, Luto was there. He had help from teammate, and yeah, that person does drop as well. And as we see, this person has managed to join again, so I don't know if it's going to be another map reset, but Belfast Storm once again in the lead. going into P5. I think the players are continuing at the moment, but let's see. I do believe there is going to be a restart.
Well, it's just going to keep happening. I think they're just team killing each other. Yeah, Roblox Gamer is certainly not a gamer that we want in this lobby. And again, you see again, Belfast Storm taking the absolute charge of the map, only a 100-point lead again. It's going to reset them again. And in the short intermission we did have, I was informed that the same thing was happening to them in the 2K they did play last month. So it's a reoccurring thing that keeps happening to them. So.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. I mean, we're trying to do a good thing, have a good LAN, but you're going to have your issues. But this is just one of those issues you don't want to run into constantly. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
And especially Belfast Storm, who've now been in the lead twice, and another reset, I'm guessing, is going to happen. It's not what you want to see, but
it's not ideal.
It didn't chalk them. It didn't chalk them
the first time round, but he came out swinging for blood, didn't he, Krull? So he's definitely doing his shift for the first half of that hard point.
Yeah.
But like you say, how many times is it going to happen, and are they eventually going to get checked out from this?
Yeah, I mean, Belfast Storm, they keep coming out hot. Krull, especially in that one, came out really, really hot. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, he was flying. He was flying in the first one as well. It's the same routine, straight down that side.
Yeah.
It's down the lane, and then flanks into nest, flips them out. Beautiful stuff. It's literally textbook.
Yeah.
And he performs it with absolute precision and accuracy, and you love to see it. He was piecing them like they were bloody bot lobby, shooting doing warm-ups. But there you go.
Yeah, and it's not like it was any particular point either. P1, I think he got a 3-piece. Into P2, he got a 2-piece. Went back to P3, got another 3-piece.
Oh, it's his playground for sure.
Yeah, he likes this map, and you can see why the Vetoes have come in and they've got the triple exposure.
Yeah,
clearly,
well, that would definitely explain why they've gone for triple exposure.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously they don't have all to say, but the other side of things, Depths GG did start to show a little bit signs of life towards the end of that one. Rotating into that P4, even on the first map we saw, they did start to come alive a little bit into that. So maybe it's the Belfast the Belfast Storm that the break-off they need to work on.
I mean, on that second map, it was the second time round on that map. Sorry.
Yes.
They were better. Depth GG did come out better than they did in the first time. So let's see if on the third one they can do even better. And
hey, maybe in the third one they'll even Stevens it 100 points apiece instead of 132 or 50.
That's it. And then maybe we might get into a second set of rotations.
We might see a map number 2.
Oh, that'd be nice.
That would be nice. We might see a Search and Destroyer tonight.
Can you imagine we get to a map 3? That would be good.
I don't know if we'll make it to a map 3, but either way, we are going to just hopefully get confirmation on a game starting time, or if they are going to run it back and make a new lobby. I would imagine that is the process in deployment.
Yeah, it is going to be a new lobby, so...
Yeah. So we are just going to wait for those players to join on through and reconnect, and hopefully this time we're I don't know, maybe we're going to hide the IP address or.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not too technical on that side, so I don't know how this person's managing to get in. But yeah, we'll see.
However they're getting in, they're more tech savvy than me. I ain't got a Scooby-Doo of how to do that. So.
Yeah, well, I mean, the players don't even have their headsets on, so I think it might take a second.
Yeah, well, it's for sure they're going to have some talks, because now they've had 2 bites of the cherry of Depths GG, and they haven't come out on top of either one. As you said, they did get slightly better in the map 1 second time round, but that break-off still absolutely punishing.
Yeah, Belfast Storm just come out hot every single time, and it's only really until the end of P2, P3, P4 at a push that Depths GG start to come back into it. Yeah.
I mean, at what point does fatigue play a factor in this? Because we are approaching the 8 o'clock mark, no, 7 o'clock mark, sorry, we're going flying through. But it looks like we are going to run it back. Map number 1, third attempt. Let's see if we can play this one through.
Does look like we are going to go in very, very soon to our third time round of exposure hardpoint.
It's just land things. Just land things. Right, let's see if they do the same they've done off the break for the third time, and let's see if Depths GG is actually going to try and counter it this time. It's not often you see this, a third opportunity to counter their initial break.
Yeah, they're going to have their eyes on Krull right now, but let's see, can Krull do anything off the bat? I'm pretty sure they've done the exact same thing, and Depths GG got a couple, but Krull managing to pick up one. Is it going to be the start that they had?
Looks like they have adapted him. Marzi was ready for that pinch in towards Nest, so it looks like There was definitely ready for it that time. Luto going to try and change things up here. Finds a one onto Paddy. Gets immediately traded out by Dino though. Marzi raining shots down. He's still yet to die in top nest, anchoring those spawns for his team. There is a pinch coming through, and that has now been shut down as well. So it looks like Deps GG, like you did say, a lot of white time. Kills going in their favour, but both teams not electing to soak up any this time.
Yeah, 10 seconds left. Going to start thinking about P2, and this is Deps have to have the lead. They haven't had the lead so far, so let's see what happens. It does look like they've got an entry kill as well into P2, but currently it is Belfast Storm that have control of the point, and they are getting the kills. Good kill coming out of Dino there.
Yeah, like you say, even if they are ready for that break off, they still have to turn up and shoot for the rest of the map. So we are eventually going to see the second half of this map, and so that's what they're not going to be ready for.
Yeah, Cruel back to being top of the leaderboard for his team right now. So he is the key player currently for Belfast Storm. 30 seconds left, currently white time, but Deps GG managing to get on. Cruel does get there, managed to pick up one. Can he get a second on Paddy? He does.
I would love to know this guy's statistics on gunfights. I don't think he loses them.
Oh god, yeah, he's just shooting two straight. 15 seconds left now, going into P3. Belfast Storm starting to work the back. They are going to be up against Marzi. Marzi does drop, and now 8 seconds left. Belfast Storm are there.
Yeah, it's a bit of a contested nest hill here. It's a big gunfight to win, and he does actually find it. That's a beautiful one to pick up. His teammates are now in close support. And there it is, they are full control of nest now. They have a little pinching player coming through, which is Paddy. He's going to get unfortunate timing with that stun, and Cruel is not the man you want to be fighting in this area. He's just baiting and switching, showing him his toes and running off and hiding for the hills, but there you go.
And Belfast definitely not checked out after these last two replays, because they are screaming. Team nade comes through for Deps as well. Now 35 seconds left, and once again Belfast considerable lead, but we have said before P4 is where Deps start to bring it back a little bit. So let's see in the next 10-15 seconds when the rotations start to come through. They have got the spawns.
Yeah, they're caught in a bit of an awkward one now. They don't really want to be giving the rest of this 20 seconds up, but equally they don't want to be giving up this the back spawn. So do this and two on the hunt. Looks like they have got an out spawn as well. 3 players on the side of the map for Belfast will force those old spawns. You don't want to be dying now. Last 5 seconds. This is scam territory.
Yeah, and it's one of those things, you get the split spawns, but then Cruel, still in hold, is just picking up the rest of that time. Now it's going to be Dino, who does drop in the back, and once again Belfast have control of the spawns, have control of the point. Marzi made his way into the back now though, so let's see what happens. He has got something to work with here. It is a considerable lead though.
Yeah, he's going to be blocking those back spawns, so all kills that Deps do get now will be forcing the spawn out. He is going to find himself a 1 kill and not able to pick any more up, and that is super unfortunate. So they're actually even going to spawn in the back at that time. It's all going Belfast Storm at the moment. They have somehow not been checked out from these replays, and they've come out stronger and shooting straighter, and there it is, another one on the board for the young lad. 9 and 7, putting up a bit of a performance for us. He's almost got the most time here, but Cruel is still absolutely cooking on gas. 15 and 5 on a 3 spree. 1 minute 30 in time, and Roblox Gamer has rejoined the lobby because he's got nothing better to do on a Saturday night.
So yeah, here we go. Does look like we're going to have another restart, I think. This is not the most fun thing for anybody, either playing, watching or casting.
Not entirely. I don't really know what the resolution is for this. We've remade the lobby a few times, and he's jumped straight on back into it. At this point, do we just say, well, you're down 150 points, just 5v4 them, lads, honestly, let Roblox get involved. But obviously he will be anchoring out the bad spawn sometimes, so it's probably not the best. Actually, Roblox Lemmer's going on the board. He's almost catching up with the boys.
Does look like everybody stopped, so
yeah,
not sure what's going to happen.
Tell you what, he's picking up some time. He's almost doubled Deps. Oh, the
Roblox Gamer currently double negative. That's not what you want to see on the side of Deps GG.
Well, yes, there you go. Super unfortunate. It's the 3rd time it's happened now, and I don't really know what the resolution is to this, because surely at some point you just have to you just have to give up the go. But it looks like we are going to be pressing on, and we'll find out what the what they are going to do about it.
Yeah, I think conversations are being had with the teams right now to see what they want to do. But three times in a row, I mean, something's got to be done. You can't just keep restarting the lobby and hoping for the best.
I mean, worst comes to worst, There was 150 points up. I mean, I'm not saying they're not going to come back into it because I mean it's not really a fair shake of the thing. I mean, let's have it right. They've had how many points now? What, 450 points? so technically they have won the hard point nearly twice.
Yeah. But then again, we have heard a map earlier where a team, I believe it was London X-Force, was up 140 something points, and they almost got turned around.
Well, it's definitely possible. Let's not write anything off. A game of hard point is start to finish. So.
Of course.
So I would imagine they're either going to give it another whack or we might be postponing this game. They are looking like the two options right now. Nobody wants to postpone. Everyone wants to get this rocking and rolling. But if Roadblock's gamer wants to get himself in the main stage, then he's got to keep joining, isn't he? So
yeah, well, it does look like because of these technical issues, we are going to go to a break. So we'll see you in a second, guys.
is, it's life. But, at least we got most of the games out of the way. Let's think of it the positives. But it is what it is. The game will be played off stream, and there will be results. Trust me, the game will happen.
Yep.
You just won't get to see it. You'll see the scores.
Yep.
But aside from that, today's been pretty good, I'd say.
Yeah, absolutely. As with any LAN that you'll go to, it's always going to have some form of teething problem. But at the same time, I'd much rather be at a LAN event opposed to sitting at home and having to play online COD all the time. So obviously thoroughly enjoyed it. Obviously we're just getting our teeth stuck into the rest of it. But tomorrow we've already seen some of the lineups that we've got for games there. They're looking good.
Yeah, I mean, the minimal bracket play we've seen already this afternoon is only going to get better and better, and the teams are going to get even tougher and tougher for the teams that make it that far. So it's going to be a really interesting Sunday later on we get.
100%. Speaking of the matchups for tomorrow, is there any specific one you're excited to see, or just are you more excited for winners brackets?
Yeah, obviously the winner side of things, there's some heavy hitters going into that tomorrow. Extremity Esports are not a team that we've seen on the main stage today, but they went 4-0 in groups and they've found themselves in losers already. So Annex beat them already. So the Annex, I think it's Annex, is it London X-Force that they play tomorrow?
Yes, it is.
That game could be the game of the weekend, could be a show up for what could be the final at the same time. So if that is what I believe it is, I think that'll be a cracking game.
What about you, Abuse?
I'm excited to see Annex. Joel just touched on it there, but we've not actually seen Annex on the main stage. We've seen almost every other top team, those teams we think are going to win it, but we have not seen Annex. So seeing them on the main stage, first time for them. Needs to see them on Heroes tomorrow morning as well.
Yeah. I was going to say, Annex is one of the names that even I recognise coming back. I was like, hold on, I want to see this team. So it's nice when a variety of teams come onto the stage and you get to see them in a different element, a different light. But I do want to ask, it's the end of the day. Have there been any highlights or any specific games that have really stood out for you today?
Oh, what do you think?
I think first game of the day.
Yeah.
In Belfast. Oh no, second game of the day. Sorry. Was it? Oh, I forgot what.
First game of the day.
One of the games today.
First game of the day.
Belfast Storm, losing 2-0 straight away.
Yeah.
I think that's got to be my highlight. Didn't come into it thinking that.
Yeah, my highlight was spending some time with you, mate, on the old cast. How about you?
Answer.
How have you found today?
I found it really interesting. I feel like I came in today thinking, there's going to be certain games that are just going to be stomps.
Yeah.
Because I just know what I'm told. I'm not an expert. I just know the kind of gist. But then it's like, that team didn't win. That team's struggling a bit. That team's dominating. It's like, okay, I like it when there's a bit of difference because
it's their competition.
Good, isn't it? It just creates that energy. It means people are a bit more aggressive. Some people are a bit more stupider during the play-in. It adds to everything, I think.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But I say, if anything, tomorrow is to go over what we've seen. Today. It should be fun.
100%. Do you have any
snipers?
Yeah.
More snipers.
Yeah.
I can't get over that one kill on that one game. I had to mention it.
That one kill on that one.
I'm trying to think of the word. The no scope onto the teammate.
Yeah,
that was
IDK team killer.
I was just that's not even
ideal.
That's not normal.
That's bad.
Yeah, I can tell that's not an ideal situation. But I believe that's all from us for today. Unfortunate way to end it, but the vibes are still high for tomorrow.
Absolutely.
That's when the action truly happens. So that has been today for the Esports Hub Winter Open, sponsored by London X-Force Gaming, and we will see you tomorrow.